Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello and welcome to your Introduction to Photoshop class. My name is Dave Casuto, Adobe Certified Instructor with over 20 years experience of not just using Photoshop, but teaching Photoshop. Welcome. What are we going to learn in this class? Well, this class has something for everybody, beginning, intermediate, and also you burgeoning pros out there. So we start off with the basics, just learning about the anatomy, kind of a little roadmap of the whole program, understanding where things are, what they're called, and even really how to customize and personalize the whole workspace. And then very quickly, we get into transformational tools like how to warp, how to resize, how to move things around. And then of course, layer management, how to work with layers in terms of renaming them, moving them around, doing all kinds of different things so you can have more control over all of your imagery. Then we get into special effects like drop shadow, working with strokes and glow and things like that. And very importantly, we get into all the different types of selection tools, like working with the basic selection, but also working with the lasso tool, working with quick selection, the magic wand, and so much more than that. Then of course, we get into photo retouching, like working with the patch tool, working with the clone stamp tool, and really making your photos pop. Then we get into adjustment layers like levels and curves and black and white, hue saturation. We get into filters, exporting your photos, and so much more. And then, of course, we get into masking, one of my favorite things. And masking, you're going to hear about that all throughout this program. All right? And we have a ton of different quizzes. We have a lot of different exercise files for you as well. Okay? So have fun. So excited to see you here. And we'll see you in the first lesson. Thanks, everybody. And welcome, everyone. I am so excited to usher you into this amazing world of Photoshop. But first, we need to get some things out of the way. We need to understand what's what, where things are, what things are called, and really how to customize things as well. Photoshop gives you a lot of opportunity for personalizing the screen. So we're going to start off with this Italy collage.psd file. And you're going to see that my workspace, meaning all my panels and everything, have a certain look to them. So you'll see here, I have some tools over here, I have some panels over here, some panels over here, and most of us, it will start off looking like that. So this is what's called the Essentials workspace. So for our purposes, so we're all on the same page, and also so you can learn about how you can even personalize the screen yourself, let's go ahead and see what we can do. All right, now many of you, since you could have been also working with Photoshop already, your workspace may look a little bit different than mine. So let's get it so we're all looking at the same thing. So if we look way over here in the upper right, you're going to see where my little glowing ball is right there. You're going to see that I click on this little drop down, and I have a number of these preset workspaces. So if you're working with painting and photography and things like that, it might change. So for example, if I change this to photography, all my panels will change. I'll do something completely different. I'll go over here to graphic and web, and you'll notice how these are essentially just like preset kind of templates. What we're going to do for right now is we're going to say Essentials. All right, so now you're going to see that this is essentially what Photoshop considers essential. Okay, so what we're going to do from here is we're going to start to customize this to make it so it's going to be maybe a little bit better for us. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come way over here. You're going to see I'm going to kind of draw a little arrow over there, and I'm going to click on this little double arrow right there. So I can make this little tools panel be in 2 columns. Okay, you'll thank me for that later on, but this is going to make it a lot easier for us to work with all of our tools. We have to crane our neck, and you can see things are kind of grouped together as well. So that's going to be the first thing we're going to do. All right, then what we're going to do is we're going to come over to this side, and we're going to start to either take away, add, or even move around some of these panels. Okay, so the first thing that I like to work with is my layers panel. Very important. So it's important that we see that I have that layers panel there. That's great. But maybe I decide, you know what, the ones next to them I don't want. like the channels, not going to be working with that. Paths, maybe at some point in the future, but for right now, I don't want it. So very simply, if you want to get rid of a panel, you can just right click on it and just simply say close. You'll also notice that when I right click, I get a lot of other options here, like to close the entire group if I want to. I can minimize it, which we're going to do in a little bit, and a few other options here that you can play around with. Let's just go ahead and just choose close. I'll do the same thing for path, and I'm going to go ahead and close that out as well. Now let's go over here to the top. Properties, yes, I want that, but you know what? I wouldn't mind actually grouping properties together with layers. So let's see what we can do for customizing that. So very simply, I'm going to click and drag that, and you'll notice that when I drag it, it kind of touches down to a sweet spot. I get this nice little blue halo. I come over here, another little blue halo. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and drop that down. So now these are all grouped together. Right, wonderful. So then they're basically just like little tabs that I can kind of toggle back and forth between each other. Now these other ones I'm not going to use as well, so I'm going to right click, close, adjustments, maybe in the future, sure, but I'm going to go ahead and click on close, and now you'll notice how all the panels then readjust themselves. Okay, so now you'll see that I actually have quite a bit under properties and quite a bit under layers, so I'm actually getting a lot more room there. All right, now each of these is also customizable to expand this out if I want to. So I can make this a little bit wider in case maybe some of your layer names are a little bit longer. You might want to see them, things like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at my colors and my swatches and my gradients. Do I need these? Possibly, but for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and right click and say close tab group. Great. So now you can see I've got a nice sort of like clean set of panels for me to work with. Now, what we see here is by no means exhaustive as far as what panels are available to us. So where do I find all of my panels when I want to add on more? Maybe I accidentally deleted some of those. Like I decided, you know what? It would be great to have my colors back, right? Wouldn't that be really nice in my swatches? Where do they go? Well, you'll see here that there's this little window menu right up there. Okay, you can see there that is. And when I click on that, I like to think about this as sort of like the factory where all of my panels live. So you can see in alphabetical order, thank you Adobe, making it easy to find. I can see, okay, great, there is color. So I click on that, and that takes me right back to here, and it also brings it all back with their grouping, right, with the whole tab group. I'll click on window again, and you'll see there's a whole bunch of other ones here, like the navigator, right? When I choose that, notice how that appeared, but it now appears over here in this new column that we have not talked about yet. Okay, so that's really nice to know that I could then customize my panel placement to put them in other places. So we'll go and explore that in just a minute. Okay, so maybe you're going to be working with some character stuff. I click on that, and you can see, oh, look at that. This is where I can find all of my fonts and my font sizes, etc. And this does, in fact, come with a grouping of paragraph and character all at the same time. So you pretty much get kind of a 2-for-1 deal. Not too bad. Okay. Now let's go a step further with how we might want to customize things. So let's say I'm working with my layers panel all the time, and I'd really like to have this kind of floating. You can very, very easily do that. So I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag that out, and you'll see here how now this is floating, and I can pretty much put it wherever I want. I can even resize it. Notice where I am on the bottom of this, and I can go ahead and just drag that out. And like, oh, great, now I can see all my layers. Maybe even want to make it a little bit wider. So you can do all that stuff here as well. Now, earlier we talked about the ability to minimize. Okay, so earlier I showed you if you right-click, here's minimize. I want you to also notice that if I double-click on there, double-clicking on the layer name, or excuse me, on the panel name, you'll see here that does the same thing. Collapse and expand, just like that, just by simply double-clicking on it. Okay, so a lot of great customization options for you. Now, one thing I want to show you that's going to be a little bit kind of tricky, but it just takes a little bit of finessing, is let's say, for example, I wanted to work with, let's just say, I'll just bring up this guy right here, right? I'll just bring both of these out, right, just like that. But I prefer to not necessarily have them here, but I want them down here in their own little section down below, all right? earlier I talked about the blue halo, if you remember that. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and just drag this over here. You'll see there's a little blue halo here, okay, blue halo here. But watch what happens now, and watch very closely when I come way to the bottom. I get my little blue halo, and that creates a whole new sort of block for me to work with these separately, right? So now this is a block for character and paragraph, for properties, and all these guys up here as well. Okay, but you got to go way down to the bottom, wait for that blue halo, and then you've created a group. Okay, so what's next for us? Well, I love this, and I want to always sort of come back to this whole panel setup whenever the time comes, because there's many times when you go crazy, you're adding things, you're moving things around, you delete things by accident, and I want to come back to this kind of like happy place for myself. Okay, so I want to save this workspace as my own personalized workspace. Now, many times you might have more than one workspace because you're working on different types of projects that are going to sort of be determining what different panels you might need at a different time. So it might be very text heavy for one project, might be graphics heavy for another thing, maybe you're working with 3D another time. So you might want to have several different workspaces you can come back to. All right, so what can we do now? And I'm going to go over to here to my little drop down in the upper right. And what I'm going to say this time is new workspace. And essentially this is going to allow me to then name this and personalize this workspace. Okay, so I'm going to call this Dave's Faves, just like that. Okay, and notice they're asking me, okay, well, what do you want to capture? If you created any keyboard shortcuts, which we'll talk about in a future lesson, in our advanced lesson, but you can customize your keyboard shortcuts for your menus and also for your toolbars. Essentially, it's going to capture those. So now, when I click on Save, I want you to notice now when I click on the drop-down, it is now Dave's Faves and not Essentials anymore. Okay. Now, when is this going to play out for us? How is this going to help us at some point in the future? Well, let's just kind of go crazy with things, right? So I'm going to move properties over here. I'm going to click on this X to close out of my layers. It's gone. I'm going to move this over to here. Let's go ahead and just move that. Okay. And then, okay, things are a little crazy right now. Okay. And I want to come back to my happy place. So very, very simply, all I have to do is come back over to here and then just say reset Dave's Faves. And then, bam, there I am to exactly the place I was before as far as my panel placement and what panels are available. Nothing more, nothing less. So what you want to do initially is just, find the ones that you want and then build something out from there. Okay? But now let's say I want to add something else on, because many times you're going to start off one way and you're going to want other things on there, other panels that you're going to want to make as part of your workspace. So let's just say, okay, I'm going to go here to Window. All right, and I'm going to bring up adjustments, something we're going to work on quite a bit. And I like that there. And I'm going to move that. Maybe I'm going to couch that in over here with my layers. Okay, that's great. And then maybe you want to do some other things. Let's go to Window. And let's just bring up our styles. I go styles, okay, and great. That's there, and I have that there for the future. Fantastic. So what's happened now is I have a new workspace that I want to preserve, essentially. So all you do is go right back to where you started from, and we're going to say new workspace. Okay, and also notice while we're here, we have the opportunity to delete it entirely if we wanted to. But I'm going to say new workspace, which is a little bit counterintuitive because we're not doing a new workspace. Okay, so really what we have to do is just type out the same exact thing that you did the first time, and essentially it's going to override it. It's going to say, hey, it already exists. Do you want to replace it? I'm going to say yes, and then it becomes the same thing. So there's no like save as or anything like that. You're not overriding it sort of in a more direct way. You have to type out the same exact name, and then it overrides it. Okay? Fantastic. Now, a few other things I want to talk about real quick before we close out is some of these elements on the left-hand side where we have all of our tools, and one in particular is going to be the one that you're going to be using probably more than anything. Now, if you want to just see what everything does, you can just move your mouse over everything here. And you see this is the Move tool. You see this is the Marquee, right? You'll also notice that all of these, right, that have like a little triangle there, if you right click on there, it just shows you that you have other things happening there, right? There's other options, right? Other kind of subtools there, all right? But the first thing I want to talk about, and this is very, very important, And I'm going to talk about this later when we get into more of our transform tools. But I want to make sure that this is set up for you. Is for our move tool, you want to make sure that you have both of these selected here. The auto select, okay, and you can make it either layer or group. Either one should be fine. But if you're working with groups primarily, which we'll talk about later when we get into layer management, you're going to want to maybe say group. But I'm going to keep it at layer for right now. And then also transform, right? Show your transform controls, okay? So what that's going to allow us to do is when I select something, I see these transform controls, and it will also auto select it on the layer. We're going to talk more about that later on. But the reason why I'm showing you here and now is because you want to make this as part of your workspace settings. Okay, because when you click on that little drop down and you say new workspace, right now you're going to override what you've already done with these new settings for your menus and your toolbar, okay, to make sure that that is also part of your workspace. So we'll see you in the next lesson, everybody. Let's continue our lesson talking about some basic fundamentals of moving, transforming, rotating, and resizing some of the objects on our canvas. So you're going to see here that I have this pre-built file that we worked with in the last lesson, our Italy collage. Now, I just want to first give you a little bit of layer management overview, first of all, and then we're also going to do some sort of house cleaning as far as bringing up our rulers. We want to bring up some guides and things like that to really kind of help us out here. So the first thing I just want you to notice here, I have this layers panel, right? And that's one of the magic parts of Photoshop is the fact that everything is in layers, which gives us really the ability to have sort of independence and isolation around each of our objects. So you can see here, this is my Italian flag. You can see that's there, right? You'll also notice how when I click on this, these are all individually selected. Right? And you can see I've even named all these layers. We're going to do a whole lesson on layer management. But I want to show you first of all is the ability to then either make it disappear, meaning I don't want to see the flag now, or even lock it right here. You see there's a little lock icon in case you don't want to click on it, but you don't want it to disappear. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this now disappear for right now, as well as my whole text and box grouping. And again, we're going to talk about that in just a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead and make it so it's just my images there. So we then have the ability to then move these around, resize them, even delete them if we want to very easily. One thing I want you to notice also is that the tool that we are currently using is this move tool. Okay, you'll notice that when I move my mouse over, it gives me a quick little tutorial. Also tells me the keyboard shortcut of V, and we'll talk about keyboard shortcuts all throughout this class, but it's a very good one to memorize right up front. Okay, the other thing I want you to do is, in order to customize things to make your entire screen kind of have more utility, is we're going to bring up the ruler. Okay, so if you go over here to the View menu and you come down here to Rulers, notice I have a keyboard shortcut of Control or Command if you're on a Mac, R for ruler. So if I use the keyboard shortcut, you can see I can turn it on and off as well. Now this is going to be really helpful for a number of different reasons. It's going to tell us, hey, how big is our document? What unit of measure are we working with? So if I right click on this, you can see I'm using pixels. If you wanted to transform it very easily to inches, you can just right click and just choose inches. And now notice I know that this document is 12 by 7. Okay, it's great. So I can see that very, very easily. I'm going to switch that back to pixels, and we'll talk about when you use one versus the other. But for right now, let's keep it at pixels. The other thing I want you to notice here is if I go back up to View, and I come down here to the Show menu, there's a lot of things you might want to show. All right, and I'm going to bring up this Guides right here. You'll notice how I'm very kind of perfectionist about this because I wanted to make sure that everything kind of falls into place in this nice even grid. So I brought up these guides. So that is going to be a very important workflow for you, is to know how to work with guides so you can have that kind of precision in terms of your alignment and your layout. So bring out guides is very, very easy. So if you just simply drag from the ruler, just notice I can then bring out a new guide. You can also move it around wherever you want to as well. And you can also just select it and then hit the delete key and that goes away. Okay, and you can have guides coming from this side as well if you want to. So if you know, for example, that like your type is going to be like right around a certain place. It's going to start here and it's going to end here. You can then just use these as guides, right? So basically you're surveying the landscape and you basically want to say, hey, this is where these things are going to go, and it's going to snap right into place. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just select that, hit delete, select that, and then hit delete. Okay. Now, if you don't want to show anymore, you can go ahead and go to View and go to Show, and then you can just say remove the guides, or you can just do Control or Command plus the semicolon. Now, of course, there's lots of other ways to do these things. When we go over here to our Properties panel, you're going to see there's lots of other things that we can do as well, like your rulers and guides, and you can go ahead and just turn off your ruler just like that if you want to, right? And then your guides the same way. And also you can change your unit of measure from Properties as well. Properties is going to be one of the places we're going to come back to over and over and over again. Okay, so just getting some of that good house cleaning stuff out of the way. Let's go to the main event where we're going to talk very simply about how we can resize, move, and transform, right? And it's very, very straightforward. So in the last lesson, we talked about when you have the Move tool selected that we make sure that we have this auto select chosen for our layer and also the show transform controls. If you don't have that selected and you click on it, you don't really know what's being selected necessarily. You can certainly look at the layers panel, but if you don't have auto select selected, notice how the layers panel now does not change. So this is really, really important that you have this selected, right, for both of these. And now I have the option to then resize very, very easily. Okay, so now notice I get this little bounding box that's going to allow me to then resize this. So if I want to really have this kind of just jump out really nice and big, I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag from the corner, and then I can go ahead and just have that really fill in the frame very nicely. And I can also click and drag maybe some of the information that I'm missing on the right hand side, and now that's being flushed over there. Okay, now it's really nice because I'm working with layers, so notice how this kind of gets tucked underneath the layer that's over here on the left hand side. And that should not be a coincidence because it's on the bottom layer. And we're going to talk all about layer management in future lessons, but just a little hint for you. Now, when you transform something, meaning when you resize an object on the screen, I want you to notice that there is this little option that appears right there, right? Check mark and also a circle slash. Essentially, they're asking you, hey, do you want to commit to this change? Are you cool with that? Because if I don't choose that, then guess what? I'm kind of stuck in limbo. Like there's like a lot of things that I can't do. Everything kind of gets grayed out. You see that? It's waiting for me to then commit to what I just did. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Also notice I could also hit the Enter key, which is my preferred choice. And let's go ahead and do that again. I'm going to move this over here. And let's go ahead and go over to here to our sweet dessert. And I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag. And then move that into place. Oh, and then you notice, there's a problem there. And also notice how it snaps right into place for me because I'm working with those guides. Okay, very good. And then I'm going to hit Enter on my keyboard, and you'll see, beautiful, that goes in there. Now, one thing I also want you to note is that for some of us, depending on what you have set up on your computer, is when you click and drag on the corner, it may or may not constrain the proportions, okay? With the new versions of Photoshop, it should constrain your proportions, meaning that the height and the width also transform at the same time, all right? If you don't have it, it's going to kind of come out all warped like this, okay? So just keep that in mind. So if it's not doing it perfectly, then you need to hold down the Shift key, okay? So holding down the Shift key will constrain the proportions. Constrain proportions. I'm just going to say proportions. How about that? P's. Okay, good. All right, so holding down the Shift key will allow you to do that if it's not doing it for you. Okay, I do want you to notice that with this selected, I also have this guy right there that's making sure that in fact the proportions are constrained, meaning that they are linked together for me. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and I am good to go. Now, let's talk about some other things that you might want to do as far as making sure that you have some transformation options. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to bring back, let's just say, my text. So I'm going to go over to here, and that's going to come right back up again. And let's say I want to, I don't know, rotate this. Okay, so I'm going to go over here to this rectangle. I see that there. And you'll notice that when I come to the edge, right, notice I'm in the outside corner right there, and I'm getting this little kind of like button hook right there. See where I am right there? Okay, if I click and drag right there, I'm able to do a little rotation. And then if I wanted to, I can then maybe make this grow and then do that. And then you know what? I'm going to do the same thing with my type. And I'm just going to go ahead and rotate that. And there you are. Okay, and you'll see when I'm done, I will go ahead and accept that. And there you go. And then notice how that's a very different look, but very easily achieved. Okay, so really, really neat stuff. Very, very easy to do. Okay, now in a future lesson, we're going to talk about the transformation options that are going to go a little bit more advanced. It's going to allow us to warp things and do all kinds of other things. Okay, but this is going to be just a good foundation just for being able to move things, being able to resize them, select them, rotate them, everything. But this is incredibly valuable, but let's just get it out of the way. Okay, and of course, as I said earlier, you'll definitely want to make sure that you have all of these settings already preset for yourself, because that'll just make you have an easier time with all of this. And Photoshop can communicate with you, Photoshop can respond to you a lot more fluidly. Okay, thanks everybody, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to create this document. We're going to learn how we can create a document from scratch, all the different properties around it, how we can bring in or place images, and we're going to work off of this as a project slowly and steadily in the next few lessons. Okay, but the first thing we need to know is how do we even create something in Photoshop? All right, what are the different elements and the different steps we need to do? Now, if you're just starting off Photoshop and you have not actually worked with anything yet, you're going to see it's going to look something like this, right? Where it's going to be like right in your sort of like home welcome screen. And it's going to ask you, well, what would you like to do? Maybe you have some recent files you've been working with here, right? Or you maybe want to create a new file from here. Now, if you're already working in something, you can just go here to File and then New or Command or Control N on your keyboard, right? So really up to you. So let's just go ahead and go back to here, because many of us, we're just starting right from here. And if you click on this new file, it's going to take you to the same dialog box, regardless of whether you're starting from here or from within a currently open document. So when I click on New, you're going to see here, it gives me a whole bunch of options. All right, so if we start from the top, you'll notice how we have these kind of like templated types of things here, right? So here are like some things that I may have saved in terms of my presets. We'll come back to this. Or you'll also see here we have these preset photo options in terms of 7x5, 3x2, things like that. And you'll also notice how the unit of measure is in inches. Okay, well, what if I click on, let's just say print? That is also in inches. Well, what about web? Well, let's take a look at that. That is going to be set in pixels. Okay, so when you're printing, typically it's thought about in terms of inches. But if you're on the web and you're making something for your website, your designer might be thinking in pixels. So it's very important we understand what is our ultimate output need, what are the parameters within our statement of work that we need to know, okay, do I make this in pixels or do I make it in inches? And those are going to be typically the ones that you work with the most. Okay, but let's just go ahead and we go over here to print. You'll also notice that there's some really nice templates that you can just start off with if you like as well. So here's also for art and illustration, lots of things you can work with. All right, so really nice that Adobe gives you a bunch of free things right off the bat. All right, now I'm just going to go back over here to print, and I know for a fact what my size is going to be. It's going to be 12x7 in terms of inches. So what I'm going to do is go over to here on the right hand side, and I'm just going to tell it. Okay, so my width is going to be 12, and then notice here is inches or pixels or any of these other ones that you might be working with. And I'm going to change this to 7. Okay, now you'll notice here also that I can rotate the orientation as well and make it 7x12 if I want to as well. So just notice that it's going to go from landscape to portrait and vice versa if you like to. Okay, now you also have the ability to adjust the resolution of your document. Okay, so if you know it's going to be print and you want it to be as high resolution as possible, then 300 is a good place to start. If it's going to be for the web, typically it's going to be 72 pixels per inch or PPI, or you might even hear DPI. Okay, but we're going to keep it at this. Your color mode, you can do RGB, or typically it's going to be CMYK or RGB. CMYK is typically better if you are printing, whereas RGB, color profile or color mode, is going to typically be for when you are doing something for the web. Okay, so really up to you. You want to talk to, whoever your designer is. You want to talk about, what your output is going to be. Really, really up to you. But it's important to know these things because when we are creating colors, we may be a little bit surprised to find out that it's not what we expected it to be because you're using a different color mode than the ultimate medium, right? Color for printing or color for the web, right? Really up to you. I'm going to keep mine at CMYK. Okay, what do I want my background to be? Just notice here, it could just be my default white, black. It could be a transparent if I want to. Totally up to you. I'm going to keep it at white just so we can see what that looks like when we're done. Okay, that's good enough for now, all right? But let's say I really love this. I've worked really hard on this, and I know that I want to use this again and again. I can save this as a preset. So I can use it over and over again, and then it's going to end up here inside of saved right there. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and I'm just going to call this 12 by 7. Just call this poster. Okay, whatever. All right, save preset. Okay, and now notice it automatically takes me here, and there it is, exactly what I named it. And I can always come back to this whenever I want to create a document that has these parameters. Okay, fantastic. I'm good to go. Click on Create, and here I am. And you'll notice here is my layers panel. There is only one layer, and it's just my blank white background layer, because that's what I specified. And I'm going to just kind of get some things set up, first of all. Like I said, the housekeeping. So I'm going to make it so I have my guides up, ready to go. So then when I drag these in, I can place them however I want them to. It's at least structured and aligned the way that I want to. All right, so the first thing you're going to want to do is make sure that your ruler is up, right? So notice, no, it's not there. Or you go to View and go to Ruler. Fantastic. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just bring out my guide, and I'm going to just kind of snap it so it just goes right there in the center. See that? So I know that I'm in the center because Photoshop is helping with that. So I click and drag on this and then wait for it to go in the center. See that? It's like, oh, I don't even have to guess or eyeball. It just kind of snaps right into place. And that's exactly how I want it to be. Fantastic. I'm good to go. That's great. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to build out something similar to this, where I have these 4 images, just like that. How can I just place these in beautifully and perfectly and fluidly and effortlessly? So what we're going to talk about next is something called placing images. Okay, placing is essentially the same thing as importing our images. Okay, we're bringing them in from our computer, so we can therefore use them. All right, so how do we place? Very simply, we're going over here to File, and you're going to see that about halfway down is Place Embedded or Place Linked. What's the difference between those two? Placing linked implies that there might be some changes to the document, to the image that you're bringing in, and you want it to be linked up so any changes that, let's just say, a designer makes external to this file, it's going to be synchronized with what you have inside of this document. So you don't really know too much about it. Someone's making it black and white, they're changing the color and all that good stuff, and you've done your work, you brought it in. Because it's linked, and then that designer does their thing to it, it's going to automatically appear here with that synchronization intact. So really, really cool. Good to know. We're going to just do Place Embedded, which is going to make it just sort of a static location into this document only, and it's not linked up or synchronized anywhere else. So go over here to Place Embedded, and what we're going to do is I'm going to go to my Italy folder, and I'll just bring in this image right here, and I simply just double click, and then it comes right in. All right, now you'll notice that I get this little X on there because it's been placed. Okay, that's what it tells me right then and there, because okay, I placed that in from the outside. And you'll also notice that I have this guy here. Even without me transforming it, it's going to show up. But I'm not ready to commit to this yet because I do want to bring it in to the placement that I want. So I'm just going to go ahead and just drag that in there, Maybe I'm going to resize it accordingly. Just kind of have it kind of just fall into place, and just notice how it snaps right in there because of what I have set up, and that's a good start. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the check mark or hit the enter key, and I'm good to go. All right, and if you remember, if I don't want to see these guides for right now, the other way I showed you is you can always go to the Properties panel and you can just turn them off again if you want to. And of course, there was the keyboard shortcut I showed you as well. But I'm going to keep that up for right now. And I want you to notice that I now have a new layer that did not exist before. All right, and what I'm going to do, just for good practice, is I'm going to rename this. Okay, so right now it's giving me just the generic name of what came from the camera. So very simply, I'm going to double click on this, and then I'm just going to type. I'm just going to say Positano 1. Great, and I hit enter, and I'm good to go. So let's go ahead and do the next couple, or next few. So place embedded. All right, and let's find another guy there. Let's bring in this one. All right, and you see what it does. And I can kind of lock that into place. I can resize it. And now what I'm going to do this time is, you know what, I'm not seeing the outside of this here. So I'm going to show you a nice little set of keyboard shortcuts to be able to zoom in and zoom out. And all throughout this class, I will be sort of dropping these little Easter eggs of keyboard shortcuts and different kind of like workflow choices. But what I'm going to do now is on my keyboard, I'm going to do Control minus once. And if you're on a Mac, it's going to be Command and then the minus sign on your keyboard. Now I'm able to see that really nicely. And then I can just go ahead and just drag that in. Okay. And then I hit enter and I'm good to go. Now, if I wanted to zoom back to where it was, you can hit the Control plus if you want to. But there's also a really neat one, Control or Command 0. And what that does, it's a perfect fit. It's not 100%. 100% would actually make it so it would be literally the 12 inches by 7. But this actually is like the best fit for your screen. And that's Command or Control 0. Think about that again as like ground 0. But you can, of course, toggle any way you want. There's other ways to do it with the mouse as well. It'd be the mouse and the keyboard combination. So I'm holding on the Alt or Option key if you're on the Mac and using my scroll wheel to just kind of zoom in and out like that. Okay, so it's the scroll wheel on my mouse. All right, so lots of choices there. Fantastic. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom out a little bit with the anticipation this is going to be too big once again. And I'm going to then rename this layer. Good habits there. Positano 2. Great. And now let's go ahead and just do these other ones. Now, let's bring in some delicious Italian food. Okay. All right. And just make that the size I want. Let's bring that off. And just one thing to note is that if something is off the canvas edge like that, it will not print. So if I wanted to make this just kind of a little bit off, just so I can just kind of get a nice sort of flush edge to this, then you're going to see this will not print, which is really nice, okay? But it is going to come right to the edge, which I really do appreciate, okay? It's going to come right off to the edge, so there's going to be zero bleed on that, which is really nice, okay? So very good. That fits in perfectly, and we'll do the last one. So I'm going to go to Place Embedded, bring this guy in there, all right, and then let's just resize. And then have that just lock right in there. Maybe you're going to do this. You know, so sometimes it's a little bit of kind of finessing till you get exactly what you want. Now, one thing to note too is that you can use your arrow keys on your keyboard to move around your objects. Because right now I'm just kind of doing this, right? I can do that. Okay, which is nice, right? But you also may want to just kind of move it gradually, right? So let's just say this is over here on the left-hand side, and I just want to kind of just bump it a little bit because it's a lot easier to do. I'm going to use my arrow keys on my keyboard to do that, right? It's known as nudging. You can see I can very easily do that. If you add on the Shift key, okay, so Shift plus the arrow, okay, plus, and I'll kind of do my best to draw out an arrow for you there, or the other way around. Okay, you can see that'll allow you to move a lot faster and farther. Okay, so instead of 1 pixel at a time, it does it 10 pixels. So watch this, holding down the Shift key goes a lot faster and farther as opposed to just one little nudge at a time. Okay, so good thing to know about. All right, good. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and I'm going to remove all my lovely guides so I can see what that's going to look like. And you'll notice here, all right, you know what? Not perfect. Okay, so you can see now I can just nudge that over because I zoomed in. That really helped out. Okay, and then maybe this needs to get over a little bit too. And let's have that. Okay, and this will definitely be good. Zooming in is really important, and then also, if you need to, bring back your guides, especially when you're zoomed in. Zooming in is completely an important tool to understand within Photoshop, and we're going to be zooming in constantly. So if that's relatively kind of new for you, zooming in, really get that practice, because I don't want to just put that aside as just sort of a footnote. It's really important to be able to zoom in for when you're working with these things to achieve that level of perfection. Okay, excellent. So let's go ahead and rename this one. Okay, so this will be Creamy Pastel. Okay, and this will be Coffee Pastel. Okay, excellent. So let's go ahead and I'm going to pause the video for right now because we can see how we can create new documents, we can see how we can place them, and then we can use some of these structuring parameters to achieve that level of control over our layout. Okay, and then soon as we continue to grow in this project, we're going to learn how we can bring in some shapes and some text and do some layer management and grouping and all that good stuff. Okay, so pause, practice along with the files provided, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this short lesson, we're going to finish off this project by just dragging in a shape and then also inserting some text. We're going to have more lessons on those in the future, but I just want you to see what the basics are and how easy it is just to get those fundamentals out of the way. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to draw out a shape, because remember earlier I had kind of like a little banner for these. You can see how I have these right there. How can we create that look? All right, so what we're going to do is first of all just bring in a shape. So you'll notice I have all my tools here. So far we've only been working with our move tool. What we're going to do next is we're going to go over to here to this little rectangle tool, and if you right click on that, you have all kinds of different shapes we can work with. So I'm going to choose the rectangle tool, and you'll notice that again it gives me a nice little tutorial, right? It gives me a little keyboard shortcut, everything like that. And then up on top it tells me what's going to happen when I draw that out. What is going to be the fill color? Is there going to be a stroke or an outline? And what's going to be the width of that outline? Okay, so I don't know yet, so don't worry about it right now, but I'm just going to keep it at white, and then I'm going to say I don't want to have a stroke, so I'm going to click on this little drop down and then just bring that down to 0. Okay, so it's fine. So now I'm ready to just simply draw out, and then notice where I'm starting. I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag off the edge of the canvas, and you'll see now I have a white box. Okay, really simple, nothing more than that, really easy to do. And you'll see here I now have a rectangle layer. So I'm just going to go ahead and just double click on that. I'm going to call that text frame. Now it does not allow you to bring text into it. It's just framing, it's just a shape, nothing more than that. So what I'm going to do next is very simply just draw out some text. So right above the rectangle is this T for text, and notice what the keyboard shortcut is. Really easy. Just if I tap the T key on my keyboard, I can just go right there. And notice earlier I went to the rectangle, I just tap on the U key. Earlier we learned about the V. Notice how that changes. So if I go T, V, U, I can toggle between these. So definitely get used to that. All right, so I'm going to go back to the T. You'll notice now because I'm now working with type, I now have this new set of options here for all my type. Okay, so really cool. You'll also notice that my character panel is activated as well. Okay, so all these things have to do with type because this is all a context menu. So very good. So I'm just going to keep it at this size. It's 200, but just notice I can change the size very easily. We're going to do a whole thing on text in a little bit, but just know here's all your different font options as well. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just start typing. Okay, I'll just do Italy this time. All right, and then notice, can't see it. Why? Because it's white on white. So very easy fix, notice here in that same little latitude up there, I have the ability to then change that to a different color. So now I can see it, and then very easily I can change this to a completely different font if I want to as well. Okay, very good. And of course I can resize that if I want to. I could just change that, let's say, to 10. And then notice how that grows, just like that. One little tip while we're here, you can see here I have this like double T right there. Watch what happens when I move my mouse over it. I get this little finger with 2 arrows going left, going right. This is a nice little trick that's going to serve you well in a lot of different capacities in Photoshop. So watch this. I click and drag, and notice I can resize just point by point very quickly and easily. Okay, and then notice how I get it in real time. I click on the check mark. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to my move tool, and then I can just nudge this down so it just kind of fits in there perfectly. Okay, so very cool. Now later on we're going to talk a little bit more about layer management and such, so you're going to learn about how we can group all these things. We're going to learn about how we can work with opacity so we can make this a little more see-through, but I at least want to get this stuff out of the way. And I want to set us up for the next lesson where we're going to talk about some of our document types of parameters in terms of the image size and cropping and doing all kinds of good stuff, because that's going to be important as well, because you might want to change the image size and the canvas size. Okay, so practice just the basics of drawing out shapes and working with text, and of course, you know, renaming and moving things around, getting all that stuff down as well. Okay, we'll see you in the next lesson. So many times when you're working on a document, you're going to see that changes happen, where you might have your client come in and say, you know what, we're no longer going to do this 12 by 7 document. We want to change the size of it. Or it's too high in resolution. We need to change that. So what we're going to learn is how we can change some of those settings very quickly and easily by simply going over here to Image. And you're going to see here, I'm going to come over here to my image size. All right, now let me just go ahead and bring this down a little bit so we can really see the whole thing. Okay, now what this is going to allow us to do is to see the size of everything we worked with. Okay, so let's change that back to inches. We can see there that is. Okay, great, no big deal. But what if our client says, listen, you know what, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to change the size entirely. We can very easily make the changes from here. So I'm going to go ahead and just say 10. And you'll notice that it automatically changes the height at the same time as me changing the width because of this guy right there. Okay, because it is now linked, right? These are synchronized with each other, which really makes it very easy. So I tell my client, well, if we want to print out on that same kind of dimension, we have to say 10 by 5.833, and they will know that. Okay, that's great. You'll also notice that size is going to be very important here. You see here, it went from 28, whatever that was, 28.8 to 20. So let's go ahead and bring that down even more. So let's make that 8, and notice how that comes down. All right, because if that is your kind of problem, so to speak, then you know what? Now we can make it smaller because maybe we can email it. It's not dragging our website down or whatever it is. Okay. The other thing you might want to do is change the resolution. So if you're going from a print medium to a digital medium, you might want to bring down the resolution. So earlier I talked about going from 300 to 72, and you'll see here it's now going to shrink it down significantly. Now we're into the kilobytes territory. Okay, and you'll see how that shrinks it down. And we'll want to see, okay, does this really kind of pixelate things here? So of course, if you are working with like high resolution images, it really shouldn't be too much of an issue. But if you are working with low resolution images and you try to go to 300, it's going to look pixelated. Bringing it down like this probably won't be too much of an issue for you. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and just zoom in a little bit now. You can see that's much better. Okay, the other thing you might run into is if you are working with something that you need to sort of like upsample, you might want to actually get the quality better. You can have Photoshop kind of use its algorithm to kind of fill in the gaps of color for you by doing something called resampling. Okay, so resample right there. Now, if you click on the drop down, you'll notice there's a lot of different options to work with. This is the most recent algorithm that they put forth of this Preserve Detail 2.0. All right, this used to be preserve detail enlargement, and that was great, but this has actually gotten better at it. So again, if you are needing to make an image that's kind of low resolution a little bit better, you can actually use this tool and see what that does, okay? And you can see, you know, is it going to do something or not? It's really up to you. And if it's not doing what you want to do, you can play around with this, reducing noise, so then it doesn't get too pixelated if it is coming across as pixelated, right? So totally up to you, really important, because this is going to come up quite a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. And it's doing its thing. All right, I'm going to do Control-0. Look at that. See, it comes right up. And some of you may notice that the image looks a little bit pixelated here, right? All these do, because I brought it down to 72. So just understand that it's a smaller file, which could be really good, but there is a little bit of a compromise, a little bit of a sacrifice, you know, to understand that, okay? And you'll also notice in my Properties panel, it tells me all the things that I just changed. Okay, there it is, right? There's my 72 ppi, and then my canvas size, etc. If I wanted to change that, I could change that here as well. So the Properties panel will be coming back to this over and over and over again. Really one of the better things to come out of Photoshop in a very long time. This didn't always exist, so always keep an eye on that Properties panel for a lot of things you can do very quickly and easily. All right, now let me go ahead and zoom out a little bit. And let's do one other thing. We go over here to Image, and then we go to Canvas Size. Okay, notice this is very similar to what we did, but what you might want to do is, let's say you want to increase the size of the canvas while maintaining all of your objects and elements in the same place, so to speak, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so the width is going to be a little wider, okay, but it's not going to change the image, if you know what I mean. So let me go ahead and just move my mouse right on top of that width. Remember earlier how I showed you that nice little trick with the text? If I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag on that, I'll bring that over to like whatever, just like that. I click OK, and I just want you to note that now I have a little bit more room to kind of play with here, right? So that kind of spreads it out a little bit. So now I can see, oh, okay, great. Now I have the opportunity to then see everything there, you know, a little bit better. Some of you may even start to see kind of little white spots there if your images are not big enough. In this case, because our images were bigger than the canvas itself, it just showed what was out there on the outside. Okay, so this gives you a lot of flexibility for changing your canvas size very easily as well, while not necessarily manipulating the images. It's just the canvas size itself. Okay, so hang on to that in a little bit. What we're going to do is we're going to learn about cropping. All right, so practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson, everybody. And as promised, we are going to continue our lessons talking about cropping. So cropping, very simple. Sometimes there's information in an image you just don't want to see. Maybe you just don't want some of the stuff on the outside. You want the plate of food to be the focus point. Okay, so how do we crop? Very, very simple. We're going to go over to here to our crop tool. You'll notice that as soon as I do that, I get this nice little cropping bounding box. All right, now cropping is relatively simple, but I do want to show you some things that can be really helpful in terms of the parameters around cropping. And the first thing is going to be this guy right here, this delete cropped pixels option, which is chosen by default. So what does that mean? If I were to start cropping, notice here I have my little cropping bounding box. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And you'll see here, because I have delete crop pixels there, if I were to click on this little check mark, all that stuff is gone for good. Meaning I won't be able to get it back if I ever want to see it again. Right? And that to me is a little bit dangerous. So I don't like that. So I'm going to uncheck that. All right. So then if I were to crop it and I were to click on this little check mark, I'll be able to get that back next time I'm ready to crop. Okay. So now I can also get that back, no problem. Okay. If that was checked, then I wouldn't be able to get it back. Now, what are the pros of that? Well, the benefits would be, well, maybe you want to have a smaller file size, because when you're cropping and you delete some of that extra information, therefore your file size gets smaller because all that information is gone as well. Okay, so up to you, just good to know you can do that. All right, now you'll also notice that there is maybe one or two things you may want to change here. You know, so for example, this auto center preview, right? If you can see here, Notice how it kind of auto centers it right there. It kind of moves a little bit. Some people like that, some people don't. So you can just uncheck that, and you can see here it doesn't necessarily move. The image doesn't move. It's just a cropping box. And my preference is actually just to do this little cropping box just like that, right? So that's really my preference, of course. Just know you have options. It's really up to you. Okay? So I'm going to go and just bring this back to where it was, and notice they're coming right back, really nice. All right, and you can even crop outside of what we have inside of the canvas. Okay, now you'll also notice that there are some presets. Okay, so right now in this little drop down, I have this ratio, right, which is basically going to allow us to do very manual type of cropping, which a lot of us, that's what we're going to do. But many times we know what the ratio is going to be. Like if you're working with Instagram, something like that, where we know it has to be a square, or like just say you're having to put in an image of yourself, and that image of yourself on like LinkedIn or something has to be a particular size, right? You can see you can very easily do that. So when I choose this ratio of 1:1, notice how it automatically does that for me. And then I can then move my image within the crop as well, if I want to. See that? And just notice how it's a perfect square. And I could even click and drag to go out or this way or even in, and notice how it maintains that ratio. Okay, and I can move this around accordingly. All right, and then just notice here it says 1:1, 1:1 right there. Okay, or you can choose any other one that you want to work with as well. And you can also even do your own crop preset, do your own personalized one as well. Okay, and then when I'm done, I can simply click on that and I'm good to go. And I'm done. So it's as easy as that. Cropping, pretty straightforward. In another lesson, we're going to talk about perspective cropping, which is kind of buried inside of here. Okay, and that's a really neat tool as well. Okay, so practice that and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about layers a little more. So we've had a little bit of an introduction to layers already, where we looked at the document that we created earlier, where we had our text layer and we had all of our images, we renamed them and everything. Now we're going to go a little bit deeper into what we've already got, and then we're going to go a little deeper into this one, and then we're going to potentially look at some other documents as well, where we're going to create some things from scratch. All right, but let's just at least look at a document that's already complete so we can understand how the layers panel works. So you can see here I have the layers panel open right here. And then if we deconstruct what I have here on my layers panel, you'll see I have all my images right here. And you can see I have it inside of a folder or a group called photos. I have here this Italian flag layer. I have this rectangle, and I'm just going to rename that. Notice I can just double click on that, and I'll just call that text frame. Great, and I'm done with that. And then notice here I have my text actual, and then this is inside of the text in box grouping. So notice when I navigate through all of these, I can go ahead and collapse and expand that. All right. Now, earlier we talked about the ability to change the visibility of one of our objects. You can see here I click on this little eyeball and that will go away. Now, the thing to note about this is that not only is it going away at this time, but if I were to then export this as a JPEG, it would in fact export it without the image. So that's important to know, that making something invisible on the layers panel, also when you're finally doing your production, will keep it as you see it in the layer itself. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Good to know. And it's also a nice little trick. All right, and then in future lessons in my advanced class, we talk about something called layer comps, which is going to be very important to understand when you have something you want to see and when you don't want to see at different times. Okay, so just put a little pin in that for your future learning. Okay, so this is how we can work with our layers. Now, what is the point of layers? Number one, it keeps everything isolated and independent from each other. Okay, so if I wanted to choose this image separate from the other images, I can very easily do that. So if I wanted to move it around, resize it and everything like that, fantastic. Okay, but what it also does, as the name implies, is it has kind of a stacking order around things. Okay, so why and how is this Italian flag showing? As opposed to, well, why wouldn't it be buried? Who knows what's going on here? Well, look at the order of where it is. on the bottom, that's where my images are in terms of the stacking order, meaning what's in the front and what's behind it all. So if I were to drag this down below favelas, notice I no longer see the flag because it is below it. So when it's below it, it's behind it. So just think about that. I can go ahead and drag that back up, and very easily now, because I've changed the stacking order of it. Now, this Italian flag in and of itself is not see-through like this. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is opacity. Opacity just basically means how much you can see through something, the transparency of something. So I want you to notice that on my layers panel, I have quite a few options here, and one of them is opacity right there. And then notice this is at 70% opacity. Now I can very easily change that to be almost completely invisible, and I could also make it so it's completely opaque. See that? So that's what the flag looked like originally, right? So I can just do that, and I can kind of just, eyeball it. Now a nice little trick, by the way, is if I type out just the number 2, that takes me to 20%. Watch what happens when I type out the number 7, and it goes to 70%. See that's a nice little trick. I didn't have to use the mouse. I'm not clicking anywhere. It automatically does that. I say 9, that goes to 90, 1 goes to 10, and 0 goes to 100%. Okay, so try that out. I know it's a little bit weird. It feels a little disjointed, but in fact, you are controlling it just by tapping on a number, even without selecting anything. So that's pretty great how we can work with opacity on things. What else has some opacity settings on it? Well, let's take a look at this little text frame. Click on that. What's the opacity for this? It's 40%. Let's bring it up to 90, and you can see what it does there. Let's bring it down to 3. Let's go to 6. Okay, I like that. So I click away. Now I can see that there. Okay, so just important to understand all that. Now, one other aspect of working with your layers panel is locking your layers. Because let's just say, for example, I want to choose this image that's behind the band, and I keep accidentally clicking on the band, and I don't want to do that. When I say the band, I mean the text frame here. And I really try to get this image, and it won't let me do it. So if you lock your layer, you see that? I'm going to go ahead and click on that. Notice a little lock appears, and now I'm able to then just choose, right? Okay, you know what? Here's another one that's a problem. Oh, you know what? I should lock this too. So now I'm able to isolate this image without having the flag or the text frame in its way. Now, why were those getting in the way? Why? Because they're on the topmost layers above my creamy pastel image. So because they were in the front, they were sort of getting kind of priority in terms of me selecting. So I had to lock them. Sometimes you may decide to just make them invisible. You can do that too. That prevents you from clicking on them. Or you just click on lock and then you're good to go in terms of selecting something else. So good thing to understand. Now I can go and unlock it very easily just by clicking on the lock icon there. And then they become unlocked, right? So it's as easy as that. Really, really simple. Okay, now in future lessons, we are also going to talk about these guys right here. Do you see how we have like these different effects? So we're going to talk about those in a little bit. So I'm just going to put a pin in that. But what's important for us to understand is about grouping. So I'm going to sort of transition into this guy right here. So we can start getting some grouping down for all of our content. So notice I have 4 images and I have my text right here. And I also have this little box right around the text. So let's now group it. So if you look way down here in our layers panel, you're going to see that there's this little folder icon right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is simply select this first layer and then hold down my shift key and select the last one. So now they're all selected. So therefore, when I select this, they're now going to become a group. And if I open it up, you can see all 4 of them are in there. And then very simply, I'm just going to double click on that. I'm just going to say images. Great. And guess what I'm going to do next? I'm going to go ahead and click on this and then hold down my shift key and select that and click on my little group icon and then double click and I'll just call this text. Okay, and we'll see how does that compare to these guys here. You can see just like that, and you can see I also have the flag on there. So if you recall, what can I do? I need to place my flag in there. So how do I place? Let's go over here to File, and we're going to go to Place Embedded, And let's go to our Italy folder, and I'll bring that in. And I might need to make that a little bit bigger. So not a problem. Just get adjusted here. And because my canvas is a little bigger, it's going to make that just like that. Now, I have to hit return or click on the check mark to confirm that. But why can't I see through it? This one had see-through. Well, what did we learn earlier? We could either just type out a number to change the opacity, or we can come over to here and do it just like that, and then we're starting to see what we want to see. So I'm just going to tap on the number 7, maybe 8. Okay, it's okay, but something is a little bit off, isn't there? Because I can't really read the Italy, and the box is a little bit weird. What do you think is going on here? Oh, right. My flag is covering everything else up. So it's about the stacking order here. Well, what is going to be in the forefront of everything? It's the text and that text box. So very simply, I'm just going to drag this up on top, just like that, and there we go. And then if I need to isolate the rectangle a little bit more, I can select the rectangle, and then I'm going to make that a little bit wider. Let's just readjust us here. There we go. Okay, I can make that a little bit wider, and I can make this opacity come down a little bit as well. And see how the opacity is really nice because it gives you like a sense of depth to things. It almost kind of looks like, you know, window, if you will, right? It kind of creates the illusion of reality in a way because it does give you that type of depth and perspective within your entire image experience around things. So it's worthwhile to sometimes play around with it, especially when you have framing of some kind. It really does work with text and framing as well. Okay, now as we progress through our lessons, you are going to see we're going to work with a few of these other ones down here. You're going to see that we have this effects, we're going to work with masking, and we're going to work with adjustment layers. Now this one right here is just very simply to create a new layer. Okay, so sometimes you're going to create a new layer when it's not done for you automatically. When you bring in an image, it's done for you automatically. If you're creating text in there, it's done for you automatically. You don't have to worry about it. So that's pretty great. Next to that one is just the ability to delete a layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock this background layer, and I don't need that, right? It's not really serving any purpose, so I can easily just drag it in there or just simply click, and then I'm going to say yes, I don't need it, and nothing really changes. It was unnecessary. Okay, so really, really good stuff here. So layers, layers, layers is so important to understand, to master, and then really, really use them to your benefit in terms of controlling how the images come together, how you're organizing in terms of your grouping, how you're working with opacity, how you're locking, the visibility, everything. Really critical. So we'll be doing many, many lessons moving forward on this. But if you haven't been practicing along to create this, what we have here, please pause the video and go ahead and practice right now. Thanks. In this next set of lessons, we are going to be discussing the various types of selection tools available in Photoshop. Now, if we look in the upper left, you can see here, I have these 4 different selection tools. We have our basic selection of selecting the whole image. We have selecting parts of the image using the Marquee tool and the Lasso tools, and also the quick selection, and our magic wand tools, which we'll be looking at in future videos. Now, if we right click on the Marquee tool, you're going to see that we have a variety of different types of Marquee tools, and we're going to be focusing on the rectangular one and the elliptical one. Now, the first thing I'm going to do before I even get started is I'm going to unlock this layer so I can have a little more flexibility with what I can do with it. Now, when we use these tools, essentially we are just selecting part of the image so we can do things to it. So maybe it's as simple as deleting part of the image. It could be copying to be able to paste it someplace else. Maybe you're going to fill it in with color. You can do all kinds of different things with just some basic selection. So let's say, for example, I do not want to have this kind of top gray part of my image here. So I can just simply highlight it, and now that is active. So all I need to do is hit the delete key on my keyboard, and that is gone. And you can see now, judging from the checkerboard in the background, that is now transparent. So for whatever's going to be behind this image in another layer, that would show through, or there would be nothing there at all. Okay, now once you have something selected, it's a very good idea to deselect it. So a couple of ways you can do that. Number one is just a very simple right click, and you can see here is deselect. I can do that. I'm going to go and undo that by doing Control or Command Z. And there's another way that I like, which is the keyboard shortcut of Control or Command D for deselect. I use that one all the time. Good idea to always deselect whenever you're done selecting, because then Photoshop won't get confused and think you still want that to be an active part of your image to be able to do something to it. Okay, so I'm going to go and undo one more time, bring that all the way back, and then I'm going to go ahead and deselect. Now let's take a look at another way that we could be using the Marquee tool. So I'm going to draw out a perfect square by holding down the Shift key, because maybe I want to have this little bit of this image selected. And notice I can also move it around, and I really like that. And I want to have this on another document altogether. So basically I'm going to copy it and then paste it someplace else, keeping this one preserved. So very simply I can go to Edit and then Copy. And then I'm going to go to File and then New. And then I'm going to say Create. And now I have an empty canvas waiting for me to then paste that image in there. Okay, so now I have pretty much a close-up of this image. I didn't have to crop anything like that. And I now have this image while this original image is still preserved. Let's come back to the original image. I'm going to hit Control D, deselect it, and now let's go ahead and do the elliptical marquee tool. I'm going to hold down the Shift key to make a perfect circle. But this time I'm going to do something kind of fun. I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to say select the inverse. And now the outside is selected. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the delete key. And what's going to happen when I hit the delete key, it's going to delete everything but the middle of the image because I selected the inverse selection. Nice little trick there. So I hit the delete key and now I have this beautiful image right there, and I'm going to go ahead and just do Command or Control D, and I have this as my image in a pretty neat way, right? Where you can have a nice little circle, a perfect circle, framing my image just like that. Okay, and I'll show you one nice little trick here to get rid of all these extra transparent pixels. If you go over here to Image and then you say Trim, you can see here it's going to trim all the transparent pixels, the top, bottom, left, and right. I click OK, and now I have exactly the image I want. Okay, so lots you can do with such a simple tool. So please go ahead, pause the video, practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Continuing on with our discussion on selection, we're going to move on down to this set of icons right here. We're going to be working today, right now with this lesson, on the Quick Selection tool and the Magic Wand tool in one lesson here. So the Magic Wand tool is all about color sampling and selecting based off of that sample of colors that are similar in range to that color. So for example, I have this kind of gray color of the sky. Let me go ahead and choose the Magic Wand. And I have this kind of like grayish white color of the sky. And it's more or less kind of uniform, which was really helpful for when I'm working with the sample of the color. Now if I had like a blue sky that was kind of going darker to blue, then I might have to do a little bit more, but at least they're still within that same range. But ultimately, this is the type of selection tool that's going to select similar colors based off of what you sampled. So I'm just going to go ahead and click once, and I want you to notice how good it is. Just one click, it did the entire sky because it's all pretty much this kind of like grayish color there, okay, more or less grayish white. Now, I'm going to go ahead and deselect and zoom in a little bit so you can see what our parameters are around this, something called tolerance. So it's our tolerance that's going to allow Photoshop to know how far and wide the range of colors are going to be. Okay, so for an example, let me go ahead and I'm going to choose this doggy in the window. Okay, great. Now, let me go ahead. We're going to do this exercise in a future lesson, but let me go ahead and just choose right now. I'm going to choose this background layer, unlock it, and then I'm just going to go ahead and click. And just notice that it kind of just went to that part and that part, right? Because there's a lot of variance here. So the tolerance is at this level. But if I increase the tolerance, notice how I'm going to get even more. See that? It's like, oh, you want red and all of its brothers and cousins, everything related to that red, you bring it up to 82. Right? Let me go ahead and just deselect, bring it down. You're going to get very, very little of what you want. Okay, so don't give me too much. 32 is going to be your default, and it kind of does something around there. Okay, so keep that in mind, and we can try it again for this house. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and let's just say I want to just kind of grab the door. You see that it's all kind of relatively uniform in terms of the brown. I'm going to deselect. Let's go ahead and bring that down a little bit. It's going to be very specific kind of brown, and it does less of that. Okay, so just keep that in mind. That's how the Magic Wand tool works. Okay, now let's go over here to, I'm going to zoom out once again. I'm going to go ahead and just do Control or Command 0. All right, and then this time I'm going to use the Quick Selection tool. I'm going to use the Quick Selection tool to select the house in this case. All right, and this is very good for objects, and especially when the objects have kind of a contrast between their background and foreground. Okay, so you're going to see that it works pretty well, but many times you really just want to be patient with it. Don't force it and let Photoshop do its thing. So I'm just going to simply click and drag, and it's going to find the edges for me to be able to select what I want to select. So I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag, and then notice how it just kind of jumps to the edges. See that? It kind of finds that contrast. It understands that there's a white background there right next to our brown roof. So you can see what I'm doing here, right? So really, really nice. And in a little bit, we're going to learn how to get rid of some of the ones where we have too much selection. So don't worry about it if you get too much. And just take your time trusting the system. Okay, just let Photoshop do its thing. Just kind of bouncing over there, goes right to the edge. It's something pretty magical, pretty great. And by the way, you can probably guess what I'm going to say next is zooming in is really, really important, because the more you zoom in, the more precision you can get as well. Okay? Oh, and by the way, notice what I'm doing right now. This is another really good shortcut key. Notice how I'm moving around the image right now. I'm holding down the space bar on my keyboard to do that. Okay, the space bar, this is known as panning across the image. Okay, and the space bar allows me to have temporary access to this little hand that can allow me to pan through, but then it takes me right back to the tool that I was just at. Okay, so very good. So it did an okay job. It's really nice. It didn't touch the sky. Got a little bit too much over here. I just wanted the house, and we're going to learn about that in a little bit, what we can do. All right, so just keep that in mind, what both of those tools can do for us in terms of selection. All right, now we are going to talk about what we can do in terms of removing selections, and also what we can do in terms of other types of tools like our lasso tools in just a little bit. But we're going to stay with this topic right now briefly so I can show you about removing a selection when you've got too much, or adding on a selection when you don't have enough. Okay, and this is, again, this conversation is going to be good in all contexts of your selection. So when you want to take away from a selection, you use the Alt or Option key to do that. Okay, if you want to add to it, it's going to be the Shift key. Okay, so you can see very easily you can use both of those. Now, keep your eye on my little mouse right here. Do you see that? How I have a little plus sign in there? Watch what happens now when I hold down the Option key or the Alt key, and you can see how I can just kind of give it a little bit of a nudge and say, you know what, I didn't need all that. Thank you, you're very generous, Photoshop, but no thanks. And see, very slowly, very carefully, I'm just nudging that up there. Okay, see? Saying no thanks, don't need that. Okay, doing the same thing, holding down the space bar. I'm just going to nudge that. And again, zooming would be really helpful here. You can see, great. And then here, wow, did a really, really nice job. And again, if I was zooming in, that would be even better. Okay, and now did a pretty good job there. And if I wanted to add to the selection, right, if I hold down the Shift key, I can just go ahead and just blast that out right there. Notice there's the plus sign. Sometimes you don't have to hold down the Shift key because that is the default. If you take a look up here, this is showing me, in fact, that that's the plus sign that's there already. Okay, so I'll go ahead and undo, keep my selection there. Okay, now in a little bit, we're going to see what these selection techniques can do when we start building these things out, because we're going to do a full project on these where we're going to separate out the sky. We're even going to make the sky a little bit prettier. We can be able to do all kinds of crazy things to this. Okay, but our selection techniques are going to be very important for working with these. All right, so I'm going to keep this as is for right now, but I am going to pause the video and then I want you to practice this and we'll come back in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to continue on with our discussion about different types of selection tools, namely the lasso tools. So if we come over to here, you're going to see that I have 3 different lasso tools. I'm just simply right-clicking on the lasso, and you're going to see I have the regular lasso tool, the polygonal lasso tool, and the magnetic lasso tool. The lasso tool itself is very much more like a surgical type of selection, where I can pretty much just select anything I want just by simply clicking and dragging right there on the image. And just notice I can do whatever shape I want. Now I can also add on to my selection by holding down the Shift key on my keyboard, and you'll notice now I have both selected. And again, just notice how I have a selection of anything I want in whatever kind of shape I want. Now let's say I want to remove part of that shape. If I hold down the Alt or Option key on your keyboard, I can go ahead and just say, listen, you know what? I select a little bit too much. And you'll see I can just simply click and drag, and now I've removed that selection. Okay, pretty simple, pretty straightforward, but really good for, like I said, kind of more surgical type of selections, kind of a little more minute, smaller selections. Very good. So I'm going to go ahead and just simply right click and deselect from there. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our other lasso selections. So I'm going to go ahead and right click, and now let's do the polygonal lasso tool. So as the name implies, it's basically like a polygon type of selection. So it's going to be good for like straight lines. Could be like maybe a stop sign, could be like these little rooftops here, could be just anything that's kind of a straight shape that has corners. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. I'm just holding down the Alt or Option key and using my scroll bar, but you can also use the Control or Command plus sign. So let's just say, for example, I just wanted to get like just the edge of this little roof kind of eave right there. So very simply, all I'm going to do is simply click. Now, once I click, I'm just going to move my mouse all the way to the end of what I want right there. See that? Now I've just made a nice little straight line. I'm going to come over to here, and it's just following me with a nice little straight line. I come over to here, and I'm just simply clicking to kind of anchor each of those little corners. All right, so I'll just come up to here. And of course I could fix this afterwards, but I'm just going to come over here, come to the corners, and just know again it's just anchoring at each little corner here. Come to there, and then once I'm done, you'll notice that when I move my mouse over it, I get this little circle right at the edge of my lasso icon, telling me that I'm done with my selection. I've kind of looped it. So I click on that, and now notice I have this great little selection here. Now I'm going to zoom in again, and I just want you to know again how the Shift or the Alt key are really helpful for the different types of selections. Now if I wanted to remove some of this selection, you'll notice here how I have this little extra space right there. I could use any of my selection tools if I wanted to, right? I can come back over here, use my lasso tool, and then I can just hold down the Alt or Option key and then just kind of like scoop around it and then just kind of do that, and then notice how I've got less of a selection. And I could use any of these other tools to do that same thing. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and use my keyboard shortcut of Control or Command D to deselect. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this guy called the magnetic lasso tool. So again, as the name implies, it will magnetize itself to a part of your selection. Okay, so if I go ahead and move my mouse over here, over the little onion dome, and you're going to see I'm going to just simply click and move my mouse. Now, the key part with the magnetic lasso tool is trust. Trusting that Photoshop knows what to do and the magnetic lasso tool understands a little bit of the contrast between, let's say, this onion dome and the sky behind it. So all we do very simply is just anchor at first and just kind of move your mouse around it. And then just notice how it's just perfectly conforming to the edges because it understands that there is contrast between the color of the onion dome and the sky, and it's just kind of looping all around it. Now notice I went a little bit fast, a little bit furious there, but you can fix that like I showed you in the last exercise, and just move your mouse around and notice it does a really good job. But occasionally you're going to get some interference or some competition, if you will, with like the trees, for example, where the trees could possibly be similar in color, therefore a little contrast. So you might have to just simply click and kind of do your more kind of manual anchors. All right, so just come into here, come into there, and then I'll just kind of loop around here. And then again, once I get to the beginning of it, I'm going to get that little circle, and now I have a nice little selection. And like I said, of course, I can come in here and maybe be a little more surgical with my regular lasso tool, hold down the Alt or Option key, and then just kind of get rid of that. And now I'm a little bit better with my selection. All right, so let's go ahead and just zoom out a little bit, and you can see that's not bad, and then I can do whatever I want with it. Just like with the Marquee tool, I now have an active selection to be able to delete this, copy it, fill it in with whatever I want. Okay, so really, really nice features here with the lasso tools to be able to do more kind of creative and more precise type of selection. Okay, so practice that and have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to continue on with our discussion about selection tools. So far we have discussed our marquee selection options and our lasso selection options. Now we're going to go over here to one of its neighbors here, which is the object selection tool, which is going to allow us to be a little bit more efficient in our selection because Photoshop's going to do all the heavy lifting and find an object that it thinks you want to select. So typically it's going to be doing it based off of contrast, right? So you can see here's this little kitty on the stairs, and now you'll see when I choose my object selection tool, you'll see there it is right there. I have some options here. I have my object finder options selected, and I also have my mode for either the lasso or the rectangle. So the object finder checkbox, I recommend having that selected, and then the lasso versus the rectangle, we're going to explore what the differences are in just a second. So the object finder is essentially what you think it's going to be. Move your mouse over it, it's going to say, hey, is that what you want to select? Or is that what you want to select? So you can see here, because of what Photoshop is doing in terms of its own kind of algorithm, it recognizes and isolates what you may want to select. So very simply, I'm going to go ahead and click on the kitty, and just like that, I get my little marching ants all around the cat, and that's perfect, right? Saved me a lot of time. And this is really as simple as that. Okay, now let's go ahead and try another example. So I'm going to go over to here, go over to my davecowboyhat.psd, and you can see that's me looking tough. But you know what? I think I want to look a little bit tougher. And what I'd like to do is have me kind of in the background having a little desert back there. I can do any number of ways, right? I could just highlight over myself just like that. You can see that. Or I can draw my rectangle or my lasso tool around it, whatever I need to do here, okay? Now you'll see here that it's not getting it entirely, right? You can see how it's like it's trying, getting it. So sometimes you do need to kind of like reinforce it a little bit. So this might be a good example of when I'm going to use the lasso tool, okay? Because I really, really need to kind of draw the point home, literally and figuratively, and I come back over to this, right, and really, really tell it, hey, this is what I want. So let's just come all the way to the end, and we'll see how good of a job it does after drawing around it. Wait for your little marching ants, and if it doesn't get it perfectly, don't worry about it. I'm just going to go ahead and hold down my Shift key and just draw around it like that, and maybe a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, and we'll just do one more for good reinforcement. Good. I'm happy with that. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an inverse selection so I can then delete what's on the outside of me. So very simply, I'm going to right click and say select inverse, and then easily just delete it. So now you can see, where am I? I am now in my natural habitat of the desert. You can see how easy that was, and it selected not me, right? But yes, it did initially, but because I did the inverse, it selected the outside of me. So you can see how you can use a combination of your tools to be able to accomplish what you like. But the bottom line is, when I did my selection, I didn't have to use the magnetic lasso tool or anything else because it found myself, my object that I wanted to select very easily by using the object selection tool. All right, so go ahead and practice that, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the background eraser tool. So you'll notice over here on the left-hand side of my tools, you will see that there is the background eraser tool. When I select the background eraser tool, I'm going to get a whole bunch of options up on top here. One is going to be for my brush size and hardness and all that good stuff. And also you'll notice here that there are a few options here in terms of what it's going to be sampling. I'm going to be focusing on this one in the middle for sampling once. So what does that actually mean? Well, Photoshop needs to know what do you want to erase so you don't accidentally erase other things, like extra things. Okay? You'll also notice that there's this tolerance. Well, if I click on this gray, do you mean a whole lot of gray or even more gray or lighter gray? So I'm going to keep my tolerance kind of like somewhere in the middle there. But you can experiment with higher tolerance or lower tolerance depending on what you want. All right, now you'll notice here I have my foreground of St. Oars, and then I have this background of my blue sky that I'd like to actually come shining through. Now I want to get rid of this gray sky, but I don't want to touch any of the onion domes or anything like that. So that's ultimately my goal here. So let's go over here to the top layer, and then very simply, I'm going to make sure that this sampling once is chosen. I have my tolerance all set up, and then watch what happens now when I just simply click on the gray and start clicking and dragging. And then when I try to click and drag over my onion dome, it will not get affected, and even the trees. So watch this. I click and drag, it's doing it, I'm not letting go. And then notice how I'm able to effortlessly go over the onion dome and the trees, and it does not affect them. It is absolute magic because of the sampling of the gray that I started off with. See, I'm just clicking and dragging. I'm not even letting go of my mouse yet. See that? And it's not erasing the onion dome. It's doing it something pretty magical. Okay, that's pretty much it. So try that out. Experiment with anything that you got. But you can see it can do things pretty effortlessly and pretty magically by the time you're done. All right, so pause the video, practice, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to do a little bit more of a complex type of selection, which is going to be inverse selection, meaning that you're going to start off selecting something, but then you're going to do the inverse of that selection, meaning you're going to select the opposite, everything but what's actually selected. So for example, I have all these peppers here, and if I want to select all of these, but I'm really going to select this first, what I'm going to do is first of all select the layer that I want to work with, and then very simply I'm going to use my direct selection tool. And if I want to get everything but this, I'm just going to go over here to select, and then you're going to see here is inverse and a nice keyboard shortcut of Shift-Control-I. And when I do that, you'll notice very subtly everything but this gets selected. So how can I tell? Take a look at all my little marching ants along the outside, as opposed to, I'm going to go ahead and undo, when they were just on the inside. I'll go ahead and redo, and you're going to see now they're all on the outside. If I were to hit the delete key right now, everything but that gets selected. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And you're going to see here, I'll go ahead and just go ahead and undo. And if I hit the delete key again, you'll notice here only that gets selected. Okay, so when is that going to be valuable for me? When you only have like one little thing that's going to be a lot easier to select, but you want to have everything else to be deleted or modified, you can then do an inverse selection of something. Okay, so it's a really effective tool to be able to kind of, again, do sort of the opposite, but have a little less work to do to actually make that selection. Let's go ahead and see that in another context. So I'm going to now select all of these, right? I'm holding down the Shift key. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and do an inverse selection, Control-Shift-I, and then when I hit delete, notice all of my white now gets deleted. Okay, because all the white on the outside of the peppers has now been selected, and then I hit the delete key on my keyboard and they all got deleted, right? All the white got deleted. So really makes for a nice sort of nuance to your selection techniques. That's the inverse selection. So I'm going to go ahead and do Control D to deselect. All right, now I'm going to show you something else in terms of selection. We're going to continue on with this discussion of inverse, but we're going to sort of add to that, where I want to put this little effect behind here. This is a kind of a sunburst effect. And you're going to learn how to do this in our advanced class through something called polar coordinates. Now, I want to make it so this is going to be behind all my peppers, but I'm going to do this nice little effect where it's going to sort of like get washed out and feathered in the background. All right, so let me go ahead. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, not too big. I can always resize it after the fact. I'm going to do Shift and Alt to then just click and drag from the outside, and then it does this nice concentric type of resizing. All right, and don't worry about the fact that we can't see the peppers now. We're going to see them in just a little bit. Okay, now what I'm going to do is just do a basic selection from the center using my elliptical marquee tool. And I'm just going to do it right from the center. And just like what I did before, I'm going to do Shift and Control, and then notice what I'm doing here, just like that. And when I let go of Shift, right, it still comes from the center, but it's a different size. Okay, so you can see that. So depending on what you're trying to do at that point. Okay, so you can see that's a nice little nuance on how you can select. Or if you don't want that exact shape, you can just do whatever you like. I'll go ahead and deselect, and I'll just do from up here. And then maybe that's the selection you are wanting. Now, why am I doing this? Because I don't really want all this stuff around here, but I still want to keep this center part. All right, now from here, really what I want is to delete everything on the outside of this, keeping this in the middle. So again, what am I going to do? I'm going to say select and then inverse. Okay, and then you're going to see all my little marching ants around here along the outside. And if I were to hit delete right now, you're going to see it's going to do that. Okay, so you'll see again another variation on how you can use the inverse selection. Now let's go a step further. I'm going to go over here back to select, and this time I'm going to go over here to modify, and I'm going to choose feather. And what it's going to do, it's going to feather this little outside selection, meaning it's going to be a little more of a soft type of selection, right? So when it cuts it off, it's not going to be just like a hard line. All right, so I'm just going to make this, let's just say 50 for now. I have no idea what that's going to do, so I'm going to go ahead and just hit OK. And then when I hit delete, you'll notice a nice little effect there. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and undo that. And one more time, let's go ahead and go back to select, modify, feather. Let's just say 100 this time. Click OK. And we can't tell right now, but it is a softer type of selection coming along this outside. So when I delete it from outside here, it just feathers it, right? It's a nice softer type of erasing, if you will, when I hit delete. And you can see, that's pretty cool. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead and deselect. And now let's go ahead and move this underneath it. And now you're going to see, I get a nice, exciting, very cool effect. And then I'll go ahead and just hit my V key. I'll make that a little bit bigger. You can see, great. Now they look very exciting, and you can't resist these. Okay, so very cool. So that is just a few different examples of how you can use a different type of selection, which is the inverse selection, but then throwing in that added bonus of working with feathering when you're selecting just as well. Okay, and in future classes, we're going to talk about masking, which is going to be a different type of selection or inverse selection, depending on what you're doing. That's going to have a little less kind of impact or kind of terminality on what you delete. All right, so we'll get into that into the future. But in the meantime, practice this and see different examples of how you might use this. All right, and stay tuned for the next lesson. Now, following up from this last lesson where we did our inverse selection, we saw that we created this nice little sunburst, and it has this cool little effect here.
And what I want to do is use this again and again. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about how to duplicate layers. Now, duplicating layers can be done in a number of different capacities for a number of different reasons. All right, and I'll tell you just a couple of keyboard shortcuts you can do just to duplicate a layer right here on the Layers panel itself. If you just hold down the Alt or Option key and just simply click and drag, notice now I have a duplicate layer. And you can do this for a number of different reasons. Maybe I wanted to have this just separate from the other one. Maybe I wanted to, override them, to kind of have like a nice cool effect like that. Maybe I was going to do like maybe a color overlay, which we're going to learn about in the future, in future classes. There's a lot you can do, but now I have two layers. I'm going to go ahead and undo that. Another one you might see is if you right click, and you're going to see here is duplicate layer. And then another keyboard shortcut a lot of people like to use is Command or Control J. J as in jukebox or Julia. Okay, so just keep that in mind. There's a number of different ways you can duplicate and a number of different reasons you might want to duplicate. But that Alt or Option key and drag is really the one that I like to use the most. And once we start using like different effects, it's really going to be the same thing if you wanted to duplicate an effect as well. And when you have an effect on there, you just do the Alt or Option and drag on that effect, and you're going to drag it to the layer you want. So keep that in mind for a future class that we're going to do in a little bit. Okay, and then let's just say, for example, I want to duplicate it here on the layer itself. If I hold down the Alt or Option key, watch this. I just simply click and drag, and notice how right before I'm about to click, as I'm holding down the Alt or Option key, I get this little sort of twin, right, of the mouse, the little arrow saying, hey, you're about to duplicate something. I click and drag, and bam, there you have it. Let's go ahead and do it with the peppers, right? Alt, click and drag. Now I've got duplicates of that whole image. So pretty cool. All right. Now, sometimes you might want to duplicate a layer so it can go to another document itself altogether. All right. So a couple of ways you can do that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just do it in a more kind of like manual way, which is just going to be clicking and dragging. And this part can be a little bit weird at first, but it's pretty awesome once you start to get to it. You'll notice here, I have this little tab here of the file that I currently have open. You can see there's that guy right there from my Premiere class, shameless plug. And you can see, bam, there that is. And I want to move this little effect over there. Okay, so what I'm going to do very simply is click and drag it into that tab. And you might think to yourself, well, if I do that, then I'm going to lose it here on my original Peppers JPEG. It's like, nope, you're not. Watch this. I'm just going to go ahead and click and drag, and it starts to move, right? And I think, oh, that's weird. But watch what happens now. As soon as I kind of get to this, right, I've kind of left the room, so to speak. I come back. I'm holding down my mouse, so I'm not letting go. And then, bam, I'm here. And then, holy cow, look at that. Okay? And if I go ahead and just, drag that or whatever, you'll see that it's actually there still. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and just undo that. Okay, but you can see how cool that is, right? I can even do this, and let's someone do the same thing. I'm going to drag this over to here and drag that in there, and you can see, wow, how that works. And it's just a simple click and drag to be able to do that. Now, sometimes you might want to do things in a more sort of like controlled way, where you're going to name layers, and you're going to just do a few things to be more precise about where you want to go, or maybe this is not comfortable for you, maybe this is not the way that your screen is set up. It's totally fine. So what I'm going to do is show you an alternative way. So again, if you right click and you go over to here to duplicate layer, notice it's the ellipsis after it, which is telling me that I'm going to get more options. So they're asking me here, yes, I want to duplicate this layer. That's fine. And then what do you want to do it as? Okay, I'm going to call this Sun Beast, just like that. And then here's my destination. Where do I want to duplicate this to? I want to duplicate it to this particular document. That's my Premiere Pro Essentials. Okay, that's great. Or you can do it to a completely new one if you want to, right? So totally up to you. They give you all those choices here buried inside of this dialog box. So I'm going to go ahead and just say, okay. All right, so when I bring it in, I'm going to have a layer of this named Sunburst. Right here, it's not named Sunburst, but now I have an opportunity to do that. And it's going to go over to here to my Premiere Pro Essentials document that you just saw. I click OK, and then when I come over to here, you're going to see here is my Sunburst, right? I'll go ahead and just zoom in a little bit. And you're going to see it's actually too big for the canvas. Not a big deal. So I'm going to go ahead and just zoom out a little bit. You'll be able to see the whole bounding box right there. And then I'll bring that in. I'm just going to do Enter to confirm that, and then Control or Command 0 to get the perfect fit there. Okay, so now I have that there, and it has some nice integrity to it. Okay, that's great. Bring that in. All right, and then I can start playing with this. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and add on a nice little bonus to this lesson where I kind of want this to be a little bit more interesting. So let's just bring that down a little bit. And then, okay, it's sort of getting better, but you can see my layer management. That really does help. I don't want it to be on top. I want it to be sort of behind this guy, behind these guys, but also blend in nicely with this. Okay, and I'm going to do that in just a second. All right, but just really kind of, take in and integrate what we just did here. Okay, so we worked with duplicating layers on a number of different different ways. Okay, and as a result, right, we were able to have a lot of different sort of options of what we were going to do, right? Using the keyboard shortcut, right-clicking, using other keyboard shortcuts like the Alt key, Control or Command J, all right? And then when we duplicated it using the dialog box, we were able to rename it and then also place it where we wanted to go. And then we also just dragged it up to a tab. So lots and lots of different options for that. Okay, but where's our bonus coming in? All right, we're going to talk more about this in just a little bit, but let me just give you a nice little glimpse into something called blend modes. Blend modes, because I want this to blend in nicely with its background, right? You can see I'm kind of covering my PR for Premiere. So I just want you to see here that I have something that's called normal right here, and I also have my opacity up here. We're going to talk all about those in future classes, but this is my blend mode, right? It's going to allow this to blend into its background, and basically it's going to maybe steal some color, steal some light. Maybe it's going to do the opposite of whatever color's behind it. Maybe it's going to wash something out. It's going to get darker. So many different things can be done with blend modes. This opacity is a very simple one, just to basically say, hey, listen, I want this to be a little bit lighter. Right, so it's like, okay, maybe you're just going to start there, so it's going to be a little more see-through, not lighter, but more translucent. Okay, so really up to you, but I'm going to go ahead and bring this up just so I can show you a little bit about some blend modes. I'm going to go through these relatively quickly. I'm just going to go ahead and click here, and we'll just watch what happens as I change each of these. And just notice how it's kind of picking up in a variety of different levels. Right, it's like, okay, what is that doing, and when am I going to get the look that I'm looking for? Now that's kind of an interesting one. Might be a little bit too much, but you can see, all right. So I might want to find one that's going to be good for me once it comes up. Okay, that's pretty good. It's nice and subtle. And then I can go ahead and make that nice and big, and then have that take up, most of the screen there. And then it just kind of washes out. It looks like sort of coming out like the sun. And then, okay, very cool. All right, and it just has a nice little effect there. And it kind of draws your eyes into something. All right, so I did a number of different things there. Okay, I duplicated it, okay, and then I came in to this, and then I worked with my blend mode, and then maybe I'll even work with the opacity a little bit if it's still too shiny, and you're good to go. All right, so you just learned a nice little bonus there that'll set you up for future classes as well, or maybe even future projects that you are working on. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the sky replacement tool. In a past lesson, we showed you how to replace the sky, but a lot more manually, where we were removing the foreground and then to show a sky layer behind it. A little bit tedious, effective, but Photoshop has an amazing tool that is designed specifically to replace gray skies and then replace them with all kinds of different options for different types of skies. So very simply, all I'm going to do is select my layer and then go over to here to edit and then find sky replacement right here. And notice that my layer isn't even locked and it works. Now just wait for it. Little engine is running through. And then because I have preview chosen here, it will show it. And you can see that right away, Photoshop gives me a nice little preview of what this particular kind of blue sky would look like. Now, with this dialog box popped up, you're going to see here I have this option for the sky, and then
if I click on this little drop down, I'm going to see I have even more options potentially. So if I collapse this folder, you're going to see here I have different categories of the skies that I could use. Blue sky, spectacular, sunset. So let's just look at a few of these. Under blue sky, I'm just going to go ahead and just choose this one right there. And then you're going to see it's going to go from a cloudy-ish sky to kind of clear blue sky. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other ones just to see how easy it is just to replace it now with a completely different type of sky. All right, so I'll come down over here to spectacular. And let's say, for example, I wanted to have kind of a nice little sort of a sunset look, just like that. And you can see how naturally it applies it. Okay, it understands that that's sky, and then it just folds in just so beautifully as if that was my sky all along. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe just take a look at one more. Let's take a look at a sunset. All right, and you can see just how it sections it off. All right, so I'm just going to keep it as this. Now, you will see that after I've chosen it, I have all kinds of different options here, and then I have some other options here, and then I have another set of options here. Okay, so you can see that once I choose these, things are going to kind of change a little bit, shift a little bit for your preferences. So I'm just going to go ahead and just click and drag. You can see how it shifts the edge a little bit from the bottom, or it can come up a little bit more, because maybe your foreground is reflecting the background of the sky in a maybe unnatural way. This gives you some control over it and also makes it look like the light is naturally reflecting on the foreground as well. We can go ahead and fade it a little bit. Some are going to be a little more subtle than others. You can see there that is. Okay, you find the one that you like. Brightness does exactly what you think it's going to do, depending again what is the look you are trying to promote. Temperature, essentially we're looking at a cool temperature or a warm temperature. So cool is going to be more to the left. It's going to be a little bit more kind of bluish. Again, what is the look you're looking for? Let's come over to here. This is a sunset. So this could be kind of neat if it's a little bit more fiery. Okay, and then scale, you can see here, I'm actually able to adjust the size of the clouds in the sky. It just kind of makes it a little bit bigger. Because maybe you're using this a few times. You don't want it to seem like you're using the same thing over and over again. Very easy to affect that. All right. Then for lighting mode, just notice here that you actually have the ability to play with the background as well. So multiply versus screen. Screen makes it a little bit lighter in the foreground, which I'm not going to use in this case, but sometimes that's going to work for you. I'm going to come back to that. I do find that multiply works a little bit better in general. All right, and a lot of these you just kind of want to play with, right? But I'm going to come down over here is to my output. Okay, so you can output to a duplicate layer or to a new layer. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate the layer, and you're going to see why in just a second. So I'm going to click OK, and now you will see that I now have a second layer here, okay, up on top of this. So let's go ahead and just double click on this. I'll just say new sky. Okay, and then let's go ahead and unlock this. And I'm going to give this a name. All right, St. Oars. And why did I do this? Well, I want you to see here that now they are independent of each other. So I click on that, and my original sky is still there. So if I wanted to manipulate this somehow, I could easily do that. If I wanted to come over to here and then maybe even bring down the opacity somehow, or use some kind of blending modes, or resize it somehow, I absolutely can do that. Okay, so you have that kind of independence and control when you duplicate the layer like that. Okay, but you see that it is pretty remarkable, this tool. So very easy to execute, but also really big outcome. So pause the video, practice that, find some nice images to work with, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Thanks, everybody. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the suite of eraser tools available within Photoshop. So if you notice over here, we have the eraser tool, the background eraser tool, and the magic eraser tool. So in this quick lesson, we're going to talk about all three of them and some of the properties surrounding them. Now you'll notice that I have two layers here. I have this top layer, which is just going to be all my buildings and the sky. And underneath it, I have this little iceberg here. You can see that. Now my goal is to just erase the sky and then have this come underneath here. Now I'm going to just go ahead and just choose my eraser tool first. And I want you to notice that the eraser tool, in fact, is a brush, believe it or not. So you will see here that up on top, I have all my brush options available to me.
So you can see here I can adjust the size of it, the hardness, and if you want to be a little more creative, you can try different types of brushes as well to get maybe a different kind of more artistic way of erasing. So if you erase something, you're just going to kind of like have like patterned kind of erasing. We're going to keep it nice and simple for right now. So I just want to erase this, and the eraser works just like how you might expect it to, right? Where if I just click and drag on it, it's going to erase all the pixels for that. Now, if I want to adjust the size of my brush, I'm just going to go ahead and use my right bracket key. You can also right click, and you can also just click and drag just like that. I like to use my right and left bracket key because I can see it in real time. So what we're going to do is just very simply click and drag and just get rid of it. Okay, you can see that's gone, and oops, you can see I got rid of that stuff, and like, oh, that's a bit of a problem, right? I was like, uh-oh. So I'm gonna go and undo that because I want you to see that, okay, you know what, that can be pretty destructive pretty quickly. All right, so just keep that in mind. In future lessons, we're gonna talk about masking as an alternative to the eraser tool, but let's just kind of go one step at a time so you can see what the eraser tool can do, but also possibly some of the drawbacks. But it is very straightforward. Click and drag to erase. All right, now you also have some other options if you like, and you go over to the different types of opacity. You can see how if I wanted to just kind of erase even just slightly, I could just make the opacity go maybe about 50%, and then maybe I'm going to create sort of like a dual effect, like a superimposing effect. So I'm going to go ahead and make this nice and big so we can see, okay, now we're getting a little bit of the clouds still, and I'm getting the mountains in the background. Okay, so just see how you can kind of nuance the effects of the different tools with some of these extra parameters. All right, now let's go a little bit deeper into these fun tools. Let's go first to the Magic Eraser tool. So if you're familiar with the Magic Wand tool, it's very similar. So basically it looks for particular colors, right, based off of the tolerance level, and erases according to that tolerance level of what colors you choose. So it samples, for example, this color blue, and then everything that's kind of like that color blue, it's going to erase it for you. Whereas with the Magic Wand tool, it's all about selection. This will actually do kind of a 2-for-1 where it selects it and it erases it with just one click. So if you'll notice here, I have this tolerance level of 32. So basically it's going to, hey, say, listen, I want to be able to choose this blue, but not all of the blue, right? But it's not going to be like super high where it's going to be like even some of this white that might be selected. So 32 is your default. So I'm just going to very simply click and you'll see just like that, all of that blue that was within that spectrum then got deleted. I'm going to go ahead and click here and you can see how nicely that works. And I'm just going to go ahead and just click on the outside there. That's great. And you can see click away, click away. Right? And then for this, you can see I can just continue going there. So it really does save you some time when you are clicking on different things and you want to be able to delete it very quickly and easily without having to do too many steps. Let me go ahead and just undo that. And now let's go ahead and take a look at our last one, which is going to be the background eraser tool. Now this one is sort of similar to the last one we talked about, the Magic Eraser tool, but it gives you a little bit more nuance. Of course, there's the brush size and everything, but then it gives us some options to say, hey, listen, when I'm deleting, I want to be able to be a little bit more sort of controlled and intentional with my clicking and dragging to apply the brush. So I'm just going to show you the one that I like to use of these 3 parameters here. And I'm just going to choose this one right there. And what this one is allowing me to do is sample and sample once based off of what I want to delete. Now let me just show this to you. It's going to make more sense. So I've chosen this and notice I have my tolerance of 37, which I could possibly even bring that up a little bit higher. And what I'm going to do is simply click. Now, when I've clicked, I have now sampled that color blue. Now, when is that going to be important? Well, let me just go ahead and just start going crazy here. Right? I want to be very, very intentional with this. Now, when is this going to be really helpful and important? When I get really close to the edge here. Notice I'm really close to the edge. I'm even touching that green and it's not affecting it. Even when I go to this white, it's not affecting the white of that cloud. Okay, so this could be really good if you have, hair, for example. You're trying to delete content all around someone's hair. You've made it to say to Photoshop that, hey, listen, I only want to delete just the color that I've sampled, not the hair. Let's say the hair is black, but the background is a light blue. You've chosen that light blue. It's not going to touch that hair. It's going to essentially just ignore it. So now I'm going to start over again so I can get my cloud. I'm now going to simply click to sample, and now you'll see that when I delete, I'm only deleting the white part. See, it doesn't do anything with the blue. See, it still has the white kind of programmed into its system. All right, so really, really smart, and you can use this on many, many different levels. So all three of them have their own value, so I encourage you to play around with them, try different images, and you'll see that they are really, really valuable across the board. Okay, have fun, and we'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the warping tool. Now you'll notice here how I have this house isolated in its own layer, which is this object right here. And I'm going to be able to warp it so it's going to be more than just resizing or rotating it. I kind of want to make it a little more sort of like elfin looking. This is a photo that I took in Iceland. So I kind of want to maybe kind of create the illusion that there was this sort of like, you know, little goblin living there. So it's going to be a little bit of a different style of a house. All right, so how can I get it to make it kind of molded in such a way that I would like to be able to mold it? All right, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, of course, select the layer. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut of Control or Command T. All right, and that just basically transforms it right there. If I wanted to now resize it, I have the ability to then transform it however I want to, doing this way or whatever. I can rotate it same way, you know, anything just like that. But now, what I'd like to do is to have a little more control over how I can sort of warp this thing. So a couple of different things I can do. Number one, I can use the keyboard combination shortcut of just simply Control or Command and then just grab from the corners, right? So because I'm holding down the Command or Control option, I can then go ahead and just do all these things and have lots and lots of fun with it. So it's just kind of like isolated this way, it's doing that thing, or whatever it is, how I might want to do that. I'm going to go ahead and just click on this right here. So I want to show you a little bit more of a nuanced way that I may want to do that. So again, I'm going to do my Command or Control T. It's now highlighted with my bounding box. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to come way over to here to this little guy right there. Notice that little icon. You move your mouse over, it'll tell you that you can switch between free transform and warp modes. So when I click on that, you'll notice how I get this little grid that appears. Now this grid is going to allow me to have a little bit more sort of like nuanced control over that warping. So you'll see how I have all these little circles here. That's going to allow me to then kind of grab each individual part of that image and then warp it accordingly. So let's just say, for example, I only wanted to warp right here where the tip of the roof is. So if I simply click and drag on that, notice how it's now only warping that part right there. Okay, and I get this little kind of what's called a Bezier handle to be able to control the direction of it and also the magnitude of it as well. Let's go ahead and do this one up here. Let's do that. And you can see how it's becoming a little bit more interesting, right? So it becomes kind of like silly putty in a way, right? I can just either go down this way as well. Now you'll also notice I have these grids here, so I can then simply click here as well. So let's go ahead and get our mouse right on top of it and then just click and drag to have a very different, almost kind of surreal look about this. Go this way, and I can even grab from any part, even if there's not a little ball there, I can go this way or that way. Okay, that little hidden part is just something that's behind this image. And then I can simply click the check mark, and now I have a very different image. Okay, now let's go back to that one more time. And I want you to just notice also that I have these options here for adding on different types of grids in different ways. Okay, because right now I have all of these grids, which is really nice, but you might want to have even more nuance to how you're going to be doing all of your transforming. So if I simply click here, okay, and I come back to my image, you want you to notice that I have the ability to then add on more of these little anchor points there, right? So go over to here, okay, and I'll just do another one right there in the middle. And that's going to give me even more control to be able to then say, listen, I only want this little part affected, right? See that? See how it isolates it? Because I have these little anchor points here. Okay, let's go ahead and bring this up a little bit, bring that up a little bit. And you can see how I have, again, even more control over all of these. Okay, let's even drag this little guy, a little Bezier handle, to go up, down, left, and right. All right, now you also have the ability to then just maybe say, listen, I want it to be just vertical when I bring something in. Notice how this time it's just a vertical set of anchor points here, as opposed to this one, which is just horizontal, depending on what you want to do. Okay, so you have all the control in the world here. So let's go ahead and just drag this here a little bit more, kind of fix this image a bit more. You can see it's great. All right, and just add on another one there. Bring this up a little bit more, bring this up a little bit more. A little bit more like a house. And then when I'm done, I'll simply click the check mark. And now let's zoom out a little bit. You can see a very different look and feel to that. Okay, and of course you have the control, if you wanted to, on your own to then go back and make all those changes again anytime you like, adding on any of these grids anytime you like. All right. Now you'll notice that you have some options here as well in terms of the colors of the guides if you want to. Okay, the density basically is going to be the distance between them, however you want to do that. Okay, and then maybe you don't want to show the guides, or maybe you want to show the guides. So you do have some kind of control over them if you like. All right, so just check that out. Really, really powerful stuff. Again, going back to just even the basics of just, let's just say again, you wanted to just do just the corners just like this, holding down the Command or Control key. I have that. Or you can use the grids. Now, one last thing I want to say is this works really well with text. So when you have some text in there, you'll have the ability to adjust the text in a lot of these preset ways with warping or even manual. And that'll allow you to have a little bit more kind of, creative and unique styles of how you're presenting in text. So that could be a nice little homework assignment for you as well as what we've done here. Okay, so pause the video, practice this, and we will see you in the next lesson.
In this lesson, we are going to talk about shapes, how to draw out shapes, how to manipulate shapes, how to add color to shapes, and all the different types of shapes you can draw out. So why are shapes important? We've already seen some examples where we've drawn out like just a background for some text, or just maybe you're doing like an icon for an app, or just really anything to kind of even provide a backdrop of something. So let's go ahead and just see where we can find all of our shapes. We're going to right click on that, and you're going to see that I have the rectangle, ellipse, all these other tools that I can use to draw out any shape you could think of. Now let's just do a very simple shape just like that, and I'm going to choose the color that I like just right from here, and I'll just make it as kind of a reddish color, and I'm just going to draw out a perfect square, and you'll see just like that I now have a red square that has a fill of this color and then a stroke that I can increase to make it a little bit bigger, just like that. So a stroke is just an outline. That's all we're talking about here. Now, what makes a shape different from, let's just say, a photograph? So a shape, technically speaking, is what's known as a vector image. So there's some kind of math happening behind the scenes that allows us to make this grow without any type of loss to the pixel quality, because essentially this is a vector image that does not really have pixels in the way that we know pixels, because pixels are finite. With a vector image, these are infinite because it continues to replenish itself through that mathematical formula. So essentially, what are we talking about here? We have a clean edge all throughout. No matter how big we make this, you're going to see it's going to be clean and smooth. So really good for creating logos, right, and for creating illustrations. Right? And as a result, whenever we make it bigger and bigger and bigger, it never degrades in its quality. And you'll see, like with an image, if you make it too big, it can start to pixelate. Well, vector image will not do that. Okay, so how does Photoshop treat them? Well, let's go over here to our properties panel, bring this guy up here, and then trade it in for the layers. And we're going to see that now the fact that I have this shape drawn out, I have a lot of different preferences and properties for my shape that I just drew out. Okay, and then here is my fill color, and guess what? When I choose that, you're gonna see there's all kinds of pre-built colors that I can choose very quickly and easily right from here. You'll notice I can also say, hey, listen, I don't want to fill it all, or I can click on this. It's going to take me to all my different color options here. This will be gradients, and then this will also be patterns if you want to use patterns. Okay, so let's just come back to this, and I'll just choose this red color right there. Okay, and these are just going to be presets for you to work with. Now, you'll also notice that I have my option for my stroke all right here as well, the thickness, width of my stroke as well. And then finally, I have this option down here, which is known as my corner radius. So if I wanted to have sort of a curved corner, I can very easily do that. So earlier we were talking about apps. Many of our apps, that's how they're encapsulated, with a nice little curved corner radius. So I'm just going to go ahead and make that 50. And you're going to see how they all become 50 because of this little lock right there from the link. And you can see very simply, I just drew out this shape. Very nice. And I'm going to go ahead and make that smaller. And you can see it maintains that corner radius at 50. Now, when I select my image, when I select the actual shape, you'll notice I also get these little circles right there. So this little circle is also going to allow me to adjust the corner radius just the same. Okay, now if I hold down the Alt or Option key, it allows me to just do one at a time. So you can start to make kind of creative shapes as well. Okay, so I'll bring that back to where it was, not holding down the Alt or Option key, and that takes me right there. Okay, very good. Now, let's start drawing out some other shapes. I'll just go ahead and do an ellipse, and I'll change the color to something different, and hold down the Shift key, and you can see there I am. I have a perfect circle. Good. And just notice here that there is not an option here for my corner radius because there is no corner in a circle. All right, so let's just go ahead and draw out a few more. Let's go ahead and just do a triangle. And you'll notice that when I click this time without actually clicking and dragging, this gives me some options that I can just choose from right away. If I know that I need it to be exactly 500 by 500, I just know that, right? My designer tells me that. My team tells me that. I'm good to go. And they tell me, oh, well, you know what, Dave? You also need to have a corner radius of about 35. And I just know that. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And then that's drawn out for me right away. Okay, so the difference is the first time, what did I do? I clicked and dragged on these. And then the second time with my triangle, I just simply chose the tool and then just clicked, and then the option popped up. So either one. With the polygon tool, let's go ahead and just click one time here. You'll see again, I have my width and height options. And then they're asking me, well, how many sides do you want this to be? So if I'm just doing like your standard stop sign with no corner radius, right, I'm not going to be doing a star. Just know that you could do a star from a polygon as well. I'm going to click OK. And there you have it. And then I'll just choose my best color, red. And I'm going to go ahead and put a little outline / stroke around it. And it's getting closer to looking like a stop sign. And I click away. Get out of here. All right, and then just reset my tools, and there you have it. Okay, so very, very easy to do. Now, in the next lesson, we are going to get in a little bit deeper into custom shapes, okay? But you'll see that all these things, I think, are relatively straightforward to work with. But I do want to talk about a few other kind of nuances around shapes. And that is working with our anchor points around shapes using something called the direct selection tool. So when you want to modify a shape to really kind of make it so it's not just like sort of a boring shape like just your standard geometric shapes, to be able to do illustrations, you could use something called the direct selection tool, right? So you can see here, living inside here is my direct selection tool. What that allows us to do is select our individual path points for our objects. Okay, so let's first go ahead and select the shape I want to manipulate. I have this highlighted, and then we're going to go over to here to this grouping here. We have our path selection tool and our direct selection tool. So notice when I choose my path selection tool, that chooses my shape, and I also have the ability to then work with what's called our anchor points to be able to manipulate it. So notice I can go ahead and select it and it shows up with those anchor points. But if I want to manipulate each individual anchor point, I go to my direct selection tool. Those of us who are familiar with Illustrator, InDesign, you will see that direct selection tools live there as well for manipulating your vector objects. So I click on that and notice how there's sort of a dramatic change where I get all these little dots here that are a little bit different than what we've seen so far. These are known as anchor points. So when I click on that now, I want you to notice that this one anchor point is active where these are not active. How can I tell? You can see there's a little hollow square, hollow, and then this one is solid blue. So therefore I can just simply click and drag on that to manipulate it. So now let's just say maybe we'll go ahead and just say yes. I'm going to make that into a regular shape. And now I can go over to here and maybe I'm going to do a kite or something like that. And you see very easily I just manipulated that shape. Now with the direct selection tool and when you're working with curves, you click on that, you're going to get just what's called a Bezier handle to be able to really manipulate it to be a slightly different shape. Okay, so when are you going to get that almost exclusively is when you are working with a circle. Circle is nothing but curves, just like how these are curves and then these are corners. If I go over to here now, back to my direct selection tool, and when I click on this, I want you to notice, get this little kind of like seesaw thing happening. See that? These are known as my Bezier handles, which is going to allow me to really, really manipulate these, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just drag this in. And make like a little lima bean here. I'll just say don't show again. All right, and then I'll just go ahead and manipulate that a little bit more. And nice little pro tip is that if you use the arrow keys, you can just kind of nudge them just like that. And notice what I'm doing here. I'm just working with this guy right here. Okay, so then therefore it's going in just like that. And if I hold down the shift key, it's going to go even farther faster, right? 10 pixels instead of 1. Okay, so really neat, really important stuff to be able to work with these. Okay, so now let's see what these guys do. All right, these other parts of the Bezier handle. Let's just go ahead and move that in, move that up. Now you can see I'm creating kind of like a little crescent moon situation where it's adjusting the curvature of this particular object. So therefore, I now have a slightly different object, right? So you can see what that does. It takes a little bit of kind of spice to taste to kind of work with what you're working with, right? To kind of just see what you got as you're doing these. But it's very kind of at first a little intimidating. But once you play around with it, you realize, okay, you know, you don't get it right the first time. You can try it a slightly different way right afterwards, especially with the Bezier handles. Okay? Now, the other thing I want to talk about with these is the ability to then kind of make your shape a slightly different type of shape. Okay? Because many times the way that illustrators work is that they will start off with one of these basic shapes, and then they will control it in a way that they will be able to kind of just add on new anchor points. Okay, so let's just see what this might look like. I'm going to start with this stop sign. So notice when I select it, I have these anchor points. Go ahead and select my shape. Okay, go over to the direct selection tool, and then notice I have these particular anchor points, right? How many I have, right, per side. But let's just go ahead and make this a slightly different shape. And I'm going to do that by coming right above my direct selection tool and going to where the pens are. Now we're not going to do a ton of stuff with drawing out with our pen tool, but what we are going to do is add on anchor points, and that lives in with all of these pen tools. So when I click on that now, I want you to notice when I move my mouse right there, I get this little plus sign that's now going to allow me to add on an anchor point. I'm going to go ahead and add on an anchor point here and then maybe one here. Now, think about anchor points like your elbow or your knee, right, or your wrist. These are like the joints that allow you to have a little bit of movement where you wouldn't have had it otherwise, right? So just think about your elbow right now, how you can actually curve your elbow. But you can't do it in the middle of your forearm because you don't have an elbow in the middle of your forearm. So now I do for this. So I'm going to go back to my direct selection tool, and I'm just going to go ahead and click. And now watch this. I now have a very different shape. Let's go ahead and do this one. Okay, and you can see, great, and there you go. Okay, and then maybe I want to manipulate this a little bit more. And you see, I'm just starting off working with different things here. And the reason why this came out the way that it is because I didn't perfectly center where I clicked on the anchor point. And that's where guides come in, by the way. A guide would be really helpful to be able to say, hey, listen, I want this to be perfectly in the center of here. Okay, so just so you're clear, like if I just went right to here, see this is now perfectly in the center, and then I would add on an anchor point right there. So therefore, when I split this, it's going to come in exactly where I want. So all of you illustrators and designers and drawers out there, this is going to be incredible for you because maybe you've drawn something and you bring it into Photoshop and you want to be able to just, after you've scanned it and put it in digitally, you want to be able to basically trace what you're working with here and then create a vector image of that. This will absolutely allow you to do it and have that level of fluidity to be able to then draw on top of it and then get a nice clean drawing because it's vector. Okay, so last thing I want to talk about is the ability to convert an anchor point. So what does that mean, convert, right? Well, these anchor points that we're working with are either going to be a corner or it's going to be a curve. Okay, so let's just say, for example, I wanted to make this into a curved anchor point. So I'm going to convert it. So if I right click on this and I say convert anchor point, notice what's going to happen now. When I click and drag out like that, it is now a curve. Let's try this guy. Go this way or go that way. See that? Now it's a very different look. See that? And I just converted it. Let's convert it the other way. So just simply click now this time, and it's converted back to now being a corner. Okay, so you have lots and lots of options to work with here. Okay, so this is really something you want to play around with. Know that the options are available to you on many, many levels in terms of what shapes you want to draw, how you want to color them, right? How many sides you want to do. And now we talked about some advanced stuff, working with anchor points, manipulating the anchor points, etc. Okay, but the last thing I want to show you before we forget is how to draw out a star. Okay, and then we will move on. So how do we draw out a star? Let's go ahead and come over here to our polygon, and once again just simply click, and this time I'm going to say for my star ratio I'm just going to say 50%, and what that's going to do, it's going to, and let's even say smooth star indents. Let's see what that does. All right, and how many sides do I want? I'm just going to do a 5-pointed star, and I'm going to click OK, and now you will see now I have that type of star. All right, let's try another one. Let's try when it's not smooth this time. So I choose that. Come over to here, and then I do not want to smooth them out. And then let's just try this time. Let's do 70%. And now you can see, oh, okay, good. That's going to be your standard star. And if I wanted to manipulate it, I very easily could. I can come over to here, because notice these are still anchor points. And if I wanted to move both of these at the same time, hold down the Shift key and click, and then guess what? Arrow key, arrow key, arrow key, and now, very nice. Maybe I'm going to do this, move these down, and then, you know what I decide would be really great for this? This actually isn't going to be a star. This is going to be maybe like a cartoon baby. All right, well, what that might look like is, well, let's go over to here to our convert anchor point, and I'm just going to go ahead and make it a little rounded, a little more rounded, and then, and I'm going to just convert that a little bit fatter for her head. Okay, and then go back to my direct selection tool, and now, just like that, I have a new character, starting off from a star. Okay, so you can see there's so much we can do with this. All right, and then some advanced classes, we do talk about some of the Pathfinder tools, in case you want to blend some of these shapes together, but it's worth looking into. But Photoshop has a surprising amount of illustration tools that they did not have years ago, okay, and maybe even like 5 years ago. So please take advantage of these, because you don't necessarily need to know Illustrator if you're comfortable with Photoshop to be able to do all the things that Illustrator was designed to do. Okay, so stay tuned for our next lesson. We're going to talk about how to work with custom shapes that Photoshop gives us. In this lesson, we're going to continue on with the shape discussion, talking about working with custom shapes. So Photoshop and the good folks at Adobe have been very generous to give us shapes, meaning vector images that are readily available so you do not have to draw them. And then when you draw them out, you can even customize them. All right, so where do those live? Well, they live with all your other shapes. You can see here is my custom shape tool. Now, when you choose that, I want you to notice that there's going to be this little shape option way up on top here. And then you're going to see when I click on that little drop down, you're going to see that I have these options for wild animals, I have leaf trees, right? All this great stuff, boats. Wow, all these really, really neat things. So if I wanted to just say draw out this boat, right? I just simply click and drag, and you'll see just like that, it's now filled it in. Okay, and of course I can change that color to be something else, okay, just like that. Now, you'll notice from what you learned from last lesson is that I have all of these anchor points now available because this is a vector image. I can now manipulate this if I wanted to, and there's quite a few that they've just given me kind of for free, right? Which is pretty great. So if I wanted to manipulate this a little bit more, I can absolutely do that. Okay, so just like any other shape you might be working with, let's go over to here. I'll just go ahead and add on an anchor point. I'll just add one on like right there. Maybe I want to make this sail kind of flare out a little bit. Very easily I can do that. So let's go ahead and select it. And then look at that. Slightly different image. Let's do this one here. Okay. Very good. And of course, you can apply your different colors and, maybe you're going to separate this out a little bit, but this is a good starting point as just like a basic icon. So what you'll want to do is just sort of explore what's available here. Okay, because a lot of the same options that we started with our color and everything all apply to this, right? So let's just kind of expand out what's here. Now, you might be impressed now, you might not be impressed, but wait for this. You're going to see that there's actually a ton more that are hiding. So if you click on this little gear icon, I want you to see that there is this import shapes option that, okay, well, maybe you have some shapes if you want to import them. Maybe you bought some shapes. Adobe might have sold you those, or maybe from a third party. Okay, that's pretty cool. But guess what? Let's go over to here to a new panel under Window and choose Shapes. And guess what? Appears all over again. And kind of hiding as if it doesn't want to be found, you click on this little hamburger here. What you're going to choose is Legacy, Shapes, and More. So I choose that, and now a new folder appears, and guess what? There are a ton of folders with a ton, like so many. Look at this. It continues to go on and on and on from the past that now we have access to. So what are we interested in? Let's go ahead and just do buildings. So look at that. These are all built in right here. So very simply, I can just go ahead and build out a whole factory town. All right, that's great. Look at that. I'll just make another city right here. Okay, I gotta, of course, commit to that. All right, and let's go ahead and just bring this out. Let's bring this one over here. And of course, yes, I will change the color to that. Let's just choose black for right now. And you'll want to just really explore to your heart's content, but you have to see that there are so many. Look at this, sea creatures. And they're all vector. These are all drawn by somebody once upon a time. And we can very easily now use these. These are now our own. All right, so don't forget to commit. Okay, let's make that bright red for a red lobster and click away. And look at that. Very cool. And you can make this as big as you want. And this, of course, is a layer too. So if it's not showing up, let's bring this up to the top. And I can make this as big as I want. Why? Because it's a vector image. Okay, so really so neat that they give you this gift to be able to work with. All right. Now, again, go ahead and select it. And then again, use your direct selection tool to select each individual and go ahead and select it. There you go. And then if you choose your path selection tool, that allows you to then just kind of move the whole thing. It's very similar to what we're working with here with our move tool, okay, but it still shows all the different anchor points and everything. Okay, so you'll really want to just explore what's available because again, it is kind of hiding in there. All right, so the last thing I want to show you is going to give you the ability to view these in such a way if you want to. So if you click on the little hamburger here, and let's just say you want to do just small thumbnails, large thumbnails, maybe just a list of things, you can do that very, very easily. And if you want to search for something, you can search for them just the same here. Okay, so I'll just type out boat. Look at that. Now I got boats. That's pretty neat to be able to have that right there. And let's try buildings. Okay, good. So there's buildings, landmarks. Okay, lots and lots of things right there. Let's type out flowers. Okay, look at that. So many things just living right there. Okay, ready for you to illustrate and save yourself a ton of time and make yourself look pretty good in very little effort and with very little time. Okay, so practice that and we'll see you in the next lesson and have fun, everybody.
Let's now talk about color. Color is everywhere. It comes in every shade you could think of, does it not? That's what color actually is. Every shade you could think of. And Photoshop will work with millions and millions of different colors. Photoshop works with colors whether it's going to be print or it's going to be in the web. Okay, and you will see that we can save our colors, we can work with gradients, and you can see we can do so much with our colors in terms of the hue, the saturation, the brightness, all kinds of good stuff here. So if you'll notice here in the lower left, I have these little squares. They're going to allow me to then pick my colors. So I can go ahead and double click on that and choose whatever color I want. And remember, I can change my RGB value. That's going to be good for what? For working with the web, something on screen, and I also have my CMYK, and that's going to be for print. Okay, and you'll notice I can very easily change this, and notice that's going to go up and down like that. You'll also see there's a hexadecimal values. Okay, sometimes your designer will give you hexadecimal values and say, well, this is what we're working with, and you can just type that in, or you can type in your RGB values, just like that, your CMYK values, and it'll change accordingly. Okay, you'll also notice that there's this really great feature to add to swatches. So if I love this color, I can very easily add this to my swatches and then save it for later on, and it will always be there. So I'm going to click on that, and then right away it says, okay, wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to call this Dave's Blue. Okay, do you want to add this to your current library? We're not talking about that in this class, but just know that this is going to save it to your Creative Cloud library. I'm going to uncheck that, but this is going to allow you to actually save it with other people, and you can also open it when you're going into another document, and you can also see it from document to document and also from program to program, saving it in the cloud. I'm going to click OK. And now it takes me right back to this. We're going to go to our swatches in just a little bit. Okay, but now I'm good to go. I click OK, and now I'm ready to start just drawing some things out. So that's great, super easy. Now I have that there. You'll notice now how my properties panel now changes, giving me the option to then change my color based off of whatever I want. You'll notice here is a color picker again. I can choose it to that. Click OK, super easy. Notice there's also some recently used colors. There's also some other colors that are preset swatches. Again, swatches is saved color, and I can just bam, apply it, and I'm good to go. Okay, very good. Let's choose something that's not so hard on your eyes. Fantastic. That is colors in a nutshell. Now let's just at least see what's going on with our swatches so we can see where those things are in fact saved. So if you don't see your swatches panel, you can always find it under Window, and then you'll see in alphabetical order. There is swatches, and then my swatches now pops up here. Okay, and now I will see down at the bottom of this list is the swatch that I saved. Great, and if I want to do another color later on, okay, based off of this, I can easily get to that. I can access that no problem. So you can switch it from this back to this anytime I want. Okay, pretty cool. Save your colors. Your designers, they tell you this is the colors we're using. Save them as a swatch. Notice you can also organize your swatches. See that? You can actually put them into individual folders if you want to. Okay, let's call this Dave's XYZ project. Okay, and now let's move this inside of there. And now that lives inside of it, and it's encapsulated just like all these guys have a little folder there to keep it nice and safe and organized. Okay. You'll also notice I can move this up if I want to, and that's going to be there. So swatches are invaluable. Okay, so we've learned how we can create colors using RGB, CMYK, save our colors, also working with our hexadecimal code, and also save those just the same. Now let's talk about kind of a different degree of working with colors, and that is gradients. So let's now, I'm going to get rid of this right now, and I'm going to start over from scratch. So I'm going to dock this back up here, and now start creating something else. So let's take a look at what our other options are going to be as far as creating some type of gradients. So what is a gradient? Let's define what a gradient is first. So gradient implies that there's one color that's going to be melding into another color, and Photoshop is going to put those colors sort of in between. So you might have a color going from black all the way to white, so it's going to be this nice gradation of gray going from dark gray, less dark gray, to a little more lighter gray, all the way to white. And you can see you can create a nice little effect for things. So let's now draw out our same old square, but this time let's put in a gradient. So if you look up on top in my little control center up here, you're going to see that I have this option to fill my color. But when I click on that, you'll see I get a lot of options we have not explored. We've already taken a look at this. We've looked at our swatches. There's my trusty old swatch I just created. But now we're going to look at this little guy right here. This guy is going to allow us to then create and edit our swatches. So I click on that, and you're going to see, excuse me, not our swatches, our gradients. Okay, so you're going to see here, I now have a whole bunch of gradient options available to me. I have a bunch of preset gradients that I can work with. And you can see here, there's a whole bunch of them. Now you can see what a gradient looks like. Fantastic, good. Maybe I want that. So if I click on that, you'll notice that underneath here, all of these little options changed. These are known as our gradient stops. And you can see it's going from this kind of light, pretty purple all the way to this kind of like grayish blue. Let's check out some of these other ones. You can see how that changes dramatically. All right, so maybe I love this and I'm ready to go. So I've chosen it. I'll just go ahead and draw it out. Great, love that, amazing. But I'm not happy with it. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and I can see how I can change it in a very different way on many, many different levels. So you can see here, I'm going from this dark purple to this light blue. Now, if I don't want that color anymore, because this was just a preset, I can very easily change it just by simply coming over here to my little stop and double clicking it. See where I am here? I'm double clicking right there, and this pops right up to my color picker. So let's just choose red just for effect. You can see, ooh, that's kind of nice. And you can see what it's doing there. Like you're kind of creating maybe a little backdrop, for, just like a sky, something like that. Maybe there's a fire, maybe there's lights happening in the background. Maybe you're just kind of creating something kind of ethereal. I love that. That's great. Now, you'll also notice that when I click on this, I get this little diamond. This diamond allows to control where some of the red kind of begins and ends, right? You see that, how it kind of stretches out a little bit more? So I get more red this time. So I'm going to click and drag this way. This time I get less red. See, you have all that control in the world to then control how your gradient's going to be. I'm going to keep this in the middle. Let's take a look at some of our other options. I'm going to start over here on the right-hand side and look at this one. Pretty simply, all this does is reverse the gradient. I click on that, and then it just makes the red go up on top. you'll notice to the left of this is another option. It's like a little clock. It says, okay, well, which direction is this coming in? This is like a 360-degree angle here. So you can see, well, I want it to come this way now. So you can make it so it's going to rotate the gradient. Let's do that way. And then that also is another way to make it go in a different direction. So a little bit more sort of dynamic, do something like that. Okay. Now, here is something that you may want to explore for sure, where you have the different types of gradients. Right now we're working with what's known as a linear gradient. Now if I click on this little drop down, you'll see I can change this to a radial, angle, reflected, diamond. Okay, most likely it's just going to be these two that you're going to work with more than anything. So I'm going to change this to radial, and you can see, oh, it's kind of cool. Let me switch that around. Ooh, I like that even better. Okay, so just imagine you're going to have something kind of in the center of your document, and you really want to kind of spotlight it. A radial gradient can really, really go a long way. Okay, so really cool stuff, really fun. So let's just see this in action. I'm going to go back to my Iceland postcard, and let me just drag this. I'll show you a nice little trick here. I'm going to drag this guy up into my tab, bring it back down, say yes, and then look at that. Now I've got a nice little feature that I can show. Hey, bam, there it is. There's my image, and I'm really kind of drawn to it, all because of gradients. Okay, so really practice that. Practice saving swatches, saving your colors, putting in different colors, talking to your designers, putting in different CMYK, RGB, and then again, saving your swatches, organizing your swatches, and then come back and start working with gradients and manipulate them as much as you need to, working with the linear gradient, working with our radial gradient, and then manipulating the diamond, and then seeing what you like, right? Just know that you have all the control in the world. And like with all of our exercises, I recommend pausing the video for a little bit, practicing till it works for you, until you feel comfortable. Have fun, and we'll see you in the next activity. In this next lesson, we're going to learn about something pretty awesome called clipping masks. What we're looking at here is something called a text clipping mask. You'll see here is an image clipping mask, and a few other examples as well. So how do we create this? If we look at our layers panel, it's nothing too complicated. Take a look at this one for our image, nothing too complicated. So we're going to learn how we can create this from beginning to end, and you'll see that something pretty magical and pretty amazing can be created very quickly and easily. Okay, so how do we do it? I'm just going to go ahead and create a new document. It's going to be landscape and blank, ready for me to then bring in my image. It's the first thing we're going to do. Very simply, I'm going to place in my giraffe image. You should all have access to this. And just a little bonus, let's talk about how we can make this fill in the screen without having to do too many clicks and drags. Earlier, we looked at how we can click and drag just from the corner, but let's say I want to have this come in from the center and going outward. If I hold down the Shift and the Alt key from the corners, look at that. That comes in right from the center. Wonderful. That fits in there perfectly. And now I'm going to draw out some type. I'm going to just go to my type tool and just click and drag going all the way from one side to the other. I'm going to type out Africa. Okay, great. And now I can then play around with some of my options that we learned about in the last exercise that's going to allow me to have more control over this. And we're also going to learn a few bonus ones as well. All right, so notice how it's way off. Sometimes Photoshop will do that, regardless of what I do. It decides to kind of center it right on the top. So I'm going to work with my baseline. So I can have that come down a little bit. I also want to work with my scaling. So if you see here, I have my horizontal scale and my vertical scale. See that? There's my vertical scale. Here's my horizontal scale. In this case, because I want this to be kind of nice and blocky, I really want to kind of make it act as a frame. The font I choose and how kind of blocky I make it is going to be very important. So using these two guys, our vertical scale and our horizontal scale, can be really, really valuable for us. All right, so and again, I can change this anytime I want to as well. All right, and if you want to play around with the tracking, you can do that just the same. So let's just see, how do we in fact make this into a clipping mask, right? That's why we're here. First thing you want to do after you've completed everything is make sure that your object, right, meaning your image, is above your type, okay, or above the thing you want to clip to. Okay, I know it seems counterintuitive because looking at this, it kind of seems like the opposite is happening. When in fact, you want your image to be up on top. And all we're going to do now, and this is very important here, you're just going to do Alt, okay, between the two layers. So what do I mean by that? Alt, and then click. So you'll see what that is, and then you've very, very quickly and very, very easily created a clipping mask. So watch this. I come between the two layers, I hold down Alt, and then notice what appears here. Watch what happens when I let go of Alt. See? Hold that down and watch what happens when I click. Magic. Just like that. Do that one more time. Hold down the Alt key, move your mouse right between the two layers, and now we've done a clip. And if I want to get those extra effects, super easy to do. We've already covered that. I'm just going to put a very simple stroke around this. Maybe go a little bit thicker. Great. Love that. Amazing. And what's so neat about this is that these are still independent of each other. I could move my giraffe a little bit this way, a little bit that way. See that? Now he's in the A as well. So you have a nice, really cool effect to work with. Wonderful. Now, let's see how we can do the same thing for an image. So type sort of naturally clips to things, whereas an image may not so much. So let's do a quick little exercise on how we do that. So this time I'm going to just open to my Romanian castle. I'm going to bring in my shape this time. I'm going to go ahead and place embedded. And I'm going to find this Romanian map. Say, okay, great. Now what happens? So earlier we talked about bringing our image up above. And let's just see what happens when we're not doing the complete process here. Bring my image up above, just like Dave said. Hold down the Alt key in between the two layers. Click. And then, oop, not what I expected. Let me undo. What's happening here? Remember how type has a natural sort of clipping ability, right? Because type by itself has like these grooves around it. What we need to do is play around with our image to make it so all of this stuff goes away. We learned about this earlier on about working with the quick selection tool or working with the magic wand tool. So before I do anything, I need to rasterize this. Okay, no longer has the little icon there. I'm going to go over here to my quick selection tool. I'm just going to click very slowly, coming around the edge, coming around here. Okay, great. Notice how it's not affecting the other layers, right? Just because that's just how Photoshop works. Does not affect the other layers. Great. Let's make sure we get anything here. Good. And then I hit delete. Control D. That's great. It's wonderful. Certainly you can get rid of some of these little watermarks there if you like. Now I'm ready to go. Because again, think about the parallel between type and this map now. It does not have this little white background. So if you're planning on doing something like this, you need to make it so it has like these little clean lines. So it's no longer that square, because that's what it looked for. It looked for the outline of that. So let's bring this up top and hold down the Alt key right in between the two layers, and wonderful. Now the last thing we're going to do here is, well, how did I get that effect? I'm just going to bring down the opacity of layer 0 so I can very gently see what's underneath it. Oh, wow, that is really cool. Okay, and then I'm going to go to my Romanian map. And then we haven't really done too much with drop shadow, so let's just add on a drop shadow to this. Give it a little bit of texture so you can see shadow off, shadow on, shadow off, shadow on. Let's keep that on. I'm going to make that a little bit darker so you can see it. Bring down the size a little bit. That's kind of cool. See that? It gives us some nice texture, and I'm pretty happy with that. So go ahead, I'm going to pause the video. Please practice that. Enjoy. In the last lesson, we talked about clipping masks. In this lesson, we're going to talk about just plain old masking. Plain old masking. And if I were to give you any advice as Photoshop beginners, I would say learn about masking to the nth degree. If you want to master really anything, you will see that masking comes in so many different forms. You're going to see it's going to give you a lot of power over things in many different facets of Photoshop. This is just going to be the beginning of how we can mask things. It gives you control of what you want to see and what you don't want to see. That's essentially the definition of what masking is. Essentially, do I want to see something? Do I want to not see something? It could be an object, but it could be an effect. It could be a filter. It could be a layer adjustment. It could be certain colors. Right? We're going to get into some lessons on that in a little bit, but right now we're going to focus on just like basic masking. So you'll see that this very unusual, beautiful creature here is the product of masking. You'll see over here that there's actually two different layers overlapping each other, and you'll also notice how there is this new little layer happening here that's connected to this lion layer. Okay, what's actually happening here? There is a mask that is happening that is poking through this lion's face to show through, so this little doggy can come through the lion's face. But it gives me all the control in the world to show what I want, how much I want to show. Okay? You'll also notice that, okay, it's not perfect, so I can very easily fix that. The two things I want you to take away with masks are very simple. It's going to be black or white, and using the brush tool, believe it or not. All right, I'm going to come back to that in a little bit, but it's going to be black or white while using the brush tool. Notice these colors here are black or white. So let's just do an example of this. You can watch me and then practice it, and then practice it on your own now. When I talk about masking, I also want you to note that masking is a very good alternative, if not the best alternative, for deleting something. Earlier, we discussed the eraser tool. Rather than erasing sometimes, you might want to consider just masking. Because masking, guess what, is not permanent. Where erasing is permanent. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, without further ado, let's open up to our files. I'm going to bring in the dog. I'm going to place the lion. All right, and there we have it. Now, don't worry about getting everything perfect right now. And we're also going to learn about how to crop some things a little bit just the same. All right, I'm going to unlock everything. Good practice. And what I'm going to do next is mask. I'm going to put a mask on this line. I want you to think about masking in terms of masking or blindfolds, right? So sometimes you're going to have a blindfold, you poke a hole in it, it becomes a mask. Okay, just imagine that. Just put a blindfold over your face, and then you poke a hole in it and it becomes a mask, right? You're turning into Robin, you're turning into the Green Lantern. Okay, so that's what we're going to do next. Where do we find our ability to mask? That is going to be down here. Move your mouse over, it'll tell you. Add a layer mask. Cool, we haven't done those yet. So let's click on this and we're going to choose Add Layer Mask, and then that thing pops up, just like how we saw before, right? This one has that there, but it's got some little black brush lines on there. And that's what we're going to do next. So remember the first two things I talked about, black or white. So right now this is white, okay? So white is going to conceal, black is going to reveal. So let's just see what we can do now. So the brush tool can be easily accessed either by clicking on the brush itself, or guess what? Shortcut key of B. That's what I like. And you'll see here I've got two colors here. It's either going to be black or white, black or white. If they're not black or white, you can very simply just click on that and that'll actually set it to be the default, and you can switch it around if you want to as well. But we want whatever color we're going to be playing around with right now to be on the foreground. And in this case, it's going to be black because we want to see what's underneath there. We want to reveal what's underneath there, which is going to be the dog. So take a look at my brush size, which is 125. Also take a look at the hardness, which I have it as 0%, which I want because I don't want it to be like hard lines. I want to kind of blend in nicely. Okay? And again, if you want to adjust your brush size, who remembers this? Right bracket, left bracket, right bracket, left bracket. On your keyboard, that is. All right? So I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, bring it down to 100. And now I'm just going to draw with my brush tool black. It's going to make sure it's very important you're not selecting the lion, you're selecting the layer mask. Then I click and drag, and now I can see I'm making a nice little reveal of the dog. But it's not coming in as great as I'd like. Why is that? You want to take a look at your opacity just the same. So if your opacity is not 100%, it's going to come in kind of weak like this. So I'm going to make mine 100%. Okay, now I'm just cutting right through the lion. Okay, where is the lion going to become a dog? All right, okay, not too bad, but there's something missing here. Not doing exactly what I want. The dog's just really not in place, is it? So I can click on the dog layer. The dog layer is still independent, just like how we saw with the clipping mask. Go back to my move tool. Remember, we want to think about these tools just like we do anything else, right? We have to change tools to accomplish different goals. So I'm going to bring that little guy down below, starting to look a little more realistic. Maybe I'm just going to shrink him in a little bit. Okay, you don't want to see the top of his head. Just like blend it in nicely. And if you don't like what you've done, you can always do, guess what? Paint white over it. So let's just see the opposite now. Let's just see what happens when I paint white with my brush tool over here. See, that goes away. Go back to black, switch it, and then just very gradually just have some of the lion, some of the dog. See that? Ooh, okay. Kind of nice. Oh, got a little bit too much. Switch it out back to black. Then bring back some of the lion. Bring back some of the lion. See that? So you'll be seeing lots and lots of examples on how you might want to do this. You might want to bring in something that you only want to just show something from the background a little bit to peek through, right? You want to have that kind of control. Maybe you want to do it in a very kind of gradual way just to sort of display something where something just comes in such a way. Okay, it just kind of gradually appears. Okay, so or you can do something like that. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So now I was a little creative with it. Notice I'm like half dog, half lion. Or maybe it's the opposite. So I go to there, and then I switch it, where I'm like, okay, now it's a cute little lion with some dog eyes. You can see the difference there, okay? So there's a lot of creative ways to do this, okay? And then in a future lesson for my advanced class, I show you how to use gradient masks. And then when we start talking about adjustment layers, we're going to be using masks in a little bit of a different way. So stay tuned and please practice that. Welcome everyone to this intermediate level Adobe Photoshop class. We have so much for you to learn in this class. Well, let's talk about what we're going to learn. Well, first of all, we're going to get into customizing your workspace a little bit more than we did in our previous class. You're going to see there's a lot more under the hood to give you kind of more control over the program. We get into artboards, which is going to give you, again, a lot more control over your output and different kind of creativity and productivity. We get into Adobe Photo Stock, we're going to get into Creative Cloud, and then we get more creative using the pen tool and shapes. But believe it or not, you can use the pen tool and shapes for more advanced selection. Speaking of selection, we're going to work with selecting hair. and looking at all the refinements you can do around all that stuff. Then we get into filters and more advanced filters and neural filters, which are just hot off the presses with artificial intelligence. Really awesome stuff there. We're going to get into working with patterns, working with graphic styles, creating your own graphic styles, and so much more. So stay tuned and we'll see you in the first lesson. Thanks everybody. See you in a bit. Now that you're all at an intermediate level, we're going to now start to customize our experience and our workflow and our choices for how we're going to engage with Photoshop. So the next couple of lessons is going to be all about that. It's really about taking customization and ownership of the program to the next level. So you're going to see over here on the left-hand side, we have our major tools. Okay, so we're going to see that we have a lot of tools here that maybe we're not going to use. So we have the option to actually remove some of these tools and even move them around and order them in a way that might be to our liking. Okay, we also have the option to change the keyboard shortcut for some of these if they're not intuitive for us and possibly if they don't exist. All right, so how do we do that? We're going to notice over here on the lower part of our toolbar, we have these three dots. I click on that, and you're going to see I have the option to edit the toolbar. Okay, so if I right click on it, the edit the toolbar option actually appears for me to click on it. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and right click on the three dots, and I'm going to go over here to edit toolbar. Now what happens here, it's going to show me all of the tools that I currently have. And notice how it's all grouped out together, by different things here in terms of different selections and all that good stuff there. Make it easy to understand. And also you'll see here on the second column, it shows me what my keyboard shortcuts are for all of these. All right. On the right-hand side, you see this option here for extra tools. So if I was not using some of these tools, they would end up over here. So let's just say, for example, certain tools that I just don't want to see. It's just certain options that I just don't really care about. So for example, here, this single row and this single column, I never use those. So what I'm going to do is very simply choose it and then just drag it over here to the right-hand side, choose it, drag it over here to the right-hand side, and now they will no longer be an option inside of my marquee section. Okay, so pretty cool, just never have to see them ever again. Now, if you look over here on the right-hand side, if I change my mind, I can always say restore defaults, and it comes right back, no problem. And also note that if I wanted to drag them over here and then drag them back, I could either drag them back into this section, or maybe you want to keep them, but you want to drag them over to another section that's a little bit more intuitive for you. Okay, so it's pretty much allowing you to customize and control how you want your tools to set up in any possible way, either removing them, moving them, or moving them back any which way you want to do it. So pretty extraordinary, very, very cool. Now, you'll also notice that I also have kind of grouping options for myself. Notice I can choose a particular tool, or I have a whole group. All right, so notice it's very subtle. When I move my mouse to the edge, I get the whole blue box halo around there. I come to here, I just get for that particular tool. So let's say, for example, you are using your lasso tools a lot more often than you are your move tools. If you wanted to, you can just drag the whole grouping up on top, and now you can see here the whole grouping is now going to be first. And you can see I get a nice little preview of it there. Let's do that one more time. And I'm going to go ahead and move this back down, and just making sure that you move it down below into this little spot there so it doesn't get kind of couched in with another one. You want to make sure you want to be very careful that you move it kind of to the outside of a section so it becomes its own section. But it's also nice to know that if you wanted it to sort of be sort of a subset of another group of tools, you can move the whole group into another group. Okay, so really lots of great options there. So now let's go ahead and talk about this second column here where we have our keyboard shortcuts. So you should see some of these as familiar, like the V for the move tool, the M for the marquee tool, the L for all the different lasso tools. And the reason why there's multiple is because you can toggle through these by doing Shift and then L, Shift L, Shift L, and it's going to toggle through all of these. All right, which is really nice. So this is a good way for you to memorize all of these. And a lot of these have some nice mnemonics around them, like C for crop, and then I for eyedropper, M for marquee, etc. But now you're going to see that some of them don't even have any shortcut keys assigned to them, and some of them may not be completely intuitive, so you might want to change them. So it's very easy to add and also very easy to modify. So this blur tool, I use that all the time, and I want to make that easily accessible. So what I'm going to do is just make that B. So I'm going to just simply tap on the B key, and that comes right in. And now B is my blur tool shortcut key. Very, very cool. All right, now you can also remove some of these. Let's just say they're dominating something and you don't want that to be the keyboard shortcut and you want something else to be. You can very easily remove that just by hitting the backspace key or the delete key and get rid of it. All right, so very easy, very straightforward. All right, now let's come back over here to the right-hand side, and we're going to see if you just don't want anything here at all, you would hit Clear Tools, which I don't see why you'd want to do that, right? We're not going to do that. Restore Defaults is what we did initially to bring everything back to where it was before. And then finally, you have the option to save a preset, right? So basically, if you want to save these and then load them later on, let's say onto another computer, or you're sharing stuff with other people, you're on a team, and someone's done all the work to save all these presets, and that's what you do for your team. You can save a preset. I'm just going to go ahead and click on that, and as you're going to see here, it's going to save as this particular file, a TBR, and then you're going to then load it onto another computer, so that way you don't have to reinvent the wheel. So really cool, really neat. So I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, and let me just do maybe something kind of just a little bit, tiny bit of a shift here. I'm just going to go ahead and just move these in a different order so we can see the differences. You can see there's that going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and click on Done. And now you can see that's all set up to do that. And then I'm going to tap on the B key, and now you'll notice that my blur tool is now activated. Okay, now if you are choosing another tool that has the similar letter assigned to it, you might have to do the Shift and then the B, or you might even get an error message, okay, that's saying, hey, this is already occupied by another tool. So just keep that in mind, okay? So you might have to just kind of toggle through all the rest of them by doing Shift and then that letter, or it may just tell you that it's not going to work, all right? So that's going to be the beginning of our whole customization options. In a little bit, we're going to learn how we can work with our different menus, work with different keyboard shortcuts in general on all of these. So stay tuned for the next lesson, and we'll see you soon. In this lesson, we're going to get a little bit deeper into our options for keyboard shortcuts, for menu customization, whether it comes to color coding, adding on keyboard shortcuts to our menus, making some of our menu items invisible, basically giving you all the control in the world for how you want to work within Photoshop. All right, so let's go ahead and take this to the next level. Now let me give you an example. If I click on File, you're going to notice here that I have all of these options here, of course, and I also have all of these keyboard shortcuts available. Some of them do not have keyboard shortcuts. Let's go over here to Edit. You can see that some of these are going to look familiar, like Undo and Copy, etc. But some of these don't have them. Let's go over here to Image. Yes, some of them have them, some of them don't. And some of these, we might not necessarily want to work with these, right? So we can remove these. So if things are a little bit too busy, we have the option to basically remove some of these tools that we just don't want to see. They're just getting in the way. All right, so, and we also have the option to color code. So let's go ahead and just take a look at how we would do this. If I click on Edit over here in the upper left, you're going to notice here way down at the bottom I have this option for keyboard shortcuts, and I also have menus. All right, now these guys kind of share the same window, but I'm going to show you how you can get there in two different ways. When I click on keyboard shortcuts, we're going to get to this kind of like seemingly busy dialog box, but good news is there's a kind of rhyme and reason here. So you're going to notice that I have keyboard shortcuts here, and I also have menus. And menus is right there, and you can see there they are, but these are actual little toggle tabs for me to work with. I can go to here and I can go to here. We're going to be exploring both of these, but again, I just want to reiterate that we can get to both of those options I saw inside of my edit menu right from one dialog box if you like. We're going to see that when we go over to here to this top part which says Shortcuts for, we're going to start off with this Applications menu. And what's really nice is that we have shortcuts for Applications menu, which is all of these, but we can also customize our shortcuts for our panel menus, our tools, and all this good stuff here. So let's just go ahead and just take a look first of all at our Applications menu. And we're going to see here is File, Edit, Image, etc. All those nice things there. And what I'd like to do is make it so I have a keyboard shortcut for something that I use all the time, which is placing in images, right? Why wouldn't I want to do that, right? Because other programs have that. Photoshop does not. So very easily I can do that. So I'm going to go over here to File, and you're going to see again a lot of familiar commands and also a lot of familiar shortcuts here. So you can see there's Control N, Control O, and you see some other things there, Control S for save. Now if I scroll down a little bit more, we're going to find, here's my option for Place Embedded, and there's no shortcut for that. Well, I would like there to be a shortcut for it. So very simply, all I'm going to do is simply click right here, and this little empty field appears, awaiting me to now just start typing in with my keyboard what I want my keyboard shortcut to be. All right, now keeping in mind, if there already is a keyboard shortcut assigned to another tool, you're going to get an error message, right? Or it's going to tell you, hey, listen, you need to choose this one or another one, and it's going to override the other one. So just keeping that in mind. All right, so I'm just going to do Control Shift and P, right, for place. That's a really nice one. And I'm just going to just choose Accept, and I love that. Super easy to do. All right, so love that. And now let's go ahead and test it out. I'm going to click OK, and now you're going to see when I go to File, I now have Place Embedded, Shift Control P. Awesome, fantastic. I'm going to try that with my keyboard shortcut now, and you can see it's going to pop right up to this. All right, and I'll just go ahead and bring in the Italian flag again. Beautiful. There we have it, and it's as easy as that. I'm just going to go ahead and delete that. But you can see I was able to use my keyboard shortcut where I wasn't able to do that before I now configured it, right? So really slick. You can do that with any tool that you find here that you find yourself using all the time and you can't find it or it just takes too many steps. Create a keyboard shortcut for it. Okay, excellent. Let's now go back over here to Edit, and I'm going to choose Menus this time. And again, notice here I'm in Menus, and keyboard shortcuts is just one click away. It's next door neighbor there. All right, so bam, there I am. All right, now I want you to see here that I have now the ability to then control what I want to see in my menus and what I want to also color code here, because you'll see that I have two other columns, my visibility and I have my color, right? So pretty cool. So one thing that I like to make disappear is something called my adjustments, because I use layer adjustments already on my layers panel because I like to work with masks. I don't want to have any permanency. I want them to be destructive. So I want to get rid of them. All right, so if I go over here to Image, you can see I scroll down. You can see here's these adjustments and for levels and all that stuff, but I don't use these. So I don't really want them to be here at all. And if I'm working with some new apprentice or somebody who's a mentor or something like that, and I don't want them to do that either, I'm going to configure it for them because they keep making the mistakes. I'm just going to go ahead and just eliminate even the option for this to happen. So just very simply click on the eyeball, all right? And that's going to be gone for the entire group. All right, so let's go ahead and test that out. I'm going to click on OK. I go over to here to Image, and notice there is no adjustment there. All right, pretty cool. Let's come back and do that one more time. Let's bring it back. As you can see, there's no tricks. Go over to here, bring it back, click OK, Image. Oh, there's adjustments. Oh, you know what? We don't want that. So again, let's come back to that, and let's very simply make that invisible. All right, so very cool, very easy to do that. Now let's go ahead and do this color coding. All right, so there's certain things that you might want to color code because you want it to be easy to find, you want it to be more creative, you want it to be more productive, lots of reasons for doing that. All right, so I'm just going to arbitrarily choose something from my file menu, and I'm going to come down here to something that I might use all the time, which is my exporting. And I also use some of these other tools like saving for the web, also my artboard options. So I want to color code those. Now, notice here I have kind of a parent and a child. I have export, and I have all of its children that live underneath there. I'm going to color code all of those things. I'm going to make this red, save for web. I'm going to make that orange, artboard to files. I'm going to make that yellow, and I'm going to make artboard to PDF. I'm going to make that green. Okay, so very cool. Let's go ahead and say OK. Test that out. Go over here to File, and look at what is staring right at me. Can't miss it. Export. And then bam, 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 I have that all set up for me. Okay, really cool, really nice, kind of makes it a little more fun, but again, a little more functional, maybe just as importantly. All right, so really cool stuff there. All right, and again, let's just double check. Yep, adjustments is still gone. Love that.
Now let's go back to where we were initially, back to our keyboard shortcuts. And I want you to see here under shortcuts how I have all of these options here. My application menu, what we've been working with already. And we also have our panels menu. Okay. This is going to give us some really neat options for controlling our keyboard shortcuts for certain parts of our panels, if you like. All right, so we don't need to get too deep into all of these. I'll just kind of show you kind of what this process looks like. For example, under layers, and then here's an example of something I use all the time, is making something a smart object. So you can see here is convert to smart object. I do that all the time. And it's like, oh man, it's so buried in there. I can't find it. I always forget it. Da, da, da. Bam, we can make this into a keyboard shortcut. All right, so I'm just going to do Control-Shift-Q. All right, bam, there it is. It's a nice, easy one. I know it's not occupied by anybody else. And then bam, I'm going to hit accept. And now I've created a keyboard shortcut for my panel menus. Not just the menus up on top here, but a menu, meaning the menu within my panel, of converting to a smart object. Right, so very, very cool. And you're going to want to experiment with some of these other ones as well. Right, these are ones we've already done, but this is nice because you have them all in one place. We did this in the last lesson. This is just another way to do it. Okay. Now the last thing I want to talk about is the ability to now save this into your personal workspace. All right. So you're going to see here is okay. Right, I'm going to get out of that, and you're going to see here is my workspace right here. There's my Dave's Faves. Now I've made a lot of changes to Dave's Faves. Right, in my earlier class that I taught, you're going to see that I have the ability to then create all my panels and all that stuff, so they're going to move around all kinds of different places. I can very easily have it come back to where I want it to be. That's amazing. But now I've added on a whole different set of tools with my keyboard shortcuts and my menu customizations that I also want to preserve and bake in to my workspace. So if I go back over to here, you're going to see here's this option for new workspace, and you're going to see that I have my keyboard shortcuts, menus, and toolbars. And what I want to do is now preserve Dave's Faves to have all three of these in there, not just for the panels and the location, but all the keyboard shortcuts that I've now just created. So I now have to just type that in again, Dave's Faves, click these boxes, click Save, click Yes, because I want to replace what I currently have. It's going to override it. And now everything that I just did, including all of my panels, but now all my keyboard shortcuts and all those other customizations that I did will now be baked in to Dave's Faves, right? So really, really cool, really, really slick. All right. Now, one last thing I want to show you before I forget is under Edit, and again, keyboard shortcuts, is this ability to then save everything that we've done here. Because you may actually have created this and worked really hard on this, and you want to do this on your own computer, right? Potentially you're on a work computer, you want to put it onto another computer entirely, and you don't want to have to reinvent the wheel. Maybe you're on a team and you want to be able to share everything you've done with your team so you're all on the same page. You can very simply save it. Okay, and then bam, you're going to be able to save this keyboard shortcut option right there, bam, and then you can then bring it in just the same way after it's been saved to then incorporate it in, just like that. And then the same thing for your menus, you can see there that is, okay, and then notice this is a different menu altogether. This is an MNU, right, and then you can bring it in just the same, just like that. All right, let me go ahead and cancel out of that. So really powerful, really valuable. So please practice that. And I suggest that during this lesson, you really start to make this count. You really make it so the tools that you want to use, the tools that you want to have easy access to, you start customizing, you start putting your keyboard shortcuts to use. All right? Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you in the next lesson, and have fun. In this lesson, we're going to learn how we can work with multiple Photoshop documents simultaneously so we can see them side by side, we can match locations and zoom levels, basically be able to have a nice kind of workflow space for you when you're working with multiple documents that maybe you want to compare, view side by side, etc. So notice I just currently have one tab open right now, and I'm just going to go ahead and open up to another document, and you're going to see that's going to be inside of the 1.4 folder, and I'm going to open up to this collage compare, and you're going to see now I have two different tabs open just like that. Now you can see that they're a little bit different looking, and I'd really like to kind of just see them side by side rather than having to go back and forth and do all this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here to this window menu up on top, and you're going to see that my first choice is the ability to arrange all of my documents, all my tabs in such a way, right? So you can see it's pretty self-explanatory. Tile all vertically or all horizontally, or 2 up horizontally, 3 up, 6 up, or whatever it is. But notice these are all grayed out because I only have 2 documents open right now. If I had 3 or 4 or 6 or whatever, it's going to give me the option to do that. So just notice how if I have 6, there's 6 little thumbnails there. 4, there's going to be 4 little thumbnails there. Okay, so let's go ahead and just see what that's going to look like. I'm just going to say tile all vertically. All right, that's pretty cool. Let me just go ahead and get rid of my layers panel for a second. You can see, all right, that's nice. I can kind of see them side by side. That's really neat. Let's go back to window. Let's try it in a slightly different way. Let's go ahead and tile all horizontally. All right, well, maybe you prefer that. Depending on your screen size and your resolution and aspect ratio, maybe that's what you'd like to do. All right, but let's just go and experiment with a few other ones. Let's just see what we have here. Let's go to arrange, and you're going to see that these are going to probably be very similar to what you have here because it's 2 up and 2 up. If you had multiple, you're going to see it might look a little bit different. But let's just go ahead and just do this one more time. Great, exactly like I said, just going to be the same. Let's go over to here. You can see that's going to look side by side. All right, so really, really up to you. Now let's go over here, go to window, go back to arrange. But now I want you to see how there are these other options here, like for matching location, match zooming, matching all, or whatever it is. So let's just say, for example, I'm on this particular one, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Okay, I've really zoomed in. I'm zooming in right there on that particular image. All right, that's great. And what I'd like to do is actually make it so everything is going to be zoomed in the same way for all of my currently open documents that are arranged in such a way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and just say window, arrange, and I'm going to say match zoom. And you're going to see how that zoom is now matched. Okay, it's the same zoom level, right? You can see if we go way down to the bottom, you can see it's 161, 161. So it did exactly what I asked it to do. But it's not exactly what I want it to do. So I'm going to go over here to window. I'm going to say now match all. Now they're exactly what I want it to do, right? This image actually looks a little different because it is in fact cropped a little bit. But you can see that match all will do the location and the zoom level all at the same time. Whereas what it did the first time was just match the zoom level. Okay, so I personally just like to skip directly to match all and not really worry about any of these things because that's essentially what I want to do most of the time. All right, so cool. Now I can kind of view them side by side. Let's go ahead and do this one more time. Let's go ahead and just pan over. I'm going to go to this one, make this active, hold down the space bar. I'm going to come over to here and just say, okay, what does that look like? All right, so let's go back to window, arrange. I'm going to say match all. Cool. Now they're lined up exactly how I want it to be. Don't have to waste time doing it manually. All right, so love that. Now I'm done with this, right? And I want it to go back to all of my different tabs. Very simply, all I do is go over here to window, arrange, and you'll see here's this option to consolidate all to tabs. And now these guys are back in their rightful place, side by side. And also notice that they've kept the zoom level of 161%. And that's great. Super happy, but it really gives me a nice flow of how I want to work between documents, between images, to be able to kind of really see what I want to see and compare and contrast between the two of them. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the Creative Cloud libraries, a very powerful and very useful tool for organizing your content, for having easy access to your content, and for even sharing your content and collaborating with others with all of this content. So let's go ahead and bring up the panel for the Creative Cloud libraries by going here to Window, and we're going to come down here to Libraries, and now this is going to open up
to My Libraries, and I have a pretty well-established set of libraries. When you open it up, you're going to see most likely nothing if you've not worked with libraries. So let me just go ahead and just give you a nice little tour of what I currently have, and you're going to be able to set up something similar to this. You'll notice here I have libraries, and I have all of these subfolders for all these different library folders that I've created. Okay. Now, your grand thing is called libraries, and then all of your individual folders are called libraries within the library. So as an example, I can click on images, and you can see these are all of the images that I have saved over time, so I can have very easy access to it. So as an example, let me go ahead and just bring in this little arrow, for example. Just go ahead and drag that out. And now I can put that right there, and now I can reuse that and resize it and etc., whatever I want to do, and just basically use this as my own, very simply, anytime I want to use it. Okay, very cool. So we can see the usage for it. But you can see that I have a whole bunch of other options as well. Like if I go over here to colors, notice this is another thing that I can do when I'm working with my libraries. Now, the nice thing about libraries is that not only do they work across other Photoshop files, but they also work across other Adobe programs. So a lot of these libraries I've created them in Illustrator, and I've created them in InDesign. And I still have this kind of cross functionality across all of these in case I want to use, let's say, any of these images inside of Illustrator, inside of InDesign. All right, now let's go ahead and see how I can then create a new library. Okay, let's say I'm going to create one just for food items, because that's how I want to stay organized. That's how I communicate with all of my people, with myself. You know, that's just how I want to stay structured and productive. So you're going to see the option here for Create New Library. So when I choose that, it's going to ask me very simply, what do you want to call this? I'm going to call this Food Images. And now you're going to see I have an empty library. Okay, so really, really simple. If I wanted to add something into the library, you're going to see here it says add assets, styles, and more from a file. You can also drag and drop. So let's go ahead and just select, let's say, this image right here, drag it right inside there. Notice I got my little plus sign, and now just like that, I have that food item inside of this library. Okay, really simple. Let's go ahead and do another one. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the plus sign, and this time I'm just going to choose graphic. And you can see, bam, there's another way to do it. Okay, drag and drop or the little plus sign. Okay, now right next to my plus sign, you're going to see I have a little folder, because you might want to get organized within your libraries. So let's just say, for example, I have food images, but I want to have one just for Italian food. So let me go ahead and just click on this little guy right there. I'm just going to go ahead and just say Italian food. And now these are not grouped, but now I'm just going to go ahead and drag them in here. So now they are part of Italian food. And now I can start being very organized with it. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do another one just for fun. Let's just call this French, and you can see that's empty, but it is ready to then be organized inside of this, right? So I don't want it to be inside of Italian food, so I have to drag it out. Very important we understand that. And you can see now I have two folders within my food images. All right, now let's go back, and you're going to see there's my food images, my regular images, everything like that, nicely organized. But let's see this in action. I'm going to go ahead now and create a new document completely different from this, by just going and saying File and New, and I'm just going to go ahead and just do a very simple dimension like that. Very good. And now I'm ready to bring in some images. So there we go. You can see I'm going to go to my Libraries panel. I'm going to choose Food Images, and I'm going to go to Italian Food, and then notice it's sitting right there waiting for me to borrow or to steal, whatever I like. Bam, I'm going to go ahead and drag that in, and now that image is mine for the taking. It's beautiful. Love it. Absolutely so easy. And if you're going to see, I'm going to go ahead and just hit the check mark there to commit. All right, and I'll just go ahead and do this one. Again, same deal. Go ahead and just select it. Make sure that nothing is selected. Drag it in over here. Great, and now I have this one there. Okay, now keep in mind, these images will then be available also inside of InDesign and Illustrator if I want to use them. Okay, I won't be showing you that in this class, but I just want to remind you of that fact. Okay, now let's go ahead and talk about some other options that we're going to have here within our Libraries panel to be able to just basically present and structure and organize all of our content here. Right, I'm going to start off with this option right there. You can see I've got this nice little bulleted list. It tells me that is the list view. And you can see that's going to be a little bit of a different way of looking at it. And now if we take a look at this path view or the tree, this is going to allow me to see how my folders and subfolders are all set up in here if I had that all set up here. Now this one is going to allow me to sort, right? You can see I can sort by type of object, right? So in case I would have like some text in there, or maybe I'd have some shapes in there, maybe you want to group them all together that way. Okay, or you might want to do it alphabetically, and you can see that we have that. Now, notice that these are not really set up to be kind of like alphabetically in a very kind of effective way, because they're not really named in such a way, right? So in this case, it doesn't really do too much for me. So let's just go ahead and have a little sidebar, and let's just see what happens when we right-click, and we have all these great options, including rename, right? So if I say rename, I'm just going to go ahead and just call this veggie plate. This one, I'm going to right click on this one. I'm going to rename this one, and I'm going to call this one tiramisu. Okay, very cool. And now you can see, let's go ahead and make sure it's alphabetized by name. That's great, and love that. See, that's going to go from the T to the V. Very cool. Now this one to the left is going to the ability to filter. All right, so in this case, there's not really a whole lot of options in case you want to filter just by graphics, just by shapes, just by colors. You can filter them out to show that. Okay, but in this case, it's not going to really make a difference. Why? Because we only have graphics in there. All right, so hopefully that's all pretty straightforward. Now let's come back to our right-click options. When you right-click, you have a lot of different options in here. All right, so in case you didn't want to drag and drop and do all these things in here, you can place your image just by right-clicking and saying place linked. All right, so bam. When you do place linked, what that's going to do, it's going to make it so if this image changes, all of the images that are linked up to it then also change. So if I make this black and white, all those other images that are linked when placed will then also show up black and white. Okay, that's great. If you wanted to edit this, right, you can actually go back and you can edit the original, and now you're going to be editing this original, right, and then making some changes to it and whatever you're going to be doing, making it black and white, etc. Right, then your library item will then have all of those properties on there. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close that out. Come back one more time. Let's go and right click, add on a description, right? Why not? Let's just help people understand what it is. Okay, image taken at wedding in Tuscany. Okay, and you can see people will have that there, and if they mouse over it, you might see it there as well. Go, you can see, cool. Now you can see how that's going to look. Very neat. Let's go ahead and right click, and you can see here's another way of doing a group. You can make a new group from the thing that you just right clicked on. You can also remove it from the group, and you can duplicate it. You can copy it to another folder altogether. You can move it to another folder. We've already renamed, and of course delete does delete. All right, so pretty intuitive, but just know they give you a lot of options that may be hiding in there. All right, so really neat and very valuable. Okay, so now let's come back out of this, right? So I'm going to click on this little back button over here next to food images, and you're going to see now I'm back to sort of my home screen for all of my libraries. Okay, what I'd like to do at this point is I'd like to actually start to share some of my options. Okay, so I want to share the ability for people to get to my food images. Okay, so when I click on this now, you're going to notice that I have this little option right here. Right? You can see invite to library. And the reason why I took you back into that other place before, because you are not going to see the option to share with anybody from this view. You're only going to see the view to share with somebody when you're in a particular library. Okay? Because when you're inside of this, the implication is that you want to share that particular library, not your entire library. Okay? So now from here, I have the ability to then invite to library. And this is going to come up. It's going to open up to my Creative Cloud desktop. And very simply, who do I want to invite? Okay, great. I can just put in their information here. Okay, bam, I type that out. And then you can see what am I going to let them do? Either edit it or just view it. And it's very simple. And then when you get out of this, you're going to see that they will have access to this exact same library. And you'll be able to see who is part of this library as well. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is how we can directly and indirectly influence and add to and access our libraries. Okay, so I'm going to go over here to my colors, for example, and just notice how all of these colors are saved inside of my libraries. So what I'm going to do is now go ahead and just create a new color. So I'm going to go over here to my color picker, double click on that, and then I'm just going to choose like this bright red, make it nice and memorable for you. Okay, and then I'm going to add this to my swatches. Now, when I do that, I just want you to notice, here is this add to my current library. You'll start to see that very, very often now that we understand about libraries. When it gives you the choice to add it to your library, you'll see it's going to save to whatever your current library is. Okay, so I'll just call this Fire Engine Red. I click OK, and then bam, I want to make sure that that's checked. All right, and now you can see I'm going to go ahead and just click OK, and now I want to move this into there, and you can see Fire Engine Red is now part of my Project X, Y, and X colors, okay, and then bam, you have that there, okay? So the takeaway is, I want you to just understand that there are kind of direct and indirect ways of getting to your libraries and saving things in your libraries. Okay, so a variety of different ones will allow you to do that depending on where you are and also depending on what program you are working with. Okay, so InDesign is going to do it a little bit differently than Photoshop, and Photoshop a little different than Illustrator, etc. But just keep an eye out for that word library to be able to add it in there when you do see it, so then you can have cross-program and cross-documentation and even cross-user utility. All right, so practice all that, get yourself all set up, working with whatever images you want to work with, right? Getting all organized. And in our next lesson, we're going to work with Adobe Stock, and we're going to see how Adobe Stock works very nicely, but it also works very, very nicely with our libraries. In this lesson, we're going to discuss the value, utility, and application of Adobe Stock, where we can find a zillion different photos and illustrations and audio and even templates, and many of them free, so we can use them over and over again, add them to our libraries, or really even just save them to our computers and use them again and again. Now, many of you will have access to these with your Creative Cloud account. Some of you may have a little bit more of a premium account, so you'll have access to some of these that others will not. And if you do not have access to them, you'll be able to pay for some of these photos as well. And many of these options and assets are just beautiful, beautiful, high quality professional images. Now, just a little sidebar, we will not have the images that we are working with in this video available inside of our files and folders due to copyright and licensing issues. But I am going to show you how you can access all of your content within Adobe Stock, but then also show you how you can use Creative Cloud to organize them so you can use them again and again. All right, so I'm going to go over here to this website, which is just stock.adobe.com, and also notice that I am in fact logged in with my account. And you're going to see that is going to be highly beneficial for you. Number one, it's going to give you access. But number two, when you're logged in, it connects to your Creative Cloud libraries, just like what we talked about in our last lesson. All right, so if we take a look up on top here, you can see we have all kinds of different parameters of what it can search for: photos, illustrations, audio, video, all kinds of different things. And we can also go to free. You'll also notice that there's a search bar right here, and also note that you can do by images, videos, etc., all these things here. And then you're going to see also there's some curated ones that are just all part of, a whole set that they are offering. Okay, but what we're going to do here is I'm just going to go and just very simply start very broad. I'm going to type out Italian food. And then I'm just going to hit enter, and you're going to see I get a whole bunch of results, right? Over 2 million. Fantastic. I love that. But now keep in mind that many of these things I may not be qualified to get. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to here to my filters. Okay, so I'm going to click on where it says View Panel. And now it's going to show up with all these different types of filters that I can now filter by. Now, filtering can mean any number of different things, not just whether you're paying for it, if it's free or not, but also it could be, well, listen, I typed out Italian food, but I'm really looking for just videos of Italian food. right? Or maybe you're looking for just illustrations of Italian food, right? So if you scroll down, you're going to see there's all kinds of different types of filters, okay, even including orientation, depth of field, does it include people, right? Color even, way down on the bottom. Maybe you just want, some tomatoes and color the red and all that stuff. So lots and lots of stuff you can do here and pretty straightforward. So really all I want is images. So that's going to pop up there. Okay, and then you can see there's price, all, standard premium, right, etc. Let's go ahead and keep going down. And let's go ahead and just say I only want it to be horizontal. Keep scrolling down. And then finally, I'm just going to go ahead and choose color. And I'm just going to choose kind of like this nice little red color. And now, just like that, I've got a lot of tomato dishes. All right. Now, one thing that it's missing in this part here is the ability to show, in fact, just free images. Okay, so I just want you to be aware of that, right? Because certainly they want to make sure that you're paying money here, right? So that's, part of their business. So they're not going to necessarily always just throw it out there, because we do have price, all, standard content, and premium. If I click on standard content, I may not be necessarily getting free content, because notice it still says buy when I mouse over it. So they kind of hide it a little bit. Yes, I did show you can go to free right here, and we'll do that exercise in a little bit. And you also see here, if I click on this little drop down, I can go to free this way. Okay, so really nice, because it does in fact keep all of my filter parameters. And also you can see here, I now have this word license. When you see license there, and you of course see the word free, then you know in fact it's available, okay, that you don't have to pay for it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, just so I can have a little bit more options, I'm just going to clear out my color filter. And you can see now I have 3,000 instead of just 7 like I did before. Okay, so let's go ahead and just scroll down, take a look at some of our results here. Okay, some of these are pretty good. Okay, great. Oh, I really like this one. So just notice now, as I mouse over it, it's reminding me that it's free. I have this ability to license, we're going to talk about in a second. I also have the ability to save to library. And you'll also see here, well, you know what? I like this one, but I'd like to see ones that are similar to this one. Okay, so really nice way of organizing it. But let me go ahead and just click on this right now. And you're going to see now it gives me a bigger view of this. It gives me a nice little description. Again, the option to save to my library. Again, the option to license for free. Okay, and then if I scroll down a little bit, it's going to give me some other information here. Okay, my license type, what category it's in, the dimensions, all this good stuff. This is going to be important to you, right? This is going to be some valuable information. And then you can see this is part of a whole series, okay, which is really nice because maybe you want the whole series. It's going to really help you out. Okay, but for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and take this one. So I'm going to have a couple of different options here. First thing is I'm going to say save to library. All right, so what's implied in this is my Creative Cloud library. So I just want you to watch closely. When I click on this now, something is going to pop up here. Right, you see this here, it says save to default library, which is, well, that's not my default library. Kind of got it wrong. So very simply, I'm going to click on manage. So you want to be very careful to not miss this because it might put it in the wrong library. Okay, but of course you can fix that if you want to when you go back to your library. So I'm going to click on manage and it's going to show me all my libraries, right? All the ones you saw in the previous video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to my Italian images. And of course I can create a new one if I want to. Let's just wait for it to load up. Food images, bam, that's where that's going to go. Love that. And then when I go back to Photoshop, there it's going to be. Okay, but now understand there's something a little bit kind of funny about this because I did not actually license it. I'm going to get a little bit of a watermark on here. Okay, so we just want to keep that in mind. Okay, and this time let's go ahead and maybe get this nice little collage. So I'm going to open it up and this time I'm going to license it. So I want you to see the difference between when you don't license something and when you license it when you go to your library. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and license this for free, and then you're going to see a little dialog box. It's going to pop up asking me to save this, right? And I'll just go ahead and just call this Italian collage. That's great. All right, beautiful. And now I also want to save this to my library. Okay, so I'll go ahead and do it this way this time. I'm going to click on that, save to library. And that pops right up. And I'm going to go ahead and put this inside of my food images. That's saved to my food images. Wait for it to save. Beautiful. And now this is saved as a licensed image on my computer as well as in my library. Now, the difference you're going to see here is going to be about the watermark itself. Okay, so we're going to go back to Photoshop now and see what that looks like for both of these images so you understand how Adobe wants you to work with them. Okay, so here we are back in Photoshop, and you're going to see, let's just start from the beginning with my libraries. I'm going to go to food images, and magically there you see there is my Italian food collage and there's my Italian food elements. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and just open up to a new document all together, just see them side by side. And you can see, number one, very cool, the fact that I can just very easily just bring this in and work with it. Love that. And I have access to it and just do whatever I want with it. That's great. And now that it's committed, and now let's go ahead and bring this one in. And we're going to see this one's going to look a little different. Okay, where I've got the little watermark here, right, where I did not have that or do not have that one for this image. Okay, so what's going on here? Because this particular one was not licensed. Okay, so it's very easy to do that with our free images just by simply clicking on this. Okay, so let me go ahead and just bring this out one more time. We're going to see there's our image. And now, I have a problem. Wait, this was free. What's going on? Oh, I forgot to license it. So when I click on this little shopping cart there, it's now going to license it. It's making sure that I'm logged in. I'm good. I'm like a legitimate Creative Cloud account holder. Let it do its thing. You can see here how it's refreshing, sending all the right signals to the image. Good. And you can see automatically now my little watermark disappears. All right. So very cool, very easy to do, and pretty amazing that they offer all kinds of different images and all kinds of different assets, and even cooler, the fact that I don't necessarily have to save it to my computer. I can just save it to a library and it's going to automatically show up there. All right, so the Adobe stock library is so expansive. Okay, we can certainly have like an entire class on that, but just understand now you have the basics and you have the basic kind of fundamentals of how to work with it, how to work with the filters, how to license them, how to bring them into your Creative Cloud libraries, making sure to license them so you don't have the watermark. And then once you bring it into libraries, go ahead and organize however you see fit. All right, but again, keeping in mind, these are now going to be available in other programs as well within Adobe, whether it's InDesign, whether it's Illustrator, Photoshop, okay? And then you'll be able to add them in there, edit them, do whatever you like, because these are now your images. All right, so pause the video, practice this, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to discuss Photoshop's artboard feature. And following this, we're going to see how we can export our artboards. Now, artboards are essentially like individual pages within your Photoshop document, and they can be used for a number of different purposes. Just maybe you want to have different types of resolutions, you want to have different aspect ratios, maybe you're working on different projects, and you want to have different iterations of that particular project. So a lot of different creative ways of using artboards. So in front of me, you'll see here, I have all these different kind of pages, or these in fact are artboards that have different aspect ratios for different purposes. One could be for video, one can be a different type of social media platform that has different kind of resolutions. And you'll notice here on the layers panel, I have all of the different artboards available. So when I click on this here, you can see that one is one artboard, this is another artboard, this is another artboard. Okay, and you can see very subtly as I click on one of them, that actually gets a little more bolded inside of here. Now, if I click on this little arrow here, you'll notice that this is the layer that lives inside of that artboard. Let's go over here to this one. Let's click inside there. This one has, in fact, 3 layers inside of that artboard. Okay, now we're going to learn how we can create documents so we can have artboards in them. And we're going to see how we can create multiple artboards, and you'll see that there's a number of different templates built in, so we don't have to create all of these manually. All right, so there's a number of different ways that we can do this. Let's go ahead and just first start off with a new document. And I'm just going to go to File and New. And we're just going to go ahead and just, doesn't really matter what size we're going to say here. I just want to make sure I have this word artboard, right, selected, this checkbox right there. Okay, and then depending on your background, you can have a transparent background, right? You can also make it white, whatever you like. Just notice here I have mine as transparent. I'll just show you a different way. We'll make it as a white background. And then your color mode, if it's going to be web, you want to be RGB, right? We're going to keep it at that. And then we're going to do it 72 pixels per inch. And we're going to do 72 ppi. Very good. And I'm going to go ahead and click on Create. And just like that, you'll notice I have one artboard of that particular size for right now. Okay, very good, all set. And you'll notice that on my layers panel, I have this artboard 1. Okay, so if I wanted to change that, I just simply double click on it and I'll just call this website, right, prototype. Great, and I have that there. And now this is in fact one artboard. All right, now how do I create new artboards? There's a number of different ways to do that. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to zoom out. So I'm going to just zoom out just like that so I can see everything. And I'm holding down the space bar so I can then just kind of pan this over here. And what I'd like to do now is add on some new artboards. I might want to manipulate this particular artboard. And of course, I'm going to want to add on some content. So you'll notice over here in the upper left, you may have the Move tool now selected. If you right click on that Move tool, you're going to see here is the artboard tool hiding in there. When I click on that, you'll notice now I get these nice little plus signs giving me the option to then add on an artboard and also decide where I want that new artboard to be. So I'm going to make this one go over here to the right hand side, and it essentially just duplicates that artboard with the exact same size and dimension. Okay, so you can see, bam, I can do that. And now let's go ahead and just choose this one. And again, once it gets selected, I can go ahead and make this come down below. Okay, that's great. And then, of course, I might want to rename these. Okay, now I'm going to rename them now according to their size. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is how we can then make very quick and easy changes to the size. So when I click on this artboard, notice it gets bolded. It's great. You're going to see here it's showing me the width and the height of this artboard. Now, if I know what the width and the height are, I can very easily change that with pixels and inches, whatever you want it to be. But you'll notice here in this drop down, they've got a ton of preset options ready for me to go. So let's just say, for example, I know I want to do a website. You can see here is web most common, and then it changes for me. I don't have to guess at all. You can see here is 1366 by 768. That's fantastic. That's great. Let's go ahead and choose this one. And I'm going to make this one into, let's just say, a phone. So I'll just go ahead and say iPhone X. All right, that's great. But you know what, though? I actually don't want it to be that orientation. So I'm going to come over to here and change this to be a different orientation. And now that's going to be tall instead of wide. All right, but of course, they're overlapping each other. So let's just go ahead and zoom out a bit and start to get a little organized. Move this guy over. Really simple. Okay, and I'm just going to go ahead and just rename that. Call this website standard. And this website prototype, that's actually now an iPhone X. Cool, that's great. And I can start just moving these things around, whatever they're going to be. Okay, so I think for our purposes, I think we're good to go to make this just these three. So let's just go ahead and do one more. And let's just do a little shout out to our Android friends. Bam, there we have that. And now let's just see what that's going to look like. And I'm going to make that one also tall, and I can click on that. And you can see how easy it is to do that. So let's just go ahead and say Android, and I'll just make that portrait and rename this. Double click on it, and it's also going to be portrait. Love that. All good, set to go. All right, now let's see some other ways, in case you were looking for other ways, just some kind of fun ways to be able to add on other ones if you'd like to. Because sometimes going back to the artboard tool may not be exactly what you want. Because many times you're going to be in the regular old Move tool, and you want to be able to just still add on some content. So when you're in the Move tool and you select the name of the artboard, check it out. These things still appear. You don't actually have to be in the artboard tool to be able to add some other ones on there. So let's go ahead and do one more, and you can see beautifully it just adds on another one. Okay, so I'll just say double click on this. I'm just going to say website standard, and I'll just say page 2. Okay, great. And now let's just go ahead and pan over here. And I think we're in a really good place now to start adding on some content. Now, this is going to be very important here that we understand that when we're bringing in content, we want to make sure that the actual artboard we want to work with is in fact selected. All right, you see how this is selected, it's in bold, because we want it to live inside of that particular artboard and not, be kind of orphaned or live someplace else. So let's go ahead and just bring in an object. So I'm going to go ahead and just say place embedded, and I'll bring in our tiramisu, and you can see there it falls right in there nicely, and you can see there's an empty layer just waiting for it, and now it's been filled in with this content. Bam, I'll commit to that. That's great, and now that lives here. Let's just go ahead and maybe do one more, again saying that I'm inside of this artboard. Let's do it again. Let's bring in our Italian flag and just move that wherever you like, and just living inside that artboard. Very nice, cool, that's beautiful, love that. Okay, and we're pretty much good to go. Right, so you can see that there's really nice ways of using the artboard. There's really nice ways of duplicating our artboards, moving them around, renaming them, and of course, putting in some content. Now, what you do with all this is totally up to you. Okay, because now you have the ability to organize, you have the ability to design, do all kinds of different things with it. And eventually what we're going to do is we're going to export all this content to be able to then show it to people as a PDF, as an image file, whatever you'd like to do, right, in a very nice, easy, structured way. All right, so this is going to be a nice little starting point for you. Practice this, right? Put it to use some of my files, but certainly feel free to start actually designing something that's going to be real for you, and also take a look at the template that I've created here for you if you want to use this as an example, just to see something that's kind of built out already. Okay, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Now that we've got some artboards already created using this artboards for exporting.psd, we would like to actually export it. We'd like to actually make it so people can see it. Maybe we want to study it. Maybe you want to share it, whatever you'd like to do. So there's a few different options you can do. So if I simply just go ahead and select one artboard and I go over here to File, you can see there's an option for Export. In a previous exercise, I had these all color-coded. So you can see here I can export artboard to files or directly to a PDF. Let's go ahead and just choose the artboard to PDF first of all. And you're going to see here, it's going to ask me first of all, where would you like to export these? So I can very easily choose that and then go right to the folder that I'm currently in. That's great. I click OK. And then it's going to ask me, hey, well, do you want to have a file name prefix for this? And I'm just going to go ahead and just say mobile app for Italian restaurants. Okay, right, that's a very long one. You probably wouldn't be doing that, but at least we can know what we can do, and then maybe that is going to help us. Now for this next part, you can see here you have include overlapping areas or just the artboard content only. So in case you have some kind of overlapping stuff that's kind of out or in, or it's coming from another part there, it's going to include that. So I don't want that, so I'm just going to say artboard content only, whatever's going to live inside of this particular one. That's great. And then you're going to see artboard selected artboard. So I'm going to make sure that I'm only going to get this particular one, not all of the artboards. Absolutely. Okay. If you have a background image, you want to do that. That's great. Fantastic. I'm going to bring my quality all the way up here for my PDF. So it's going to be as good quality as possible. All right. And then do you want to have the artboard name? Totally up to you if you want to have that in there. Might as well. Let's just go ahead and choose that. What do you want that to look like? I'm going to keep it as the default. And then I'm going to run this little engine here. So I choose that. And you're going to see it's going to be doing its thing, going crazy. Wait for it, wait for it. Just kind of drawing everything out, doing this algorithmic magic. Love it, love it, love it. And then finally, at the end of all this, I'm going to have a nice little PDF. All right, it tells me here that my artboards are successful. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And I'm going to go to my folder. And we'll see, there it is. There's my PDF. Let's go ahead and take a nice look at it. I double click, open that up. Okay, and there you see beautifully, there's my content. It's put that little the words up there. It's nicely coming in there, just as I hoped for. All right, beautiful. Now, I'm going to go ahead and close out of this one. But this time I'm going to do two of them, and I'm going to do it as a different file format altogether. So I'm going to go ahead and choose both, holding down the Shift key to select both of them. And this time I'm going to say File, Export, and this time I'm going to say Artboard to Files. So you're going to see here, it's pretty much the same set of options here in terms of where I want to put it. What do I want to call it in terms of any kind of prefix, right? And then what do I want to include, all that good stuff. But then you're going to see I have these options here for what do I want to export it as in terms of a file type. Okay, so you can see your PDF lives here as well, and so does PSD. So if you are wanting to export these as separate files, you see if I choose PSD, I can very, very easily do that. When I choose my export options, it's going to allow me to then preserve all my artboards and do all that good stuff, include the artboard names, because this is going to be a PSD. If I choose, for example, JPEG, you'll notice here I have different quality options around that as well. I'll say, for example, I'm going to choose PNG. 24, you can see it's going to give me the option for transparency. So very similar to anything you've ever done with other kinds of exports, you're going to see we have these same choices. All right, now just keep in mind when you do export as a JPEG or a PNG, it is going to flatten these layers. You're no longer going to have them as flattened, but if you want to have it kept as layers, you would do it as a PSD. All right, so I'm just going to choose JPEG right now. I'm just going to bring this all the way up. Okay, great, and then both of them then should now be exported. I'm going to say run. Again, let's just wait for all the magic to do its thing. This could take a little bit of time. Be patient. It's doing some pretty extraordinary things. And then when you're done, you're going to see, go back to our file folder. We can see there it is for my iPhone, and here it is for my Android. So amazing, beautiful, super fast, super amazing, and incredible for collaboration, for sharing, and for productivity. Okay, so that's pretty much it, right? So artboards are a relatively new thing, but incredibly, incredibly useful in Photoshop. They used to exist exclusively in Illustrator. Now we see them in Photoshop, giving us a ton of flexibility for creation, for productivity, for sharing, and collaboration. In this lesson, we're going to explore the Layers panel a little bit deeper. There is so much more than meets the eye than just naming layers and reordering layers and turning on and off visibility and locking. Photoshop gives you a ton of extra options as far as filtering out layers and then basically searching throughout your layers as well. So if we just review a little bit, we can see here we have our Layers panel. We have all of these layers here, and there's a lot going on here. There's a lot of different types of objects here, including images. We have a clipping mask, we have folders, we have shapes, we also have smart objects, we have adjustment layers, we have all kinds of different things here. Now, when you're working with very large documents and things that are very complex and sophisticated, it can get a little bit unruly. So when you're working with some of these tools within the Layers panel, you can see it's going to help us kind of work with all that kind of unruliness. So let's go ahead and just start up over here on the top here. You'll notice that there's this drop down. And this is going to allow us to decide how we want to filter. And notice here it says kind. Well, think about kind more like type, so kind of different parameters, different properties. Well, you'll notice here when I choose kind and then I change this, all those icons over there disappear because those icons relate to the different kinds of things that we may want to filter by. So essentially, this is all about filtering. Because I want to see certain things, I want to see other things another time. So you can see here, kind. What are my kinds? Well, my kind is, in this case, only show me for pixel layers. Essentially, we're talking about images. Here you can see here, we're looking at adjustment layers. Wait for it to pop up there. And look at this, just for text. This is going to be for shapes. And this is going to be for smart objects. So very simply, if all I want to see is just my images, because that's what I'm working on right at that moment, and my Layers panel is getting a little bit too big, I can say, hey, listen, you know what? Only show me my images. Great, so all three of these are just images. That's fantastic. Click on it again, and it's going to turn off that particular filter. Let's go over to here to an adjustment layer. Notice I have an adjustment layer right there. I only want to mess with that, or all of my other adjustment layers that might be available at that time, I can just go ahead and filter it out that way. Okay, very simple. right? Really, really nice. Simple, but very powerful. Let's go over here for type. Great. Now I can see just my type options. Really, really neat. Shapes. Bam, just a shape. That's a shape that I drew. This shape right there. Cool. Now when I click on it, cool. Now I just see that one. That's wonderful. Turn that off again. Okay. And then you can see here also finally is the smart object one, because many times you'll be working with smart objects and you only want to see those smart objects. Maybe you want to turn off the smart object. Okay, great. And you can very easily turn that on and off to make that visible and invisible, that only your smart objects will show. Very cool. All right, now let's go over to here to this little drop down, and then maybe you're just looking for a word, right? So you can see here, I've got lots and lots of names for my layers, and hopefully you are naming your layers. I'm going to click on that, and very simply, I'm just going to go ahead and type out flame. And look at that, pops right up. Get rid of that. How about banner? Oh, look at that. Even the first couple letters pops right up. Okay, really slick, and I think very intuitive. Let's click on the drop down here. And how about for different effects? Well, you know what? I'm looking through all these and I've got like 7 different effects. So I want to look for a particular effect for a particular layer. So I click on that and you're going to see here, it automatically comes over here to bevel and emboss, but I'm really only looking for ones that have drop shadow. Look at that. Bam, shows right up. I'm only looking for ones that have outer glow. It's going to show up just the same, just like that. Oh, wait, you know what? I'm going to go back to inner shadow and guess what? There is no layers matched that filter. Okay, so really cool, very slick, very easy to execute. Okay, let's go ahead and just remove that filter. And how do I remove that now? Well, I'm going to come back over to here and just go ahead and flip that switch, and now everybody comes back. Really, really neat. I turn that back on, and you know what? Now I'm going to go back over to this little drop down, remove that, and I'm going to go over here to, let's say, color. Well, what does color have to do with? Color is not what you think it is. Color refers to the color of the layer, not the color that's on this shape, for example. Okay, so let me go ahead. I'm going to go back to kind, so just kind of reset everything. And I'm going to make, let's just say, this banner a particular color. Well, if I right click on it, you're going to see that I have all these colors down here, right? And I can make it whatever color I want. That's just how I like to organize things. We're going to make this one yellow. Great, that's yellow. And then you know what? This is also going to be yellow. And you know what? So is this. So hopefully you see a pattern here that, you know what? Maybe it's all my images are going to be a certain color, right? So I'll go ahead and do this one as well. All right. And then I'll make my type be a different color. So I right click on that and then I'm going to make that red. Okay. Very cool. And then, okay, let's just keep going with that theme here one more time. Let's go ahead and make this violet for my shapes. Cool. So now when I come over to here and then I say color, you're going to see that all of those colors that you just saw right there, I will now be able to say, hey, listen, you know what? Only show me the yellow layers. Cool. Because that's how I like to organize things. I am very motivated and driven, and this is how I think in terms of colors. So what would I do? I would add on colors to my layers, and then later on, I would filter by those colors. Brilliant. Makes it so nice and easy. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and say none, and then let's go ahead and turn off my filter. Everybody comes right back. Okay, very cool. Now let's go ahead and turn it back on and then go right back to kind. That's kind of your default state. It's kind of like your home. In case nothing's showing, it's like, oh, wait a second, because I have a filter on there, even inadvertently. So just make sure you come back to kind and then make sure that nothing is then filtered out. Okay, now if you take a look at some of these other ones, we're not going to look at all of them here, but just notice here you can look at it only ones that are grouped. Maybe you're looking at artboards. Okay, you can go ahead and click on artboard, and then it's going to show all the artboards just like that. We're not working with artboards right here, but we did in a previous exercise. You can filter by those. And then one that we just did actually was Smart Object, and you can see how there's different variants on the smart objects, right? You can see filter for smart objects linked in the library, filter for smart objects linked locally, right? Things like that. It's a little bit beyond the scope of this class, but just know that if you have all the options right here. It is pretty brilliant. All right, so you're going to want to practice this, with this exercise certainly, but anything that you have that's starting to get very complex, then you're going to want to really start to control all of the content, what you see, what you don't see, based off of all these variables that we discussed. In this lesson, we're going to talk about layer comps or layer compositions. So there's going to be times when you're going to want to have a variety of different versions to show your clients, to show your boss, to show yourself, but you don't want to have to create and recreate new documents. So layer comps allow you to have one document, but several different versions. Now, you can also see those versions anytime you want, and you can export those versions as separate PDFs and also PSDs and also a variety of different other file formats. Okay, so it's a really, really slick tool that's going to allow us to really save time, be productive, and be creative, and also be very experimental at the same time. So the first thing we have to do is bring up the Layer Comps panel. So if we go over here to Window, we're going to come down here in alphabetical order. You can see here is Layer Comps, right above Layers. So I'm going to bring this over here, and you're going to see here that I have no layer comps at this point. So typically what you want to do is start off by creating just sort of a baseline of what you are working with, right? That you might want to come back to. Or it could just be, version A, and then you're going to have version B, version C, version D, and that is going to just fill in and populate this whole layer comps panel. All right, so currently the way that our layers are, that is what essentially was going to be frozen as a layer comp. Okay, so that's how it works. These two work together. Whatever is shown here will then become sort of a freeze frame for whatever is on the screen will then become a layer comp. So we're going to do maybe 4 of these. All right, so let's just go ahead now and create our first layer comp. Well, you'll notice here's a little plus sign. Create new layer comp. I click on that, and very simply just going to ask me, well, what do you want to call this? Right, and I'm just going to call this, I'll just call this version 1. Why not? Okay, but I might want to be more kind of specific about this. I'll just say version 1 red overlay, right? Something like that, right? Bam, okay, and then I'll just whatever call it something else for something else, right? So bam, I have that there. But I also want to say, okay, what am I looking at here? Visibility, position, appearance. Yep, I actually like to have all of them chosen just in case. That's great. Now I click on that, fantastic, and I'm good to go. But now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to kind of change things a little bit and then do a sort of freeze pane around that, whatever that next thing I'm going to do is. Okay, so let's just try something a little bit different. Okay, I'm going to give you a little taste of something called blend modes so we can see kind of how these things might work together. All right, so if you see here this clipping mask, on the top of my layers panel, there is this blend mode of pass through. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just experiment with some of these other ones that are here. Let's go over here to like difference, some of these other ones, right? See what they can kind of do there. Okay, that's kind of a neat one. All right, and then, okay, maybe that's kind of a one that I'm going to choose. All right, now I'm going to make a new layer comp based off of what I have here. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and just click on that. I'm going to make a new layer comp, and then let's just try to remember what we did there. This is going to be version 2 pin light, and I'll know what that means, and all of these are still selected. That's great. I click OK, and then bam, I'm pretty happy with that. So now I have 2 of these. All right, let's go ahead and do 2 more, and we'll just again experiment with what these blend modes are. So just a little sidebar, a blend mode just allows us to see different layers blending together, looking at their color, looking at their light, right? Looking at kind of their kind of composite differences potentially, or their composite samenesses, okay? How they all kind of come together. And there's a whole variety of these things available to us. Okay, so let's go ahead and maybe try a different one. So my peppers this time, I'm just going to go ahead and just try that to look a little bit different. Okay, as you can see as I mouse over it, I'm getting a little bit of a different view here. Okay, so I'll keep this one at exclusion. And then for this clipping mask group, I'm going to bring that back to where it was before, with pass through. Okay, so again, you can see the kind of different things I can do here. Okay, well, I kind of like that one. Let's do divide. All right, fantastic. So this time I'm going to do another version. Click on the plus sign. All right, I'm going to say version 3. And then this time it's going to be divide peppers. All right, I'll know what that means. That's fantastic. Now, let's just see kind of what I've done so far. Okay, because I've got these 3, which is really awesome. And I kind of missed that first one. What that looked like, my boss comes knocking on the door and says, hey, can you show me what you're working on? Oh yeah, no problem. Bam, I come right to this one, and then when I click on it, you see, I'm right there. I click on this right there, and bam, I'm right there. I click on that, and bam, I'm right there. Okay, so very, very cool. I can very, very easily go back to these, no problem. Okay, so now let's go ahead and just try maybe one more. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and just do one that has no visibility of my little red thing here, right? So I have this little red shape there. So I'm just going to just click on that, and you can see that's going to look a little bit different. And then I'm just going to go ahead and just do the plus sign here. And this is going to be version 4. And then it's the same thing, right? Where I have the divide peppers, no shape overlay. Okay, cool. So I'll know what that means. That's great. I click OK. And now I have a fourth one. So again, I can go to here, to here, to here, to here. And then you know what? I'm looking at this one here. And you know what? I kind of like that I have this one as it is. But you know what? I wouldn't mind actually having the banner down below for this. So remember, one of the things that I chose, that was the position. So for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a new one, but I'm going to override this current one. All right. So while this is still selected, I'm going to come over to here, and I'm just going to drag this down. So it's just going to be way in the bottom here. Okay. Kind of like that. That's cool. You know, and then maybe I'll play around with the opacity, something like that, right? But I'm just going to kind of just show you how we can then do something a little bit different. Now, let's take a look at some of our options down below here. We've already seen this one. Okay, that's for creating a new layer comp. This is for deleting it. And if you look over to here, you can see that there's this update layer comp, right? So when I click on that, right, that now, it basically inherits what I've done to make it so this is now the new version 3, right? How cool is that? All right, so loving that. So now I've got this one, and notice how it just pops right back up. I've got this one, and then look what version 3 is going to look like now. It just jumps back down over there. All right, but now I'm realizing, you know what, it might be kind of cool to have version 3, to have the text move up there, right? It's like, yeah, of course, right? So no problem. So let's go ahead and take care of that. So I'm going to go ahead and select the layer. Okay, and then let's go ahead and move that up. And that's going to look a lot better. And you can guess what I'm going to do next is I'm just going to go ahead and do a little swoosh right there to update the layer comp. Okay, now the rest of these are a little bit more nuanced, and we're going to kind of skip over these. It's a little bit beyond the scope of, I think, what we need at this stage. But they're a little bit more nuanced in terms of what you would like to update, right? It's certain only updating for smart objects, only updating for our different layer effects, right? Only updating for different positions, right? That kind of thing. I'm going to be doing basically layer comps for all of them, and then I basically want all the changes to then be reflected. All right, so I'm super happy with this, and I've got 4 of them all right here, and I need to show this to my client. I need to show all of these to my client. So what am I going to do now? Well, if I go over to here to my file menu, you're going to see that there's this export option, and you're going to see way down in the middle is this layer comps to files and then layer comps to PDF. All right, so depending on what you would like to show and what file format you want to choose. All right, so let's just go ahead and do PDF at first. And you're going to see here, it just asks me, okay, well, where do you want to put them? And I will go ahead and put that inside of our class folder here. That's great. And get that confirmation. And let's go ahead and put that into a folder. Layer comps. I'm going to go ahead and give it a name. All right, so layer comps for peppers. Okay, and now do I want to do selected layer comps only? Then it would only just do like version 4 in this case. Nope, that's not the case. And if I am going to be doing a slideshow of some kind, it's going to be advancing every 5 seconds, something like that. I'm not going to be doing that, so I'm just going to, doesn't really matter at this point. And then I'm going to click on Run. So remember, this is going to be a PDF, right? So when I click on Run, it's just going to make 4 separate PDFs for me.
And you're going to see this crazy little algorithm is going to be going and going and going, magically taking everything there, churning it out, making it be exactly what I have for each of these individually 4 layer comps. Bam, and I get this little message here from the script saying layer comps to PDF was successful. Beautiful. I click OK, and now I'll go ahead and take us to our folder. Okay, and then here we are inside the layer comps folder, and guess what? There it is. Okay, and then bam, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Okay, and all merging that together into one PDF. Okay, so you can see I have these 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, in the next exercise, we're going to make them into 4 separate files. Okay, so let's go ahead and now do that same thing, but as files. So here we go. File, export, and then we're going to say export layer comps to files in this case. And we'll go ahead and just make sure that it's the same folder where it's going. Beautiful, love that. Okay, and then the prefix for each of the individual ones is going to just call it hot peppers, and I'll just say LC for layer comps. That's great. And then down here you have your file type. Well, what do I want to export this as? If you want to continue editing it and you want to share with people or whatever it is, you want more flexibility, of course you would do a Photoshop file. If you are looking for another option for doing PDF, you can do that. If you want to have them as static and just have them flattened, you would choose JPEG, PNG 24. You will know what there is to do when the time comes, but just know what your options are. Okay, very good. So I'm just going to choose JPEG for right now. And then notice when I choose JPEG, I get the JPEG options. I'm going to bring this up to high quality. That's wonderful. And I'm super happy with that. I'm going to click run. And it's going to pretty much run through that same engine as it did before. But this time we're going to have separate files as opposed to what we had before, which is going to be one PDF with those separate 4 pages in there. I'm going to go in and click OK. And I'll come back to where I was just a minute ago. Come to there. And now there they are, all separate. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's my little prefix there. Absolutely amazing. This is just such a huge time saver. It's for productivity, for creativity, for collaboration, for everything. It is just fantastic. So that's layer comps, really. So use this, abuse it, have fun with it, and don't forget to practice. Really put this into use. You can use these files, but certainly feel free to use your own. And we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to learn how to straighten our images using the crop tool. Now you'll notice this image is a little bit crooked. It was taken in Africa and kind of taken in haste from a moving vehicle, so sometimes things happen. But Photoshop gives us an amazing tool to fix images like that. And that tool lives inside of the crop tool. So I'm going to go over here to my crop tool. And as soon as I get there, you're going to notice I get these little crop marks around there. And this is going to allow us, yes, to do some basic cropping if we like. So we can crop this out if we wanted to. We can also even add more content in here if we wanted to. But notice there's going to be some transparent pixels. So we're going to talk about what that's going to look like in a little bit. And we can also decide what our dimensions are going to be in terms of how we're going to crop it out. So that's how we're going to do basic cropping. But we're here to talk about how do we straighten out an image. So within this same toolbar up on top here, you have something called straighten. So as soon as I click on that, I want you to notice that my mouse now turns into this little plus sign and a little kind of little level icon. So what that's going to allow me to do is tell Photoshop what straight looks like, so it knows what to do. Well, what does it need to know? It needs to know what is the crooked part. So it's a very, very simple approach to that. All we have to do is tell Photoshop what is the crooked line. So I'm going to go along the horizon, just simply clicking and dragging, just like that, right along that line. And Photoshop is essentially thinking, oh, that's the culprit. That needs to be a straight line. So when I let go, you'll notice it straightens it out. Okay? But because I made the crop a little bit bigger, you'll notice how there's now all this extra stuff along the outside. Well, guess what? introducing the content aware crop. So Photoshop is then going to be aware of all the other stuff on the outside that it maybe didn't get because I decided I want my images to be a little bit bigger, right? So now what I'm going to do is simply click on the little check mark, and we're going to see Photoshop's going to do its magic, and it's going to fill in all that spot with content aware crop. Beautiful. Look at that. So what is content aware? Well, as the name implies, Photoshop is aware of all of the content. So it was aware of this content, and it just basically filled it in over here. It filled it in over here, filled it in over here. All that stuff that was showing transparent pixels is now no longer. Beautiful. Super easy to do. Now let's go over here to another one. Let's go to here. But this time I'm going to make this one a little bit straighter. You know, and it's actually not that bad to begin with, but let's just go ahead and see what we can do to straighten this out a little bit more. And then also add in a little bit of sky. So again, I'm going to go over here to straighten, click and drag along the edge here. And you're going to see it's going to tilt it just a little bit. But when it tilts it, notice it adds on a little bit of extra stuff there. But you know what? In this case, I'm going to even have it more extra stuff than that. So I'm just going to go ahead and come over to here and bring this up because I really actually want a little bit more sky. Why not? So I'm even kind of testing Photoshop to see what it can do even more. I'm just going to bring this up a bit, right, because I don't want to get too greedy there. And very simply, because I have content aware chosen, I'm going to go ahead and now click my check mark, watch the engine run. Photoshop's going to do its magic. And in a couple of seconds, I'm going to have a nice, beautiful extra sky with my image. Really, really beautiful. Now, in case you're curious and you want to see, well, is this in fact straight? Or if you really need to be very sort of precise about things, Photoshop gives you the ability to add on a grid so you can actually see it right there. So now when I click, and you can see what a straight line looks like. And you can see, bam, there it is, and it did a pretty nice job. And I can verify what that straight line is. And you can do a straight line going across the horizon, across any kind of object, anything like that. So if we come back to our giraffe, let's do that same thing. You can see, bam, there it is. Nice little horizon line going straight across. So pretty great tool. Can really save the day in a very simple way. All right, so practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to discuss the perspective crop tool. So you're going to have situations where the image that you took a picture of isn't necessarily coming into the angle and the sort of two-dimensional aspect that you'd like. So Photoshop gives us an amazing tool called the perspective crop tool, where we can actually take an image like this that's taken an angle and then create it so it's going to come and look like it's on the forefront, where it's basically taking up the whole canvas. And you're going to see it does it pretty magically and also pretty easily. So where are we going to find that tool? Well, within the crop tool, if you right click, you're going to see here is the option for the perspective crop tool. Now, when I click on that, you're going to notice I have width and height. So if I know what width and height I want it to be, I can then crop it to that width and height. Now, I'm not going to do that initially because it's going to warp it, but sometimes when you are cropping to something, you know you want it to ultimately be a certain size to fit onto your website or into your newsletter, something like that. So you can very, very easily do that. You can tell it the resolution that you want when you're cropping it, so it makes it very high resolution if you want to as well. And we'll talk about the front image thing in just a little bit. So how do we actually set the perspective to make it so Photoshop knows what we're trying to crop? Very, very simply. What I'm going to do is just click here in the corner, click again here in the corner. I'm going to do it kind of roughly here. You'll notice that Photoshop is starting to create this nice little grid for me. So kind of know what straight lines are both horizontally and vertically. Click on that. And now it's done a pretty good job. But before I actually do anything at all, I want you to just notice a couple of things. Number one, this show grid. That's why it's even appearing on there, right? So that's kind of nice to have that there. So you kind of know what straight looks like here. Is it going across the line here for this frame, across her eyes, all that good stuff. Okay, but then what I'm going to do now is zoom in a little bit because I want to make sure it doesn't miss anything. All right, so you can see here I can go all the way to the corners. I can do everything here. I can come all the way over there. And all I'm doing, just as a little reminder, is I'm holding down the space bar to then pan along here. So you'll notice that I didn't get everything here perfectly. So I can then just come over here because I'm so zoomed in and just drag this over.
and really get more content, more information, and go all the way to the edge. I can go over here, go a little bit more to the top. That's great. And now you can see there, beautiful, and maybe even zoom in a little bit more in case you need to. Right, there's a little bit off the top there, but I don't want to get any of that sheet. So I think I'm pretty good here. Now let's go ahead and zoom out a bit. And let's just see what we're going to get when I hit the check mark. Click on that, and then, like magic, that is exactly what I wanted. Fantastic. So happy with that. It's amazing, right? It didn't stretch it out. It didn't do anything warpy or wonky. It did exactly what I wanted to. I'm going to go ahead and just undo that for a second. And what you see what this front image does, this kind of confuses people, but basically the front image, all that means is that we're looking at this whole image, and basically Photoshop is asking us, do you want to crop to the actual front image of the original aspect ratio of the original canvas? So the original canvas, the front image, is this whole thing here. So if I do this one more time, all right, I'm going to come over to here. Do it again a little quicker this time. Okay, and then when I say front image, now notice what happens with my width and height. Because my width and height of my original canvas is this 2268 by 2874, right? And now it's going to say, okay, great. Well, I guess when you crop it, you're going to crop it to that size. So now when I click on the check mark, you're going to see I'm going to get a little bit of a different image. So not what I want, right? Because I actually like that one a lot better, the first one than I did. But just in case you have front image chosen and you're like, why is all this weird stuff happening? You watched another video, they told you to do that. Maybe that's what you want to do, but it's important to understand what it does because the language is a little bit off. Okay, so bam, I don't want to do front image, right? Clear that out. Okay, very good. And then I can start all over again and then have a nice, beautiful image of little Hannah there. In this lesson, we're going to be talking about 3 different tools, and they all live in the same place. Those 3 tools are going to be the dodge tool, the burn tool, and the sponge tool. So the dodge tool basically is a nice quick way to lighten up certain parts of your image. So if you just basically just find something that's a little bit like in the shade, maybe somebody has a hat and there's a brim that's kind of shading over their eyes, or there's just something in the background that you want to kind of just lighten up, you can use the dodge tool because it's a little bit sort of shaded. So that basically adjusts the lighting. Now the burn tool does the opposite. If something is too light, you can actually bring it down. So if there's too much kind of like a hot light on something, you can bring it down so it's not so bright. And the sponge tool is kind of an outlier here. When that talks about basically color and sort of saturation around color. All right, so we're going to be working with this particular image to be able to use all 3 of these tools. All right, so let's just go ahead and first of all go to our layers panel, and I'm going to duplicate this layer here. So I have 2 of them. I'm going to work on the top one so you can see a before and after. So nice little keyboard shortcut for duplicating a layer is Command or Control J, and that duplicates my layer. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just work off of this one, and I'm going to have my original there as the background. So fantastic. Now I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and we can see that the lighting is a little bit uneven in this image. Well, I'm going to fix that. So I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to choose my dodge tool. Now, as soon as I choose that, you're going to notice, first of all, I have a brush size, and you can see there's my little circle. And you'll see up on top here, I have my range, and I have 3 choices: my shadows, my midtones, and my highlights. Well, basically, what am I going to be affecting? In your image, you have all 3 of these levels. You have your shadows, your midtones, and your highlights all throughout. So this would be like a highlight here, and then your shadows would be the darkest part of it. Okay, so basically, what are you trying to affect? I like to work with the midtones initially and just kind of see where we go from there, because that's basically your biggest sort of compromise. And then go from there, and if nothing is getting affected, try the highlights, try the shadows. All right, and the exposure is essentially just kind of the strength of how much you're applying that. Okay, so I like to again start at 50%, but if you want to have a little bit of a stronger kind of magnitude on this, then you can go ahead and increase it. And if you want to have a lesser magnitude, then you can also decrease it. Now, you also have the brush over here. Okay, so now earlier I talked about the brush size right here. The brush size is now 250, and my hardness is 0, which I like to keep it at 0 because I don't want to have like a really kind of like distinct hard line around what I'm going to apply. So I like to make it a little bit fuzzier. But now in terms of my brush size, I like to use the keyboard shortcut of the right bracket and the left bracket so I can see it in real time, and then notice how it's growing up on top in the upper left at the same time. Okay, so very good. So I'm going to keep this at my midtones, and I'm going to keep it at 50%. I'm going to make it this nice size here. Now I'm just going to go ahead and just start painting on this top layer here. And I'm just going to go ahead and just click and drag on that. And you can see right away my little soup is coming into focus. Let's go ahead and just do a before and after. Much better already. Maybe a little bit on the outside here for the table. Have that come into focus a little bit. How about my spoon? Again, let's just do before and after. Much better already. You can see here, let's come into there, come into there. And if there's certain parts that you don't really care about, you can always bring down the exposure. If there's certain parts that are not responding somehow, play around with the range. All right, so I'll just go ahead and fix that up a little bit, and I'm pretty happy with that. Now, just as a note here to understand that what I'm doing here is what we would call destructive. Okay, these are permanent changes, and we are making pixel level changes as opposed to like a mask or an adjustment layer that you apply on the mask. So just keep that in mind, that there's no sort of like unmasking to do something with that. Okay, very good. And we can see here again, it's done a really, really nice job here. Okay, that's great. All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Maybe a little bit around the bowl. Very happy with that. Very nice. Okay, we can see again a before and after, dramatically different. And we can always come back and do that. We could spend hours doing this, can't we? All right, very good. Now, let's go over to our second tool, and that's going to be living in here with our dodge tool, which is the burn tool. Okay, so with this one, notice I have a little bit of a kind of a hot light happening here. Okay, so I can bring that down just a little bit, so it's going to be not so sharp, not so bright, not so sort of, harsh on the eyes. So I can do that same thing now. When I click on this, you can see here is my range. What am I looking at here? My midtones, and looking at my exposure. This time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to play around with maybe just the highlights this time, okay, because that's really the thing I want to focus on here. And I'm just going to bring this down a little bit lower. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to my brush. I can do it this way if I want to, or again, what did we say earlier? Looking at my bracket keys. Okay, so let's just go ahead and just bring that down a little bit. So you can notice how my cheese is not so bright. And then maybe even my plate, not so bright. There's a nice little highlight right there. Now, understand that when we've chosen this range as the highlight, it means that we've kind of isolated those. So things that are like really dark won't get affected, which is really nice. We're basically saying, hey, don't mess with any of these guys here. If there's a highlight in there, it'll get affected, but because this is really dark and it's a shadow, it won't really be affected. Okay, so let's go ahead and now see our before and after for that side. Okay, you can see, pretty nice. And of course, I can maybe come around here and adjust that with my, guess what, the dodge tool if I wanted to get that around there. Okay, but you can see how it's now made it so that's not so bright. Let's go ahead and maybe just do a little bit more. Okay, that's kind of a hot light right there. Get rid of that. Okay, very good. We're just trying to make this nice and even in a little more manual, a little more controlled, a little more sort of like surgical way. All right, and you can see it's not that difficult. Now, understanding also that this protect tones is going to be a nice feature for you. It happens there by default, so we don't really have to worry about it too much, but it basically understands that there's, nice kind of, gradients that live inside this, so we don't want to kind of mess with the sort of integrity of what it originally looked like. So the tones there will be protected, so we're not completely overriding all the range within that, okay, in terms of the highlights, the shadows, and the midtones. Okay, now, this next one is something that you may use occasionally, and that is the sponge tool. Okay, now notice the sponge tool, when I choose that, I get a different set of options here. So I get just my saturate and my desaturate. Okay, because this would be a place where, hey, listen, I want this to have a little bit more color, a little more pizzazz, right? Let's make that green stand out.
Let's make that red not be so red. Okay, so saturate is going to add on more color. Desaturate makes it become more like a grayscale, like a black and white picture. All right, so let's go ahead and continue working with this one. I'm going to go ahead and just say saturate for this one. Okay, and then again, my flow is going to be kind of like my strength there. Okay, but that's mostly going to be more for like your Wacom tablets and stuff like that. Okay, but I am want to keep my vibrance selected. Okay, and then let's just go ahead and make that green a little bit greener so you can see the difference there. All right, let's go ahead and make this a little bit smaller. Let's make these greens a little bit greener. Okay, and again, let's go ahead and just do a before and after. Notice the difference there. Okay, pretty remarkable. Really, we've done so much already on this. All right, and then finally, let's see what we can do with desaturate. And just for fun, let's just go ahead and desaturate our tomatoes. Okay, so I'll go ahead and just zoom in a little bit here so we can really kind of get to these guys, and we'll see what that's going to do. Scrubbing that away there, scrub it away, scrub it away. Again, before and after. And essentially what we're trying to do here is to make it so, hey, you know what, these guys don't need to dominate so much. All right? It's not making it perfectly black and white, it's just basically taking away the color. So now, let's come back here, and that's much better than when we started. Much more evenly distributed in terms of our colors, in terms of our lighting. There you have it, all three tools there, all in one place, allowing you to have a lot more surgical control over your brightness, your colors, your saturation, your levels, all kinds of great things there to give you full control. In this lesson, we are going to discuss the amazing Content-Aware Move tool. Now, along the way, we're going to discuss a few other really valuable tools as well, as far as some more advanced selection, and then also some advanced type of modification of your selection. So, in this example, I would like to move this bird up here in the sky. Now, certainly I could copy and paste it, and I could do a clone stamp, I could do all kinds of different things, but Photoshop has an amazing algorithm that's going to be aware of where this bird was when I moved it and where it's going to ultimately live. All right, so the first thing we have to do is select our object of what we want to move. Okay, so I'm going to show you a really nice tool. Some of you have probably already seen our Lasso tool for just selecting all around it. Some of you have probably also seen the quick selection tool, but I really like this object selection tool. So when I choose that now, and I just move my mouse right on top of that, I click on it, and you can see, bam, it understands that's the object I want. I don't have to fiddle with it, I don't have to click and drag, I don't have to do anything too fancy, choose colors, anything like that. It knows exactly what I want to do. Now I'm going to show you the Content-Aware Move tool, and we're going to see that it gets it, but it doesn't get it perfectly. I'm going to show you some nuance around this. All right, so where does my Content-Aware Move tool live? It lives with all of my other touch-up tools, like my spot healing and my patch and all this good stuff here. And you can see there this is, Content-Aware Move. All right, now when I choose that, I just want you to notice I have some options here. I have Move as my option here, and I have this Transform as Drop. I'm not going to have that chosen right there. I'm going to bring it back to its default here, which I think there should just be 4 here, and then our color, we're going to keep that as is. Okay, so if yours doesn't look like this, we're going to go and make them all look like that, because we have 2 modes here. We can move it and we can extend it, and we're going to learn about both of those. So right now I'm just going to go ahead and move this. My client says, hey, listen, I don't want the bird down there. It doesn't make any sense. He should be up there with his friend up there. All right, so easily. I'm just going to click and drag, move that up there. And now, wait for it. And you can see it's moved it, right? That's pretty great. But look what it also did. It left this little sort of ghost shadow around there. So I'm going to go ahead and undo and talk about how we can address this. Because if we really zoom in, we'll see that as great as that object selector was, right, it doesn't really get down to like this sort of atomic level of it. So what we have to do, very simply, is go over to here to Select, Modify, and Expand. And all I'm going to do now is expand this by like maybe 3 or 4 pixels, right? So it's going to go a little bit around the outside of it. So it also gets some of the sky and everything, but it's not so perfectly on the line as it is right now. Great. So now I've just expanded it, and maybe some of you saw how like the little marching ants went a little bit along the outside. Now, great, I'm going to choose my content aware, and I'm just going to go ahead and drag that up. And we're going to see what a great job it's going to do. No ghost left behind, and you can see how perfectly it just fits right in there. And then notice how it filled in all of its background the way that it was, because it's aware of all the content that's there. That's where the content aware part comes in, where it's aware of all these clouds and the blue sky and all that stuff, and it just fills it in as if that bird was never there. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to undo that, and we'll go ahead and keep this selection. And this time we're going to go a little bit deeper, and we're going to choose a different mode within this tool, and we're going to choose extend. Because guess what? I might want to have this thing moved, but then I also want to have it moved someplace else and kind of taking everything elsewhere. And that's going to be the extending part. But I also want to go to another level and transform it when it becomes moved. So very simply, all I'm going to do is click on Transform on Drop. All right, so let's just see what that's going to look like. I have Extend, I have Transform on Drop. So now let's go ahead and just drag them up here. And you'll notice that as soon as I let go, I get this little bounding box that appears here. That's where my Transform on Drop comes in, giving me the ability to now transform this to make it a little bit bigger. I can rotate if I want to, have him go in a different direction. He's just going to look a slight bit different than he was when he was down here. But now when I click on the check mark, you're going to see I'm now going to have 2 of them, and it perfectly fits right in there, and it looks like a very different bird. Okay, let's go ahead and hit select and then deselect, and now we can see what we have there. Now, just a little side note, working with this object selection tool, I just want you to notice that when I move my mouse over certain objects, it gets it, and certain ones it doesn't. Okay, you see that? Yeah, you can see that it's getting it, not getting it. Okay, you see it's kind of strange sometimes. Right, so what I like to do is actually change the mode for this, right? So Object Finder is chosen, right? And I'm just going to use like this lily pad, for example. And just notice when I go to this rectangle tool, it's going to be a little smarter than it is just by kind of hovering over it. So you can see I'm just going to kind of do that. And now you can see it's going to find the object built in there. You can see just like that. Okay, I'm just going to hold down the Shift key. I can do another one. Okay, you can see. Bam, I got that. I'll go ahead and do one more. Hold down the Shift key. Okay, bam, got that. Now, with these selected, I can then move these lily pads someplace else. All right, let's just go ahead and do that one more time. Just move them back a little bit. And you can see all 3 of these guys are now selected. Move them over, back to here. You can see, did a pretty good job, but again, coming back to that same thing I said before in terms of working with our extra modification. So I'll go back over to here to select, go to modify, and then I'm going to go ahead and say expand. I'll bring that up, maybe a little bit more this time. I'm going to say 6. Great. Go ahead and try that one more time, and we should be good. Okay, so this is sort of a multi-lesson on a number of different tools. So I just want to make sure that you're comfortable using this sort of like footnoted tool of working with our object selector and then also those additional expansions to make sure we get it and how we can work with things. Because sometimes we can be surprised that it works with certain things and doesn't work with other things. So there are kind of like different nuances to them. All right, so practice all that and see you in the next lesson. Thanks, everybody. In this lesson, we're going to talk about the Content-Aware Scale tool. So keeping in mind what Content-Aware means. So essentially, Photoshop is aware of certain bits of content, and it's going to use its built-in intelligence to make it so it's going to scale according to what it finds there.
Now, sometimes it'll overdo it, so we're going to see how we can fix that. But many times, especially with backgrounds like this that are kind of like repetitive and don't really have like an edge to it, it does a really nice job. If you just have like a plain background or a sky, something like that, it's very smart to be able to be aware of that content. All right, so my client in this case would like to extend out this table to have a little bit of room for their logo. Okay, so what I need to do first of all is make it so I have that room already set up. Okay, so let me go ahead and just zoom out a little bit. I'm going to zoom out, and then I'm going to go over here to my crop tool, and that's going to be living over here. And now all I'm going to do now is just simply click and drag to the right, because I know this is where I want it to be extended out. And you can see, bam, just like that, I've used the crop tool to extend out my canvas, which is really nice. So click on that, and now bam, I have this little space here for this table to grow outward. So let's go ahead and see what we can do with our Content Aware Scale tool. Now, where does that live? It lives inside of the Edit menu, and we have here Content Aware Scale. Now, if yours is grayed out or something like that, it either means that your layer is not selected, or it means that your layer is locked. So make sure you have all that taken care of before you go ahead and select this. And you can see, just like that now, I have the ability to then start to scale this. All right, and I can scale it in any different way, making the height and the width bigger, whatever you want, smaller, etc. What I'm going to do now is just go ahead and bring this out. Let's just see what it does. Click and drag out. You can see how it's pretty smart the way that it's doing this, right? You see how it's actually extending the whole thing out, and just notice the table. See that? It's doing a pretty good job of that, right? It's extending out all the wood and all the grains and everything like that. It's bringing in its algorithm. But a lot of you probably noticed already that the spoon is getting a little bit warped, my table, my plate is getting a little bit warped. A few other things are really like not totally cooperating. So depending on what you want to do, this could be exactly what you want. But in this case, it's not perfect. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just click on my little circle slash and show you what we can do to make this so it's going to be what we want it to do. All right, so let's go back to our Content Aware tool. All right, look over to here to Edit, Content Aware Scale. And now what we want to do is use this Protect option. Okay, because notice here it says Protect, Protect None. Oh, that's pretty scary. So if I click on the drop down, it still says None. We now have to work with something that's going to sound a little fancy, but really I'm just going to show you how easy it is to do. Just follow these steps. Don't worry about these kind of like fancy key terms or new panels we're going to be working with. So in order to do this, we need to go over to here to Window and bring up something called our Channels panel. All right, so I'm going to bring this up, and you're going to see here I have these 4 channels. All right, we don't really even need to really understand about panels at this point. We just need to understand what we need to do in order to get Photoshop to see what we want to protect in there. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is just use the regular old lasso tool, believe it or not, and you're going to essentially say, hey, I want to protect this. I want to protect this. Everything inside here. You don't have to be perfect, but you want to be relatively close. You don't want to get any like too much extra information. Come over to here, and now we have this nice closed loop. And now, guess what? We're going to go over to here to this little icon right there to make a mask for that. And you can see there's your little alpha right there. Okay, you can rename that if you want to. We're going to keep it just like that for right now. Okay, so now let's come back to our Layers panel, make sure that Layer 0 is selected. And now we're going to go back to Content Aware Scale. And now what we're going to do is we're going to sort of like chip away at it, because you're going to see it's going to do a pretty good job, but occasionally it's going to kind of be exhausted by certain elements that it may see. Because if we look back at what we had selected, you can see that it may be picking up on other kind of nuances like shadows and stuff like that. All right, but we're going to see what we can do here. I'm going to just click and drag across here. You can see it's going to do a pretty good job, but some of you may notice that like if you go too far, right, you can see how it's getting a little bit warped there. Right, you see that? If you keep your eye on the spoon there, you can see it's getting a little bit warped. So it got a little bit greedy. So it's not a big deal. All you do is just basically rinse and repeat. I'm just going to stop what I've done here, kind of quit while I'm ahead. I'm going to click on my little checkbox, go back and do it again. Edit, Content Aware Scale, do a little bit more. So it kind of starts over again. And notice, bam, wait for it to kind of maybe kind of start to spread out a little bit too much there. No big deal. Hit the check mark, come back, and just basically rinse and repeat like I said.
And you can get kind of greedy and just see how far you go. All right, spoon got a little bit warped, no big deal. But the background's looking pretty good. Just do it a few more times until you get there. And I'm going to get pretty greedy here. And excellent. Super happy with that. Okay, now I have the ability to then have a little space for this. Now, if you're finding that like some of the stuff is not looking how you want it to look, for example, if you see some of these little artifacts there, you can always use the Content Aware Fill tool. Like if you're not familiar with that, I'll just go ahead and show you that really quickly. You just say, hey, listen, you know what? I don't really like all that kind of weird stuff there. Maybe it has some weird artifacts. You go over here to Edit, Content Aware Fill, and you're going to see how it found all that there. It's going to give me a nice little preview of what's there. Okay, and then I'm just going to go ahead and just say OK. And now you're going to see it got rid of that, deselect it, and now you're good. Okay, beautiful. And now finally, let's go ahead and bring in that image that's supposed to be there for my client so we can see. Beautiful, that's going to be our logo right there. So everybody is happy. Now we've had a nice little addendum to what we had before, just using our table as a nice little backdrop, but didn't exist prior to this. All right, so it takes a little bit of practice, a little bit of nuance, and again, understanding something that's a little bit different than maybe you've worked with before working with channels. Channels has many purposes. This is just one example because this particular tool, it relies on channels to be able to isolate that part so it knows not to affect it. All right, so practice that, have fun, enjoy it, see what you can do on your own with your other projects, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the amazing vanishing point filter. Now, where does that live? Well, it lives in your filter menu up on top here, and you're going to see here is vanishing point. Now, what is the vanishing point? Well, it implies that we're going to have one image superimposed on top of another image, and we want it to conform to a certain sort of grid line or perspective that we're going to create to tell it, for example, to go in this kind of diagonal fashion. So it's going to kind of warp a little bit to kind of create the illusion of that angle. And then we're going to have another one that's going to come along the side of the building to conform and to make it appear as if it's going along that angle and that perspective. Okay, really cool. It's going to be a few different steps that are going to be a little bit unusual compared to how you might do things inside Photoshop, because we have to get the image from someplace else and then copy and paste it inside of the filter. Okay, so it's a little bit unusual, but you'll get the hang of it. All right, but now the first thing I want to do is actually make a duplicate of this layer here. Okay, I like to just hold down the Alt or Option key and just simply click and drag down, and now I have two different versions here. Okay, and you're going to see why this is going to come into play in just a few moments. All right, but that's going to be the first thing we want to do. Very important. Okay, now we're then going to go over to this little guy right here. This is what we're going to superimpose on top of this building. All right, so we want to kind of create the illusion as if this has been painted on to the building, and we want to have a nice little realistic effect to make it look like it's just kind of always been there. All right, and that's what the vanishing point filter is going to allow us to do. All right, so first thing we have to do is we have to select it and copy it. So I'm just going to do Controller Command A. You can see I get my little marching ants there. Controller Command C. Bam, it's been copied. Now, when we go back to our vanishing point image, we go over here to our top layer. We're now ready to apply the filter. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go over to here to Filter. I'm going to choose Vanishing Point. And you're going to see potentially that there's already a grid drawn, right? Just sometimes it's like that depending on what you've done last, or Photoshop just has some artifacts there. But this is essentially what we're going to be drawing here, right? Because we're going to have our image sort of conform to this perspective grid going this way, a little bit angled, because that's how the building is. And you're going to see here it's going to go the other direction, also angled, but in a different angle. But we're going to have our image conform to that shape. All right, so if you have this grid already here, you can just hit the backspace key or the delete key and it'll go away. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to draw out that grid. So you don't want to make sure, first of all, this Create Plane tool is first of all selected. And then very simply, we're just going to draw corners. All right, so one corner here, one corner here, one corner here. Trying to keep a straight line as much as possible, but don't worry about it if you don't get it right the first time. And now one corner there. All right, now what I want to do is I want to make it so it's going to go according to these lines right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is now hold down my Control key or my Command key if you're on the Mac and just simply click and drag on that and then just watch it follow along beautifully. And you can even go over a little bit. And if it doesn't get it right, you can also just simply click and drag on each individual corner and then bam, get it to go how you want it to go. Maybe this can be a little more straightened. That's beautiful, good. All right, maybe Photoshop's giving me a little bit of a error message saying, you know what, that wasn't beautiful, so just keep a lookout for some of those little subtle messages. Okay, very good. Now, we have our planes all set up with this perspective. Next thing we have to do is paste in the image that we copied just a few moments ago, right? So remember we did Control C, now we're going to do Control or Command V, and now that's going to pop right in. Okay? Now at this point, you may decide, well, you know what, it's coming in too big or it's coming in too small, so we can fix that by using this tool right here, which is our Transform tool. Okay, so when I click on that, you'll notice I get my little bounding box, allowing me to make it bigger or smaller before I even bring it in here. This is a decent size, but let me just show you here. As I click and drag on the corners, I'm going to hold down the Shift key just to be able to kind of resize it. And it gets a little bit shaky for some reason. It kind of just doesn't have some kind of resistance. So we just have to kind of bear with that. But don't worry about it. We'll be able to fix it even after the fact as well. Okay, good. Now here comes the fun part. I'm just going to simply drag it into my little plane right there and then just wait for it to kind of swallow it up. And then bam, there you have it. And I can go ahead and still make that smaller. Again, it kind of puts up a little bit of a fight, but you can see how it's starting to kind of conform. Look at the corners there. Really kind of cool stuff. All right, that's great. And I'm just going to kind of do it maybe a little bit bigger over here. Okay, beautiful. All right, kind of cut him in half a little bit, get some perspective. Super cool. All right, now I'm pretty much done at this point. All right, so now let's go ahead and click OK. Now we come back over to here, and you can see what it's done. Good, you know, you can see kind of the beginnings of it, but certainly not complete. Because what we have to do at this point is we have to blend together these two layers. Because what we want to do is we want to make it so the original kind of shines through here. Because it's not perfect where the way that the vanishing point works. Okay, great, it knows to go according to these corners here, but with a blend mode that we're going to create and what we're going to apply to this, it's going to then bring through the original building to show the corners and the shadows and everything else, and of course even this window that we can't see, right? So it doesn't look like very authentic. So let's go ahead and fix that. You're going to see where are our blend modes. Inside of the Layers panel, you can see we have Normal, and we have all these other blend modes here. Okay, and you can go ahead and just mouse over these and it'll show you kind of what they're going to do. Some are better than others. Okay, you just kind of really play around to see what's going to work for your image and your image that's on top of it as well. Okay, I'm going to choose this darken one. That one seems to be best for me. Okay, but you can see maybe some other ones like Multiply, Color Burn, like some of these other ones. But I happen to like darken the best. That works really, really well. And you can see it's doing pretty good, right? I'm pretty happy with that. All right, but I'm not 100% happy because there's a few things I might want to do as well. Okay, because you can still see kind of like the edge of this here, you know, maybe even some like the white that's kind of coming through. It's not that great, you know, so there's other things that we can do with this. All right, so what can we do? Well, there's something called masking, and in our first lesson in Photoshop, we actually did a whole thing, so if you haven't seen that, go ahead and check that out, all on masking. And masking has a lot of usage and applications, so definitely check those out if this is your first time hearing about masking. But what we want to do is essentially mask out some of these kind of edges here. You know, mask out some of that right there, and then possibly even be able to see something more here. And if you've covered up your window by accident, you can mask that out and get rid of that. Okay, and then maybe even this guy here, let's see what that's going to do, right? But I think I want to keep that because that's part of the building. So how do we mask? Well, I'm going to mask so it's going to come through this. Okay, so I like to think about masking as like a blindfold that becomes a mask. When I click on this now, this is now my blindfold, but I'm going to poke a hole in this to make it become a mask. So then I can essentially see what's living inside of this. So it's kind of like a blend mode, but it's just a lot more straightforward, where it's just more about visibility, about what's underneath here. Because I want to see the original. So very simply now, with masking, it's just a very simple black and white with the brush tool. So making sure that this mask is chosen, I'm going to go over to here to my brush, and then making sure that black and white are my default there. And if they're not, you can always click on this guy right there. And then I want my black to be my foreground color. Now let's go ahead and just zoom in a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and make my brush a little bit smaller there. Okay, using my left and right bracket key, left to make it smaller. All right, and now let's go ahead and just brush away all this stuff here to bring back the original. See that? So now it's going to kind of blend right into, I don't want to do that, so I can go ahead and switch back to white. Took off a little bit. That's why we do masking, so it's not permanent. Let's switch this back. Okay, you can see, just trim that off. You got a little bit too much, switch it. Great, there it is. Switch it back. And zooming in can be really helpful for this kind of thing, so you don't accidentally get anything else. Great. Love it. And maybe I actually want to have like a harder edge for this, so it doesn't kind of like accidentally get some of the other stuff there. Make my brush a little bit smaller. Just cleaning it up. Right? So it looks like it's just born there. Just been there forever. And then this kind of looks a little bit weird. Maybe you want it, maybe you don't. So I can just go ahead and snip it off. Right? It's just part of the window right there. Right? So it doesn't go onto the window, it's just above the window. Okay, and if you see any other kind of artifacts there, just get rid of them. Okay, maybe even some of that extra white there you might want to get rid of as well. All right, so that's looking pretty cool. Okay, and it looks like it's part of the building. I'll kind of zoom out a little bit. You can see that looks like it's been painted on there. You can see how it conforms to the angles. And we've used some extra tools, including our blending mode as well as masking. Okay, so you're going to want to practice this a few times because it's not super straightforward, like I said, but you can see that the benefits really show that it's worth a little bit of extra effort because you get some really cool, very natural effects. All right, so practice that and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to look at another filter, and that filter is going to allow us to make our photos a little sharper. And you're going to see that Photoshop has a number of different sharpening filters. We're just going to focus on one because it's the most recent one, the newest one they've created, and I think also the most powerful. And we're also going to combine that with some blending modes that are built into the sharpening tool. But the first thing we want to do before we do this particular filter is we want to make our layer into a smart object. And why do we want to do that? Because we want to be able to make it so it's non-destructive to the pixels. It's very important for a lot of the filters that you work with that you make it into a smart object first. So if I right click on it, you're going to see here I have convert to smart object. And you're going to know that it's a smart object because it has this little icon there. Now, when we make a filter applied to this, you're going to see that it's going to put another layer on top of it, thereby not affecting the original pixels. All right, so again, with a lot of the filters you work with, the first thing you're going to want to do is make your layer into a smart object so we do not affect the original pixels. All right, now let's go ahead and make sure this layer is selected. We're going to go over to here to our filter menu, come over here to this little sharpening section, and we're just going to choose Smart Sharpen. There's quite a bit we can work with, and you're going to see that some of these are, pretty much do the same thing that we see here, and including the Unsharp mask, which is a little bit older, but we're going to focus on the Smart Sharpen. It's going to come up to a nice little dialog box, and we're going to have a nice little preview here. We can see there I am. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and just zoom out a little bit. Now, you're going to see that it's already kind of started on something. It might remember something that you've done before, okay, or it may just kind of pick something for you based off of what it expects you to do, right? Just based off of what it thinks you want. All right, now you're going to see that it is pretty subtle. Okay, so I like to work with the Smart Sharpen, and then again, I'm going to combine it with my blend mode to make it so it's going to really do what I want it to do. Okay, so we can just go ahead and bring up our amount a little bit. That's going to be the amount of the sharpening. And essentially sharpening is just looking at the edges. It's finding the edges of all of our objects, and you're increasing the sharpeningness around that. Okay, and then the radius is basically the pixels around each individual edge. How far around those edge pixels do you want it to go? All right, so you're going to see a little bit more of that. It's going to get a little bit sharper. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and bring this up to maybe just like 5 or so. Okay, and we're going to see it's very subtle. We're going to see it. I'm going to go ahead and just click OK. And you may or may not have noticed, okay, but it's gotten a little bit sharper. And let's just go ahead and just turn it off. And now you'll notice because I created this as a smart object, I now have a smart filter mask on top of this. All right, so if I click on my little eyeball here, you'll see very subtly, it just kind of added it on there, right? Not a whole lot, and sometimes that's a good thing, but you can definitely experiment with, you know, how much sharpening you want, your radius size, all that good stuff. But now I like to see like the main difference happens when I work with this guy right here. Okay, so you can see this right there. Okay, very small, almost kind of as if it doesn't want to be discovered. And that's going to allow us to work with the different blending modes for our sharpening filter that we've just put on there. And that's going to allow me to have a little bit more, I'd say, kind of, you know, with the blending mode, it gives us a lot more options as far as how we want the sharpening to go. So if I double click on this now, you're going to see that a new dialog box is going to pop up. And again, we're going to go ahead and just take a look. Let's go ahead and zoom out a little bit. And now you're going to see it says mode up there, right? So the mode implies the blending mode for this particular filter. So I'm going to go ahead and just choose like dissolve, for example. And nothing happens. But then if I kind of toggle through all these, we're going to see there's another one that comes in. There's another one. I'm just using my down arrow to do that. You're going to eventually find one that's going to work for you, right? Just kind of keep an eye on it. Not bad. That's getting better. And I kind of like that one the best. All right, now, once I've gotten to this, you'll notice here is also opacity, because if it's gotten a little bit too much, you can then bring it down a little bit, right? So let's bring it down to about 70%. And you can say, okay, it's definitely sharper, but it's not as sort of like contrasty as it was before. And that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Now I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now that's a lot better than it was before. So let's go ahead and turn that off. And you can see a dramatic difference there. Okay, and even the grass is sharper, the background is sharper, everything. Okay, now let's say, for example, I did not want the background as sharpened, right? I actually want me to sort of like stand out a little bit more. Well, because this is a mask, this little white box right there, that's going to allow us to kind of make it so only this guy in the foreground is sharpened. All right, so how do we work with masks? So I'm just going to simply just click on this right here, not on my layer itself, but on the mask. And every time you work with a mask, it has to do with the brush painting over black or white. Currently, this is white, and then we're just going to simply paint black over that. So I'm going to go over here to my brush tool, and then notice how black is in my foreground. And now what I'm going to do is make sure that my opacity is all the way up to 100. And I'm going to make my brush a little bit bigger using my right bracket key. And then I'll just use my grass since it's a little more obvious. You can see how now that's less sharp. Okay, everything else now, see, is less sharp. And I'm the only thing that's in focus right now, or a little less in focus in the background. Okay, less sharpened. Okay, so now I'm really standing out. Now let's go ahead and just kind of just really scrub this. Scrub, scrub, scrub. And let's move my layers panel out of the way. Great. You notice how the sharpening and also the blending mode, it also kind of brings out some color as well. So you get a nice little bonus there. Okay, so now if you take a look at my mask, you'll see there's black all around there, and then there's just me right there in the middle. Let's go ahead and just take a look at that. You can see, beautiful. Just like that. Okay, now let me show you another way we could have done this from the beginning. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove this all together. I'm just going to go ahead and drag that into my trash can. All right, and now I'm back to normal. Now, I know that it's only me that I would like to actually make into a mask. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to very simply just select myself when I apply my filter.
So let's now go over to here to our object selection tool. And I'm very simply just going to go ahead and highlight myself, click on that, and now I am now highlighted. That's great. And then I'm going to go ahead and make it so I'm going to have a little bit more around me. So I'm going to go back to my select, modify, and I'm just going to expand that a little bit. Maybe, sure, 13 pixels is fine. Go a little bit on the outside of me. That's great. And now, when I apply my filter of sharpening, I'll go over to here to Smart Sharpen. All right, I'll keep all those things the same exact thing. That's great. Click OK. Now you're going to notice perfectly masked already is me. Okay, I'll go ahead and just use my little blend mode option right there. And I know which one I'm going to choose again. I'm going to go over here to Overlay. And you can see only me, only I get selected there and affected. So let's go ahead and bring that down a little bit. Not too shabby. Okay, so that's a nice little trick. You can always just pre-select before you do your mask. All right, so looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. So the Smart Sharpen tool works really, really well. Keep it nice and simple. You could ignore all those other ones. And if you wanted to get a little bit deeper into it, just FYI, there are some kind of hidden ones here. Again, pretty subtle. Just go ahead and take a look at these here, and you can see what they do. You know, just kind of bring it down a little bit. Again, kind of subtle. They're messing with all the kind of the different sort of edges around there, all your different sharpening, okay? And it works especially a little bit more powerfully when you are working with your blend modes as well, okay? So again, it's quite subtle depending on your object that you're working with. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get out of that, and I am ultimately pretty happy. So practice that, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about another set of filters, and namely, we're going to talk about the motion blur and also the spiral blur to kind of create movement within our objects. So believe it or not, this is a still shot of somebody driving a little dune buggy that started off looking like this, and then we added on a little bit of motion. So it looks like they're kind of driving really fast. So the background and foreground and parts of the stuff around the outside are kind of moved, and they are blurry and they're tilted and all this good stuff. And notice how the wheels also look like they're kind of spinning around and around, just like that. All right. Now, of course, when we are working with these, the first thing we want to do is make sure that our object is now a smart object. So we're going to go ahead and convert that because we want to be able to manipulate this after the fact and not have any destruction to the original pixels and have a little more control over our filter. All right, so let's go ahead and see how we can do that. But first of all, I just want you to see when we go over here to filter, we have a number of different blur options here, right? The Gaussian blur is probably the most popular one that people see here. You'll see this also under the blur gallery, all kinds of other ones like field blur for kind of like depth of field. Okay, spin blur we're going to get to, path blur. Just going to see you can kind of create a path aligned what direction you want to go to. So definitely worth experimenting. But for right now, initially, we're just going to focus on our motion blur. So let's go ahead and choose motion blur. And now you're going to see how it's just going to automatically pop up with two options here, our angle of our blur and also the distance. Okay, so really kind of like what are you trying to create the story of like where they're kind of driving to. All right, so you can see if I make this go a little bit different direction, it looks like he's now going to be driving sort of upwards, or that's the direction of the road, or whatever it is, you can have it do that. Okay, so typically you kind of want to make it so it looks kind of realistic, but if you're being kind of artistic with it or whatever it is, you can kind of make it go in a different direction. Because my image is kind of facing at about 8 to 10 degrees, I'm going to go ahead and make it go in that direction. Okay, now the distance is pretty much the degree of how much of a blur you want. All right, so I can go ahead and bring this down a little bit, and you can see it's going to do that. I can bring it up, and you can see it's going to do that. Now, I'm going to play around with the kind of like nuance around this to make it so it's not going to be entirely blurry all throughout. So don't worry about it right now, but just know that because we made this into a smart object, we can very easily anytime come back and adjust this. And also because I now have the option to then just double click back on this motion blur, I always have the option to then address this again and make any modifications to it. Fantastic. So I'm super happy with that. All right. Now let's go ahead and do another
blur on this. I'm going to start working with these two tires. So I'll go ahead and make sure that my layer is selected. Go over here to filter. I'm going to come down here to my blur gallery and just choose spin blur. And this just pops up automatically with something I can just kind of pop on top of something else here. You can see here where I have in the middle, I can just go ahead and select it, right? Bam. I can also, you see this out? This actually allows me to adjust how much of a spin it's going to be. And just notice I'm just clicking and dragging on that. Now that can also be adjusted here as well. This is my blur gallery, so just notice I can do that. You'll just watch it kind of go, go, go. All right, and now what I'm also going to do is just bring this in. So it just really kind of covers the tires there. Maybe you want a little more, maybe you want a little bit less. Totally up to you. All right, I'll just kind of play around with that. That's pretty good. I like that. So I'm going to click OK. And now let's wait and see what we got there. Pretty cool so far, right? So it looks like, okay, he's all blurry, but his tires are spinning. Now we're getting a nice realistic effect. And you'll notice here in my layers panel, I now have two. I have my blur gallery, which is this little spin blur, my spiral blur, and then I also have my motion blur. So in order to do the second tire, I got to do another one. Let's go ahead and just go back to filter, go over here to my blur gallery, and then spin blur. And then there's my friend. I'll go ahead and bring him back inside here. All right, and I'm just going to bring this guy in just like that. And then I'll bring this up, up, up. And see how that's going to look. Not too shabby. I like it. And I'm pretty much done. Now, if you wanted to go a step further with some of these, you'll notice here that there is a secondary set of tabs. If you like, you can see here is some motion effects if I wanted to kind of go a little bit deeper into these, right? If it works for it, right? It might not always, but you can see that sometimes it may actually add on some nice cool effects for you. But I'm just going to keep it as is. Click OK. Wait for it. And cool. Not so bad. Now it's maybe a little bit too pronounced, right? Because my feathering could have been nuanced a little bit more. But you know what? What I'm going to do, instead of going back to that, which I easily could just by double clicking on this, I'm just going to work with my masking. All right, because now we're at the place where we can actually start to nuance this a little bit more. Because I want to see this guy, I want to see parts of the car, I want to be able to kind of have a little bit more kind of realism and subtlety so it's not just kind of drowning in the effect. So now notice how this mask is going to be affecting every one of these little filters here. So very easily now, how do I work with a mask? I work with the brush tool. So I'm going to go over to here to my brush, and then notice this is white. So I'm going to go ahead and choose black from here. And now I'm going to make this so it's a little bit more subtle. So my opacity is at 100%. So I'm going to bring that down to maybe about 50, 45, something like that. And just kind of let me see this guy a little bit. Okay. And that makes a big, big difference. Let me see little bits of the car. All right, let me just kind of see some of the wheel. Okay. Just some little things here you can see. All right, not too bad. Right. Not kind of overwhelming us. It's like, okay, there's a little bit of realism there. Okay, and that's actually starting to look pretty good. So it looks like he's moving. You can see that, but I can actually see a person. I can see the vehicle. So I have a little bit of connection with it. Okay, whereas if it's kind of drenched inside of the filter, you can't see it too much. All right, and this looks pretty great. I'm pretty happy with this. Okay, so you really want to play around with all of these, right? You really want to, especially some of these other filters that you see there in our introduction to Photoshop. I showed you some other ones you can work with, especially with that depth of field options. We're going to get into what we call neural filters in a little bit. We're going to see how we can do this in maybe a little bit a slightly different way, but this gives you some more nuance, some more kind of surgical tools to work with. All right, so practice that, have fun, really amazing tools, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Thanks, everybody. Photoshop recently introduced a very exciting suite of filters called neural filters. Neural as in brain, as in artificial intelligence. And they're pretty incredible. They give you a lot of flexibility and really a lot of power. And they can be really scaled and nuanced in quite a few ways. Now let me show you where they are. We're going to give you sort of a broad stroke overview about the neural filters, what's available, and just basically kind of give you some ideas of where you can go with the neural filters, because there's quite a bit. And a lot of them
they do take quite a bit of time to generate. So for the purposes of this class, I'm just going to give you a nice little general overview. Then I'm going to show you a few examples. So where do we find them? Well, if we go over here to Filter, you're going to see here's the option for Neural Filters. Now, when I click on that, you're going to see this is going to open up to a new little panel here, Neural Filters. And you're going to notice over here we have these all filters and we have this wait list. Now, many of you, when you open it up for the first time, you may see a few more clouds than I have here, because by default, not all of the filters show up. You will have to download them, and they are quite large, some of them as much as 500 megabytes, and you'll have to download pretty much the whole kind of engine that runs it. And I think that, it's pretty worth it. So a lot of them, you'll have like Smart Portrait and colorizing, and there's some other ones for photo restoration, depth blur, all these really, really great ones. You'll have to potentially download them. Okay. Now, some of these are beta, and some of them, are not as good as others. Right? I have found that, for example, like this Smart Portrait, that kind of like tries to guess your sort of emotion or try to create a different kind of emotion, can kind of yield some unpredictable and maybe sort of unnatural looking results. So kind of take it with a grain of salt that some of these things are not going to be perfect, but they do, at least a starting off job for you. Okay, so just keep in mind again, you'll have to download some of these. Now, if I, for example, choose, let's just say depth blur, and you're going to see what it's going to do. It's going to give me a nice little description of each of them, right? Everything, what it's going to do. And then you'll also notice that I have some other potential options that I can now work with, right? In terms of, my blur strength, and some of them are going to even have like some nice kind of presets, how I want to do this. Notice how this one is already preset as the focus subject, but if I wanted to, I could then tell it, hey, this is going to be my focal point. Don't choose what my subject is with your intelligence on there, okay? You'll also notice, and this is probably the most important thing from where I'm standing, is what your output is going to be. Now, if you click on this little drop down, you're going to see you have current layer, right? It's just going to override it with that filter itself. You have just a brand new layer altogether, so it's just going to basically be separate from this right here. Okay, you can also mask it, right, where it's just going to basically allow you to use a mask to go over it, right, and then you can kind of poke a hole through it and you can see the original. Or you also have the Smart Filter, which is kind of like a new layer masked, but it's more like what I've been teaching you to do. So I'm going to suggest that you work with the Smart Filter because it makes your experience and your changes non-destructive. Okay, so it's very important. So I'm going to suggest we do that almost every single time. All right, and then if you do a new document, then it's ultimately just going to create it as a new document, which is pretty great. So, which is really nice. If you do choose Smart Filter, you will not have to make this into a smart object before you create your filter, which is really nice, really smart to think about. Okay, so I choose that, and then I'm ready to start doing some of my changes. And you're going to see there's a ton of options here available. Okay, so let me just talk about just a few of them that you might be interested in. Like some really kind of simple off-the-shelf ones, like this one called Style Transfer. If I wanted to make my image, just like this, into just kind of a different style that's kind of like according to like a certain artist, or a certain look, I can make it do that, like Van Gogh style or Gauguin or Japanese style. It's going to make this image kind of go according to that, which is kind of neat. It definitely takes quite a long time to run these things, so keep that in mind. Some of them I have already downloaded. You will then need to download them to do it yourself. Okay, and then you'll just notice that when you choose it, you're going to have all kinds of different sub options to choose from to make the properties a little bit stronger, change the opacity, right? Some of the detail, all that good stuff of what you would like to do and how you want to apply it. With this particular one, this one also has image styles associated with it. And you can see here that these are going to be based off of images rather than artist styles. Okay, so just always kind of keep your eyes peeled for more stuff. And if you have the space on your computer, go ahead and download all that bits of information so you can have a lot more options. So really, really neat. Very, very cool stuff. Okay, so all of these are going to more or less have kind of like a similar type of style to them. Like, for example, if I go over here to photo restoration, you can see here's some other parameters around that. Great. Okay, so if I go over to here to my depth blur, like I said before. Now, why are these coming in gray, just like this, is because I need to actually flip this switch to make it happen. Okay, so all these, if I need to actually flip this to then execute it, and then I'm going to have access to all of these changes. All right, so go ahead and explore, see what's available, download whatever things you want to. They've made it very intuitive once you get in there, but we're going to take a look at a handful of these just to be able to see, hey, what can I do with these to kind of make it be what I want it to be, and just in quick and easy ways, changing some of these to put on different filters, change the look and feel of it with depth, and possibly some different filters to change the whole look and feel in general. Now that we've got a nice little overview of what the neural filters are, what's available, and a little bit of how we can work with them, let's go ahead and take a look at one in particular, which is our field depth. So we can actually maybe have this background look a little more blurry. And because we have this artificial intelligence built into it, it's going to know what my foreground is, what my background is, and going to give me the ability to then manipulate that background to make it more blurry. Now, ordinarily, you can certainly use some of these filters here, and you can do all these other ones right here, our blur gallery and all that good stuff, certainly. But you know what? This is actually going to be a lot more efficient and allow me to do it possibly a little bit easier and a little faster. So let's go here and go to Filter. I'm going to say Neural Filters, and then they're all going to pop up once again. And then very simply, once it pops up, I'm going to see my option for Depth Blur, and I'm just going to go ahead and just simply click right there, and you're going to see it's going to start to process. You see that? And that can take some time depending on your computer's processing speed, and really depending on the image itself, the resolution, maybe the version of Photoshop you're on. And I found that every time you make a change also, the engine really does kind of get exhausted. It does actually take a lot of processing power. Okay? So good. Now, as I was talking, you can see how it actually got a little bit blurry there, right? And making me stand out. So if I come down over to here, you're going to see how I do have a few options here, right? Notice here is this focus subject. Now, this is going to find it for me if I want to, or I can then click to edit my focal point if I wanted something else to be it, right? So you wanted me out of focus, but then I want the bridge in focus, I could then change that if I wanted to. And your focal range is essentially going to give you a little bit of a kind of feather around what is going to be blurry in this case, right? What's going to kind of create a little bit more of a looser depth of field around your subject. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep it as is. Your blur strength, pretty self-explanatory. I'm just going to go ahead and make that a little bit blurrier in the background, and you're going to watch it's going to start to process, has to run its thing there. And then you're going to see how it's going to get more and more blurry in the background. It's going to go a little bit more. And again, sometimes this does kind of take some time, right? There's a little bit of a delay potentially, but you can see how that got a little bit blurrier. Fantastic. Now, if I wanted to make that kind of hazier, so you're going to see it kind of does like this sort of it kind of just washes it out a little bit. But again, it's very much spice to taste. And like I said, there's a little bit of weighting that happens here. Okay, so just keep that in mind. They're pretty incredible, but it does some pretty great stuff with a little bit of patience. Now, as that's doing that, we'll just see here your temperature. If you go a little bit to the left, if you needed to kind of warm it up a little bit, right, you go to the right. If you want to make it a little more blue, you bring it to the left. So on the right hand side is going to be a little more kind of orangey colors, and then you bring this over here, it's going to be a little more blue. Okay, also known as your white balance. So if it is a little bit off, this can actually really help you. If your white balance is kind of coming in a little bit blue from the beginning, or a little more orange and yellow from the beginning, you can balance it out. All right, and then you can see here your tint. You can go ahead and just change the tint of it entirely. Again, maybe the filter is kind of messed up somehow, or if you want to have a little more artistic control, you can play around with those. And then your saturation, if I wanted to bring that down a little bit, saturation is going to make it look a little bit more kind of leached out of color. And you can see here, this is going to add on some more color. All right, so that's making me look a little bit too tan there, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all that. And then brightness does what you expect it to do, and I'm just going to keep it as this. Okay, and I'm going to again go over to here to my Smart Filter output. Very important. I'm going to click on that, and now we're going to wait for it to show up. And now you'll notice that I now have my layer, my original layer, and then I have this smart filter, and I also have the ability to return back to my neural filter anytime I want, just by simply double clicking on it, and it's going to take me right back to where I was. Okay, and then go ahead and it's going to process it. It's going to take its time. It's going to do the thing that I asked it to do, all that stuff. I'm going to cancel this, but I just want you to see how easy it was to get back to it. And I would imagine in future versions of Photoshop, this is going to start becoming a little bit faster. And many of these things, by the way, do rely on your internet access as well. So keep that in mind. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. Come back to here. And now, why did I make us do a smart layer output? Well, because I may want to have certain things in focus and have a little more control, a little more nuance for what I want to be blurred out and not blurred out. Okay, so I can do that by working with my smart filter mask. So we learned about mask quite a bit in this class already. So you should know by now when I click on the mask, I'm going to want to immediately go over to my brush tool, and then I'm going to switch from white to black. And for example, if I wanted to bring up the bridge a little bit, I can very, very easily do that. So I'm going to go ahead and increase my brush size, making sure that I have a softness, right, or a hardness that's coming down to 0. And you'll see now I can bring that bridge out and focus just a little bit. Okay, so it kind of looks like it's a little kind of a toy land in a little bit of ways, right? Let's have that come up. Okay, kind of nice, right? So kind of interesting, a little bit more creative, a little bit different. And then there's that little plant right there. That's going to stay in focus. Wonderful. Okay, so you see we have all the control in the world. Similar to what we may have seen with other filters, but possibly a little bit more straightforward, a little more what you're used to, potentially what you're doing on your phone or your computer outside of Photoshop in general. Okay, so practice that on this photo or a photo of your choice, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to learn about a very special component within filters called the rendering option. And rendering essentially means that Photoshop is going to create something for you without actually having to do too much effort at all. Just little gifts from Photoshop. So the first thing I want to do before I even start the rendering is create a new layer so I can put some of those special features on top of that layer so it's not on the background layer. So let's go ahead and see what we can do and how we can do it. I'll go over here to my filter menu, and then we come down here to render. Now there's a number of different rendering sort of outputs that we can choose from. We have a flame. You can actually create flames from nothing. A picture frame, so we can actually make a frame going around an image. And we have all kinds of different types of frames we can do, different types of trees, and even clouds and lens flares and lighting effects and all this really good stuff. Definitely worthwhile to check all these things out. But for our purposes, we're only going to work on the picture frames and also trees. And we're going to do that in 2 separate lessons. So I'm going to go ahead and just choose picture frame. And you're going to see this is going to pop up with possibly the last frame that I was working on, or just if you've never worked on it before, Photoshop just may choose one for you. Now let's go ahead and just explore this dialog box. First thing we're going to see here is the frame. I click on this little drop down, and you're going to see beautifully I've got almost 50 different preset frames that I can work with. So if I choose Happy Vine, you're going to get a preview on the left hand side. Go ahead and toggle between these. You can see there's Pretty Vine. You can see all these things here. Now, don't be thrown off by these presets because we have the ability to customize everything down below. You can see there's my vine color. I have my margins, right? Margins just very simply like I can make it kind of tucked in from left to right, top and bottom. And don't worry about this margin part because we're going to be able to customize all these things on our own when we get back into the document on our layers panel, because this is going to be a separate layer. But certainly, mess with it here as much as you like, but just know that we can also modify it within the document itself. All right, so a lot of this is going to be very much spice to taste. So let's just go ahead and just bring up the size a little bit, see what that's going to do. You see it makes it a little bit sort of thicker all around. Our arrangement, this is going to kind of vary between different preset frames you choose, and it's going to be very much a spice to taste until you get what you like. All right, now we have another kind of preset within a preset. what kind of flowers do you want to show? And you can see, you know what, actually I don't want flowers. I want more of like this kind of thing, like this orbit, and you can see how it does something like that. Try another one. Let's try just circles. See what that does. Okay, and maybe that's the look you're looking for. Now I can change the flower color. Just choose whatever color you like. All right, I'll just go ahead and choose red. Click OK, and now you can see that overrides it. Bring down my flower size, and then we'll see we have a little bit more potential detail going on there. Okay, now you'll also notice that leaf is grayed out. Why? Because this particular frame preset does not have any leaves on it. If you chose another preset, you'd be able to make those changes, okay? Because you can see there is some variation and some sophistication to a lot of these. All right, now let's go ahead and maybe I want to change the vine color to something a little bit more viney. Okay, I'll just choose green. And there you have it. Now you can see some of that nice little green in there, and it's looking a little bit holiday oriented, admittedly, but of course you'll be able to change all this stuff. Now, let's go over here to advanced. And you're going to see we have other options here, like if there's a line option there, you can choose a number of lines. The thickness, you can see how we can change that. That's looking pretty cool all of a sudden, like a lot more confident. So you can see that, you can play around with that. And then angle, see what that does, just going to kind of change things a little bit more. So you just have, you know, some whimsy to it, some creativity. All right, and then how you want it to kind of fade out a little bit so it's not so sort of in your face. And then you can see how invert will actually kind of give you something kind of the opposite of that. So really, really neat. Now, let's say I really love this and I'm planning on using this over and over and over again for my company or for my family, or just this is going to be my brand, my look and feel. Well, guess what? I can save this. So you can see here, these are presets, and I have the option to save this preset. Okay, so I'll just call this Yuletide something something, just saves right there in your computer, whatever it is, Yuletide frame. That's great. I click save, and now that preset is now in there for me to use over and over again. Okay, fantastic. I'm good to go. Now, let's go ahead and click OK. And you're going to see it's going to end up on this layer. It's beautiful. I love this, right? Kind of fun. But maybe I kind of love it, but I don't really, really love it, or I kind of really want to change it a little bit because I want this to be different than the last one that I did. Well, because it's on its own layer, I have all the options I want in the world, right? Because now, guess what? I can resize this. Maybe I want to move it just a little bit, kind of centered a little bit more. Maybe I want to warp it a little bit. I can do that. You know, I can do all kinds of different things to it. I can even mask some of this out. If I don't want some of it, we learned about masking in previous lessons. We can mask some of it out. I can also bring down the opacity if I want to. So let's go ahead and do that so it's not so prominent. Just kind of blends in. And if you wanted to, you can play around with some of these nice little blend modes. You can see how you might be able to get some really interesting effects. Just like that, you never know, kind of roll the dice depending on what you've chosen for your frame, the different colors, and how it blends in with the background. See, really, really cool. All right, that's kind of nice. I want it to be a little bit different there. Now, also keep in mind, if you wanted to, you can also play around with these effects, and then I can put on a completely different effect to this. Let's go ahead and maybe put on a glow or something, right? I just choose glow, and I can have a glow around my frame. Go ahead and maybe bring this up a little bit, choose my glow color, just choose yellow, and just make that normal glow. You can see it's sort of coming through in there, right? Very subtle, but it's coming in nonetheless. But I'll have to actually bring out my spread a tiny bit, go a little bit more, beautiful, then bring down my opacity. Okay, but the bottom line is I now started off with kind of nothing frame, and now I now have a something frame. Meaning that, hey, this was nothing before. If I wanted to draw this out, it would take me forever. Okay. Now also keep in mind, this is pixel based. So if I wanted to just get rid of all this, I really love the top part, but I don't want the bottom. What I would do is I would either erase it here, or even better, you'll probably guess where I'm going to go with this, I would mask it. All right, because I might want to have that come back at some point. So let's just go ahead and do a little review on masking, but also understanding that because we created this and we want to maybe manipulate it later on, we may want to make changes to it. Okay, just understanding that we do have that value and that application available to us. So let's go ahead and now click on my mask. And now, what do I do with masking? I go to my brush, and now I'm going to go ahead and change my brush to something a little bit less crazy. Let's go ahead and just do that guy. And then let's make my brush a little bit bigger. Okay, and now I can then just start to mask this out. So there we go, going away, disappearing, disappearing. And if we take a look, my mask layer, you'll see I just have my little black on the white. That's just telling me that this is now going away. But if I wanted to bring it back, if I decided oh, you know what, I make a little mistake that goes away too much, I can always switch back to the white and I can always bring that back. So just a little review on masking. All right, so beautiful thing is we have all the control in the world to be able to create something really beautiful working with frames that can be very creative and very unique and very sophisticated, and also giving us the ability to then manipulate it after the fact to make it do whatever we want, however we want. All right, so practice that, really explore what other kinds of framing options are available. You'll be very surprised how much you can create very quickly and easily, and also very creatively. Continuing our lesson on the rendering filter, we're now going to talk about how we can render trees using the filtering options within Photoshop. So you'll notice now I have this giraffe straightened document opened up, and of course I have a new blank layer waiting for me to now put my trees on there. Now, if you are planning to do multiple trees, you may want to consider having multiple blank layers. We'll just do one for right now, and maybe you'll go ahead and duplicate them. You'll do all kinds of different things with it. But if you're going to do different things from scratch, you might want to consider that so you're not having less control over the layers that you create with those different images on there. Okay, so very good. So let's go ahead and just see how this is done. And by the way, this is very similar to what we just did with our frames. Let's go over here to Filter. We're going over here to Render, and now we're going to choose Tree. And like I said, it's going to be very similar because the dialog box just basically gives you all kinds of different choices. Here's our base tree type, and you'll notice that there's all kinds of amazing trees available. And you'll see that, you know, things that you probably recognize like redwood and ginkgo, maple. You'll see there's elm trees and even cherry blossoms. And all of these things can be customized to your liking. Even the lighting, you'll see the colors, the branch sizes and leaves and all that stuff, the number of leaves, all kinds of really creative options available for you. All right, so let's just go ahead and, for example, let's just choose the elm tree. So I choose that, and you can see very nicely, and maybe I'm happy with that. It's beautiful, looks very realistic, I love it, but guess what? I'm going to have all different types of choices available to me, starting off with the light direction. Because if your camera and the time of day and all that stuff is showing a certain type of lighting, you may want to customize it to actually match that. As you can see, as I bring that over a little bit, I get a little more lighting over there. And you can see I can go away to the other side, and you can see I'm going to get a different kind of lighting on that side. Totally up to you. Leaves amount. Very much going to be spice to taste. I bring that down. Different time of the year, we wanted to show, okay, you know what? This is the fall time. Great, so leaves are falling off. Okay, great. So let's just go ahead and keep it at that. Let's bring up our leaf size a little bit, right? Maybe that's the look you're looking for, right? So it kind of meets you halfway. It's amazing. It's just illustrating something for you without you really having to think about it too much, okay? And then branch height, let's go ahead and bring that up a little bit, okay? See that? Even brings it down a little bit lower to make the branches a little bit longer. Okay, branch thickness. Let's go ahead and make those a little bit thinner now. See what that does. Beautiful. Okay, I'm on my way. All right, this might not be exactly what you want. Right now, we're just looking at the tools, how we can do that. Now, keep in mind, we also have the ability to change these leaves because maybe you want to make your own tree altogether. It does not have to be an exact elm tree. So if you like, you can just turn off the default leaves, right? And then you can see all kinds of other ones built in. So maybe you want to do more of like a maple leaf style. Bam, you've got that. And then I can come back over to here, and then maybe I'll just render that a little bit more right there, and I've got a completely different look. All right, so love that. And let's go over here to maybe randomize shapes, see what that does. Okay, maybe you like that, maybe you don't. It's really a spice to taste. And trees are all unique. So when you do this kind of thing, no one's going to really care or notice. In fact, the more uniqueness you have, the better, in fact. All right, now let's go over here to advanced, and you can see camera tilt. This does some interesting things. You try that out. Very, very different look altogether. You'll play around with that. Okay, I'm going to bring that back to where we were. Don't really care about that. Very nicely, it goes back. Then we have a whole bunch of other advanced options. Use custom color for the leaves. Well, maybe again, it's a different time of year. So you want to do maybe a little bit more of a kind of a burnt orange color there. Let's go ahead and kind of go a little more fall, that type of thing. Wait for it, and bam, there you got it. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And all the rest of these, you pretty much just want to try those out, spice to taste, and you're going to get what you like. And each time it's going to be a little bit different, but I can guarantee you, you will be pleased with the results because it does a pretty fantastic job. So let's go ahead and remind you that we can always do a preset as well. If you want to use this again and again in a variety of different documents, you can do that. But I'm just going to go ahead and click OK. Wait for it to render. It comes out. And now a nice realistic looking tree that now I have on its own layer. And now I can resize this. I can bring this over to here, right over to my horizon. And then I could possibly even rotate this if I want to, you know, if it's going to make it look a little more realistic. And of course, if I wanted to clone this or do whatever, I can absolutely do that. But now you can see I've got a tree that was not there before. Fantastic. So cool. One of the lesser known filters within Photoshop, but absolutely valuable to allow you to create something that's not just something that is manipulating your photograph, but more of an illustration type of thing. Okay, so play around with that, have fun, and we'll see you in the next lesson.
Welcome everyone. My name is Dave Casuto, and I will be your instructor for this advanced Photoshop class. Well, you've come at an amazing time in history because Photoshop has introduced artificial intelligence tools all over the place within the program, including generative fill, generative expand, parametric filters, automated adjustment layers, neural filters, and all kinds of wonderful things to allow us to customize all of those new features. But we're going to get pretty creative in this class. We're going to be working on personal projects like making neon signs, vectorizing our bitmap images. We're also going to get into pixel bending with polar coordinates, the puppet warp tool. And then very quickly, we get into some animated GIF creation, making things spin around. And we're going to get into video. And believe it or not, there are some pretty amazing video editing features within Photoshop. And then towards the end, we're going to learn how we can work with actions, batch actions, working with some automation tools like contact sheets, making batch PDFs, and so much more. So stay tuned, and we'll see you in the first lesson. Thanks, everyone.
In this lesson, we're going to talk about the new Adjustments panel in Photoshop. On the surface, it seems really simple and really easy to use because it is. But once you start getting a little bit deeper into it, you're going to see there's some nice advanced options and nice advanced tools for us to couple with the Adjustments panel. So let's go ahead and just bring it up. And I'm just going to go over here, go to Window, and I'm just going to choose Adjustments. And it's going to pop right up over here on the right-hand side. Now, for a lot of us, this may look familiar if we have smartphones, because it's going to allow us just to change some quick looks and feels and tones and moods and lighting of our image. Now, it's so nice because if you're used to working with adjustment layers, it's going to add on adjustment layers to our layers panel. Now, with adjustment layers, they are going to have a built-in mask on the layer, so therefore it's not going to be destructive to our original image. So what I'm going to do now is initially mouse over all of the ones that we see here. Now you're going to notice that there's all kinds of different categories. You can see here is portrait, landscape, photo repair, creative, black and white, cinematic. I go over here to back to view all, and you're going to see that it might even show our actual adjustment layers that we've been used to. Looking at our little black and white cookie over here, you can see there that is, and you're going to see some familiar ones right there, and you can access them this way as well.
under these single adjustments. But I'm going to go ahead and just stay with all of these guys right here, and I'm going to click on More to show them all pop out again, all by those categories. So that's really a great way for us to organize them. Now let's go ahead and just open them up one more time. And we can see we get a nice little preview of what each of them are going to do. But the best way to really understand what they do is to, again, just do that hover. So what I'm going to do is just hover over them. I'm not going to click on them because you'll see that when I click on them, I immediately then get the effect applied to the image, which I don't want in this case, because if I click on the next one and the next one, it will then stack them. So let me just show you what happens when I click on one. It's going to pop up there, beautiful. I'm going to go ahead and click on another one, and then notice how it's going to stack it on top of it, which I don't want. So I'm just going to go ahead and just undo, come right back to where I started from. So instead of clicking on them and then wasting all that screen real estate on my layers, I'm just going to mouse over them so we can see, number one, that yes, we can do this. But number two, let's get a nice little preview of just a handful of them. So I'm just going to go over here to, let's just say, landscape. I mouse over it, and it's going to slightly change a little bit. There's going to be that little color pop. Let's go over here to this one. You can see there's sepia. Mouse over this one, warm. Keep going. Take a look at some other kind of more drastic ones. That's kind of a neat one. Mouse over it, color pop again. You can see there's some more over there. Okay, so you can just see how that works, and you'll be able to just, spice to taste, see what works for you, knowing that the fact that these are going to be adjustment layers, they're non-destructive, and we'll be able to work with masks to be able to control what we want, how much we want, and where we want that adjustment layer. So let's go ahead now, just apply maybe something kind of simple like this one right here. Okay, nice. How about that one? Okay, I kind of like that one better. So I'm just going to go ahead and start off with that. And my goal for this one is to make it so everything is going to be that particular color. But then the middle one is going to actually pop out with its own original color. All right, so let's just go ahead and see how the layers panel looks now. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit wider now so we can see what we have applied here. Number one, here is the name of the adjustment, which is my photo repair. And then you can see photo repair warm contrast. And then there is my photo filter, black and white, and curves. So what it did was it took all of those standard adjustment layers that we know about and it stacked them together. So I don't really have to think about that. Now, if you're used to working with adjustment layers, you'll notice that these are in fact masks for me to basically control how much of one of these I want. I can change the parameters of it, and I can even poke through them and reveal what's underneath it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and take a look at, let's just say, this black and white one. So if I click on this little eyeball, we're going to see how that's going to allow me to then see the original, but then still maintaining my photo filter and my curves. So if I remove this one, it's going to come back to that. I remove that one, and it comes back to my original. So we get a nice idea of what these adjustment layers are actually doing. So my goal here is to make it so the center part is just going to pop through. So let's just go ahead and zoom in a little bit. And what I'd like to do is just select this flower in the middle. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to use a nice little tool here called my object selection. So let's go ahead and choose our background layer, and then as I mouse over it, the left hand, do you want the right hand, do you want the flower? It's like, oh yeah, you know what, I want the flower. And it does kind of an okay job when I click on it, and you're going to see, not too bad. And because this is a mask, it doesn't matter how sloppy it is initially, because I'm going to be able to mask and unmask. And just as a review, we're going to see what we're going to do when we mask and unmask using our brush tool. So what I'd like to do is make it so I'm not going to have all of these right there. I'm not going to have all that extra stuff that it's put on there. So I could certainly remove the mask after the fact, and of course I could just adjust all of the kind of not so great selection that it did. So let's go ahead and do kind of a hybrid of that. So I know for a fact that is not good. So very easily I can go back to my lasso tool, and now I'm going to hold down my Alt or Option key and then just simply click and drag to say, hey, you know what, you got a little bit too much there. Okay, great. So then it just removed it there. Let's just try to find another one. Okay, one more time. Let's go ahead and just hold down the Alt or Option key and then just circle around there. Okay, and not too bad. All right, so there might be some other ones that I'm going to clean up after the fact once I do my mask. Okay, so what am I masking? Well, I want to make it so everything is going to be the black and white except for the center part here. So what I do is I click on the mask itself, and now very simply, I'm going to hold down the Alt key on my keyboard and then just hit the Delete key. And you'll notice how that made a nice little mask right through it. Again, that's the Alt or the Option key and your Delete key, and then that creates the mask right through it. Okay, so you can see it actually did a pretty nice job, but there's a few other ones that I might want to play with. So let's do a little bit of review on how we can work with masking. So let's just go ahead and zoom in to this little part here. And I really want that one as part of my selection as well, and to make that color shine through. And then what I'm going to do is deselect this so it doesn't actually just brush right inside the brush. So I'm just going to now do Control or Command D on my keyboard, and then very simply give that a little bit of a nudge. And we'll see a little bit of that color come in, but now I'm realizing, oh, you know what? That's actually just part of the leaf. So no big deal. And let's just see how does it do for the other ones. Pretty clean, pretty remarkable, pretty impressive job. All right, now, why is this so important that I have this so perfect? Well, yes, I wanted to make this nice little color here, but you know what I'd really like to do is take this exact mask and apply it to these other ones, because all of my, photo filter and all that, the curves and everything like that, I only want them to be affecting everything but the flower. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm just going to hold down the Alt or Option key and just simply drag that mask into my photo filter. And as soon as I let go, it's going to ask me, hey, do you want to replace this layer mask? I'm going to say yes, and it's going to replace it with the same exact shape that I now masked out. Let's go ahead and do the same thing again, Alt or Option, drag that into here, say yes. All right, now let's just see this in action. Well, so for my black and white and my photo filter and my curves and all that, I will now have control over the adjustment layers and all the different parameters around them. So how do I make changes to those? Well, notice on the left-hand side of my mask, I've got these three icons. When I simply just click on one of the icons there, I go over to my Properties panel, and this is going to allow me to now make some changes to that photo filter adjustment layer, but then only affect and only isolate everything but that center part where the mask is. All right, so let's just go ahead and bring up the intensity. I'll just go and do that, and you can see how everything changes one way or the other. You can see that's really nice. Now, this particular photo filter has some really nice preset filters if you want to play around with those. Absolutely, just mess around with it, see what you get. I'll just go ahead and show you, for example, violet. You can see how that changes dramatically. So really depending on what the look you're looking for. But the key thing to take away here is that the fact that this flower was not affected. So I'm just going to go ahead and undo that. I like that. Now let's do the same thing, but with my curves. I simply click on this icon, and now the curves now appears. You're going to see here, curves are basically looking at all of the different shadows all the way to the highlights with the mid-tone different settings that we could then play around with here. So you can see I can just simply drag this over here and just notice how it's becoming a lot more dramatic, and all the shadows are now getting affected. Let's go over here to one of these center points, which is going to be more of a mid-tone. You can see how that's now getting affected. So it's isolating those parts of the lighting spectrum. Let's go ahead and play around with this part here. Again, a little more shadows. And you see how that gives it a little bit more depth. Beautiful. I like that. And then let's go ahead and bring down my highlights a little bit. You can see how the hands are not quite as washed out anymore. Beautiful. I like that. And now finally, let's go check out what the black and white's going to do. I click on that. And you get to see, interestingly enough, the black and white properties have colors in them. So if we remember, we actually had a bunch of this color in the background. So if I want to play around with my reds and my yellows, I'm more likely to get some type of impact on all the ones that were originally red and yellow. So let's just go ahead and bring this down a little bit. Notice how those get affected. Bring it up a little bit. Bring that down a little bit. But again, the center flower is not being affected. Let's go ahead and change these guys and have that come in just a little bit. Just the same. Okay, beautiful. Now, if I wanted to, I could then add on another one more manually if I wanted to, right? So I could actually come over here to my black and white cookie and even add on anything else if you like. But recall, we started with what? We started with our adjustments, And that allowed us to just really start playing around with something that was already pre-complex and then making our own custom changes to it. So pretty awesome, pretty extraordinary. Now let's go ahead and do one more lesson on this. I want to show you just when you pre-select something that's going to help you really kind of make these changes pretty quickly, if you like. So let's go ahead and open up one more. Let's go ahead and just make my layers panel a little bit more narrow. All right, now I'm just going to focus on this center subject because I want to make him pop out a little bit, maybe make him black and white, or maybe make the background black and white, but I'm going to pre-select. And then you're going to see that the adjustment layer is going to be very smart in terms of how I do this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to stack on my adjustments as well. This time, let's go ahead and use maybe a different tool. Let's use our quick selection, which you may prefer at the end of the day. Let's go ahead and select and just drag it through. And again, if it gets it a little sloppy and not perfect, you can always come back and adjust the mask. Beautiful. Okay, now that I have them selected, a good technique is to save your selection while using this, because we're going to want to use that selection over and over again, because it may deselect it if it doesn't really understand what you're trying to do. So let's go ahead now that we have our selection, we love that selection, let's go ahead and go to Select, and I'm going to say Save Selection. And I'm just going to go ahead and give this a name. We'll say Bob and Bobby. And then I'm just going to say, OK, beautiful. All right, now that's going to come into play in just a little bit. So now let's go ahead and apply this. So if I move my mouse over any of these, let's just go ahead and just try another one that's going to be very clear. You can see that things are changing. You see that he initially had some color. You can see there's original color. And now he is very different than the background. OK, so well, let's just go ahead and just try one that's a bit of a one that kind of pops out a little bit. That's great. And now that pops up, as we saw before, with all of our different adjustment layer settings. Beautiful. Love that. But now if I want to apply another one that's only going to affect him in the foreground, you're going to see that it won't do it because he's no longer selected. So what I have to do now is go back to my background layer, go over here to Select, and then say Load Selection. And you can see there's Bob and Bobby. I'm going to click OK. And then there they are. That's beautiful. I love that. And now let's go ahead and just add on something a little bit different. And again, so you notice how only they're getting affected. And now I have two of them selected. Beautiful, beautiful. And then I probably want to lighten this up a little bit, make some changes accordingly. But you can see how nicely that works and how we have all the control in the world if you want to preemptively do your selections. And then notice how the masks come in. All right, now, one other thing with our selection, or saving our selection, let's go ahead and go back to our background, is that you might want to invert your selection. So let's just say it's that orange color that I wanted to mess around with a little bit. So I'm going to go back to Select, go to Load Selection, but this time I'm going to say Invert. When I see Bob and Bobby there, I click OK, and now notice the selection is now on the outside. There are other ways to invert your selection, but this is really nice when you're working with a save selection. And now I can go over here and do all kinds of different things just to that one background. And notice how that's going to change things dramatically. Beautiful. And we're off to a good start. And I would most likely come in, like I said, I would probably, lighten up his face a little bit more, and maybe do some other things, to his clothes and maybe the dog. But I have that kind of control and I can start off with all of this. Okay. And also know that you can delete any of these adjustment layers anytime you want. So we can see that something that starts off so simple seeming can be really complex, especially if you have some of these more sophisticated and advanced tools under your belt. Okay, so give it a shot, use some of these photos, use some of your own, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Thanks, everybody. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the parametric filters. This is a very new feature within Photoshop, so new that you can only find it in the beta version. If you do not have the beta version, you need to go to the Creative Cloud desktop application and download it from there. So if you are in that application, you're going to see here, go to Apps, go to Beta Apps, and you'll see it there waiting for you. Make sure that you download it, make sure you have the most up-to-date version, and you're going to see that it's mostly the same. You're going to see some new additions are added to it, but for the most part, you're going to see that it's the parametric filters that we're going to be playing around with the most. So let's just see how we can use these. Pretty extraordinary and way more than meets the eye. So where do we find all of our parametric filters? We're going to go over here to Filter, and you're going to see here is parametric filters right there. Now this is going to open up on the right hand side, and we've got at least 20 of these things, and they're growing and growing as we speak. And this is pretty awesome. And also notice that if you want to give them feedback, since this is a beta version, you can always give them feedback. So let's go ahead and just put on one of these here. So if we look at these, you're going to see here black and white, color, distortion, glass filter, and oil paintings, and some of the symmetry, scratch. You can see there's a lot you can play around with, but there's so much more than meets the eye. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to simply click on this oil painting one. And as a result, you're going to notice right away it's going to change. And you'll also notice in the Layers panel, it automatically creates a smart filter. Well, what does that mean when something is a smart filter? It means it's non-destructive. And I've got this little mask icon right there, my little thumbnail. It's going to allow me to then adjust how much of that filter I've applied to it. And again, it is non-destructive, so I always have the original to go back to if I like. All right, now you'll also notice that there is a new panel that appears here called Parametric Properties, and it's for this particular filter that I've just created, the oil paint filter. Now, there is a lot going on here. You can see properties, presets, you can randomize, basically saying, hey, you know what, just give me something, I'm going to roll the dice, and you have all kinds of different things about intensity, detail, which direction your strokes are going to go in, all kinds of good stuff here. Now, why am I showing you this? Because every time you apply a parametric filter, you're going to see all kinds of different options and properties that you can manipulate. All right, now this one's pretty good as it is, but let's just see what happens if I play around with, let's just say, one of these presets. Click on my little drop down here, and you're going to see, you know what, let's just try Sketch. No idea what this is going to do. And you can see on the bottom, it is telling me it's updating. It's doing some magic. It might take some time. So just wait for it to update. And you're going to see some things are going to change. And you can say, okay, right, do I like that? Do I not like that? Not so much. So let's go ahead and undo that. But at some point, you may want that. All right, so other presets you might want to explore, just go ahead and check those out. Now, let's go back again to my properties, and let's just try a different one. Let's go ahead and just try the fine details. So I'm just going to go ahead and just drag this up a little bit. And again, it's going to take a few beats for it to update. And again, this is very much a spice to taste type of thing, and it's not so bad. Okay, so I like that. We're on our way. And just note here that on the bottom, you might have some other options under Transform that you might want to explore, checking out the scale, right? How much it's going to kind of just expand itself over the original. Again, it's very much spice to taste, and you're going to like what you see when you like it. And then again, you can always add on your preset that you like. All right, now what we're going to do next is take advantage of this mask, because part of this, you know what, I actually really do want to see this a little more clarity. Kind of like this, but you know what, maybe not so much, not so intense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with my mask here to make it so I'm going to see some of that original come through. All right, and maybe even the table a little bit. I don't want it to be all kind of like blown out of proportion like that. But overall, I'm pretty happy with it. But let's just go ahead and see what we can do with our mask. So I click on this, my mask right here, my thumbnail, and then very simply I'm going to go over here to my brush tool, and I'm going to go over here again to my black and white, making sure that we have black in the foreground. If yours is not showing up, you can set it to the default by simply clicking here, and then you can toggle back and forth. Now, I'm going to make it so my opacity for my brush, you can see here's my opacity, is not at 100%. I'm just going to bring this down to maybe like 50%. Because I don't want to make it so the original shows through, because I want to have kind of a half and half version of the original and also this lovely oil painting. So very simply, I'm just going to just click and drag over that, and you can see a little bit of it comes through. So I'm able to control how much of it is oil and how much of it is reality. Let's bring that back a tiny, tiny bit. Okay, all right, cool. Get a little bit of texture there. And guess what? If I change my mind, I like it again, I can always reverse this back to white and then bring it back just where it was before, and then potentially even bringing up my opacity again to make it so it's all the way up to 100 and then bringing it back entirely. You can see, all right, great. You know what? Changed my mind back to the original. I really like that. So very, very cool. All right, now let's go ahead and take a look at maybe a handful more, and we're going to see what other ways we can work with these new filters. Let's come over here to this image, and let's see some other options what we have available. So I'm going to go back over here to Filter, Parametric Filters, and let's just try something totally different. I'm going to go over here to the Spherify, and then just wait for it, and it's going to completely warp it. Kind of a neat feature for when we're working with a mirror. Okay, not so bad. And then you'll notice again, there are some presets. You can play around with those if you like. Scroll down a little bit more. Let's check out the size. Let's go ahead and make it go a little bit bigger this time. See what it does. Again, watching the update, so we're patient. We know what's happening there. So we don't get too impatient. We understand it's doing something pretty remarkable. All right, so that's pretty cool. I like that. Now, let's see what we can do in terms of stacking some of these. So what I'm going to do now is go back over to my filter and then go to parametric filters. And this time I want to add on this kind of cool one here, maybe kind of cruel more than cool, as I'm going to use this little scratch one. So if I want to add on a stack to it, I have to actually add on a keyboard modifier in order to do that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hold down the Alt key or Option key if you're on a Mac and just simply click on it. And then just wait for it. Doesn't seem like a whole lot's happening, but then you're going to see one more filter appear right on top of that other filter. Now they don't name them, so we just have to understand what we're working with here. As we're working with these individual ones, they stack on top. Now, if I want to kind of adjust this somewhat and kind of play with a little bit more, I can go inside of this little filter effect right here. I'm going to double click on this little kind of equalizer button. And while that's loading up, just remember you have all kinds of different options to change burnt, scratches, damages, because this is a completely different filter. You'll play around with that one to see the kind of effect you want to get. All right, so I'm just going to bring down the opacity a little bit for this one. So you can see it gives me a nice little preview. So maybe it's not so bad, okay, but it's kind of the effect that I want. And then I could even play around with some of these blending modes, right? So let's just do something very, very different. Let's go over here to exclusion, and you can see, okay, that's kind of interesting. Let's try here to difference. Okay, oh, that's kind of interesting too. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just maybe bring down my opacity just a little bit more. So just keeping my texture, click OK. And now I've got something very unique. And if I wanted to make it even more interesting, yes, I would play around with all the other different effects that have to do with this particular filter. Let's just do one more, and notice that there's another one called parametric 3.jpg that I have in here that looks just like that first one, but I'm using this one just to show you one of the other filters that I think this could really serve you well on, but you certainly want to experiment with it. So let's go ahead and bring this up again, and we're going to go to my parametric filters, and this time we're going to do this one symmetry filter. And this one's pretty extraordinary because it definitely requires a lot of experimentation, but in order to create something like this, it would take a lot of work, but you also get something pretty neat looking. So just right off the bat, all I'm going to do is simply click on symmetry, and then we're going to wait for it to run, do its magic, and just like that, we're going to get something pretty cool. All right, and you're going to see that it creates this kind of like mandala kind of effect, and we're of course going to have all kinds of different control on this, but it's completely unrecognizable, which is so cool. So you're going to see here that there are some presets you can experiment with, and you can see there's all kinds of different ones. All right, you'll see that it's pretty awesome. You'll just again spice the taste with all of these, and then you're going to see down, if I come down to below, and if I want to make this go even more so, I'll just go maybe up to 10. Wait for it. And you'll notice now I've got more of my little spikes there. Pretty cool. Let's come down a little bit more. I'm just going to bring up my horizontal shift a tiny bit, and we'll see what that's going to do. You're going to see, just wait for it, and you'll see that it completely transforms it. right? Really, really extraordinary. Again, this is really kind of a spice to taste things because there's no way for us to really predict what we're going to get. So let's just bring down my vertical shift this time, see what that does, and then wait for it. And you'll begin to learn what these things do as you keep playing with it and playing with it, right? But notice when I bring down my vertical shift, it brings it in. It kind of sucks it in a little bit, which I really don't want. So I'm going to bring that back to this. And if I wanted to kind of spike out even further outside the canvas, that's what it's going to do even more and more and more. All right, and let's just bring this out a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. See what that's going to do. And you see dramatically different. Okay, so again, this is very much spice to taste. Not a big fan. The first one was probably my favorite, and maybe the second one after that, but it is awesome. So just kind of throw a bunch of random images in there. Maybe you're making a collage for somebody. Could be kind of fun with some faces in there, albeit maybe a little bit creepy after a while. And then possibly you want to combine it with another one of those filters, and then another one and another one to be able to get something really creative. Another new and amazing tool in Photoshop is the Remove tool. So if we look over here on our tools panel, you're going to see with all of our healing brush tools and our patch tool, etc., is now the Remove tool. Now I'm going to go ahead and click on that, and you're going to notice up on top here we have some options to sample all layers. Maybe you want to remove what you're selecting on after each stroke, so as soon as you let go of your mouse, it starts to remove it. I initially like to have that unchecked, but just keep in mind that when you do your selection, you'll have to click on the check mark after you're done. Now, a good rule of thumb when you are doing your selection is don't try to be precise about it. Photoshop really responds much better when you do kind of like a bounding selection around it. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just click and drag all around this, right? I'm barely even like touching kind of the inside, and I'm going to come on the outside just like this, and then I'm going to come on the outside like that, and then let go, and then notice how it filled it in for me. Right? It's very smart, but always kind of a good rule of thumb is to kind of like come a little bit more than you expect. And Photoshop's going to really understand kind of the sampling algorithm around this to understand what the object is. And if you overdo it, it really does understand that this is the object, and it gives it enough information to know that that's not the object, and then again, what it should remove. So what I'm going to do now is just click on my little check mark right there, and then wait for it. It's going to do its magic, removing the area. And sometimes this can take some time, you know, I'd say up to maybe 30 seconds at the most, but you're going to see it's doing some pretty good magic. Okay, and you'll see that not only did it get rid of it so beautifully, it also did not get rid of this little leaf right there, because I kind of over select that on purpose, just so you can see how smart it is to understand what an object is compared to other objects. Let's go ahead and do another one. Notice how these are kind of crossing over each other. And again, I'm going to do the same thing, just clicking and dragging all around the outside, coming over to here, come over to there, just kind of overlapping where the stem is there. And then if you overdo it a little bit too much and you want to do less of it, if you hold down the Alt or Option key, you can just go ahead and kind of eat away at it right there if you want to as well. All right, so just in case it kind of gets too much there. So I'll go ahead and click on my little check mark there, wait for it to run, and did a pretty good job. All right, so pretty happy with that. Now, let's go ahead and see another way we could use this tool that's going to give us maybe a little bit more control. So let's go over here to the Remove to. And my goal, I'm very sorry to this girl on the right hand side, you are no longer going to be part of this. Okay, this is a family photo. That girl is not actually in our family, so I do not want her in there. So what I'm going to do now, instead of just going for it and start using my Remove tool, I'm going to create a new blank layer, and then I'm just going to select that top blank layer. Perfect, beautiful. Now, and this is really key, I need to go over here to Sample All Layers. Yours may not be chosen at this point, so you want to make sure that Sample All Layers is in fact chosen, and then you now have that top new blank layer also chosen. And now let's go ahead and I'm going to make sure that my Remove tool is selected, and I'm just going to kind of just draw a box around her, just like that. Just come over to here, come over there, okay, just like that. Come around here and then just wait for Photoshop to fill it in. Beautiful, there we go. And now let's just see how amazing of a job it's going to do. Not only removing her, but understanding those bars going across and then having them get connected so beautifully. Understanding again the sampling of what's around it, and it gets that that's the object, but it sees the continuity of the other content within the image. And just like that, magically and amazingly, it gets rid of that other girl, it keeps those bars in there, and everything looks really smooth, really slick. But now let's see what actually happened now with that other layer. How is this different compared to what we did with our flowers? Well, let's take a look at layer 1. Notice how it filled it in with just those bars. That's what the algorithm did so magically. And then let's go ahead and do the opposite now, and let's make layer 1 invisible. And you'll notice that she's still there. So if you ever change your mind, this makes it so it's non-destructive. Really very cool. But if you wanted to put somebody else there now, you can easily do that. You can then create a new layer and put that other person on top of layer 1 right where that little patchwork is. Really awesome. So just make sure you understand kind of the nuances of these, right? How you're going to select everything, working with the different types of sampling, maybe having a new layer. And then also you might want to experiment remove after each stroke. That might be your preference, not necessarily mine, but you'll see it is still powerful nonetheless. One of the more exciting tools to come out of the new version of Photoshop is the AI tools called Generative Fill. Now what we can do with Generative Fill is we can remove objects and we can fill it in with something that's sampling from the background. And we can do it very easily. There are ways to do it more manually, but now we can use AI to do that. We can also fill in with other objects. We can put stuff on their head. We can put stuff in the background. And Photoshop is going to understand the context that it is on someone's head or it's in the background. Like this background is blurred. So if you put something on top of that background, it'll understand that there's a little bit of depth of field there. So let's go ahead and see how this works. Before you do anything at all with your generative AI, you need to make sure that inside of Window, you'll need to make sure that when you click on, you'll need to make sure that the generative AI context menu is available. So I have mine available down below. If you don't see yours, just go ahead and click on Window, and then way down you're going to see is this contextual taskbar, and that is going to be this guy down there. All right, now, right now it is giving me some options to select a subject, remove the background, and it's really trying to help me out a little bit. But in a little bit, we're going to see that there's other options that we can play around with once we begin our selection. So in this particular image, I want to remove these little flowers here. And you're going to see that when I remove it, it's going to replace it with what it sees as the background, with the shadows and the lighting and the directions of things, and of course, everything that's in the background. So very simply, I'm just going to select it. So I'm just going to click and drag just like that, and then keep your eye on my contextual taskbar that just appeared down below. And you're going to see now it just appears there. Now, I'm going to have a few different choices here. My purpose at this point is just to remove it. So I'm not going to put in any prompts or anything like that. We're going to do that in the next exercise. But what I'm going to do now is just simply click on Generative Fill. And now I'm going to leave this part blank. Notice it says optional because I'm not trying to generate anything. If I want to put in like a leprechaun or a puppy or something like that, I can replace that with another object by typing that in. But for right now, if I want to have nothing to replace that except for just its background that's going to recognize as the background and then have it camouflaged in, all I do now is choose Generate. And then we're going to wait. It's going to do its magic. And it gives you some tips, which is always worth exploring. You can take a look at it. It's always giving you new tips for fill and for expand and all kinds of other things. Now, as you're waiting, take a look that your properties panel now just appeared. And notice how there's 3 little thumbnails that are spinning around and around to give you different choices. Because basically it's saying, hey, you know what? We kind of got it, but in case we didn't, would you like to see other ones? Now you can see, beautiful, it did it perfectly, right? And you can see how it's out of focus there, just like how the background is, and it got the line of the shadows going in there, the lighting, everything, the fences. It's remarkable, absolutely amazing. So you'll also notice again that in my properties panel, it is giving me other options here. And in this case, notice how, you know what, the fence maybe looks better that way, or maybe it looks better that way. Totally up to you. Explore it. Which one do you want? And ultimately, you know what, I think I actually like the second one better. And then there you have it. Now, the other thing to understand is that in my layers panel now, I now have a new masked layer above my original. Therefore, it's non-destructive. Also, if I wanted to manipulate this a little bit more and have some more control over what in fact it did mask out, I can then control that. So if I wanted to see some of that original stuff back there, I can go back into my mask and then again, using my black and white, using my brush. And if I wanted to get that out there, right, I can then bring this back if I'd like to, right? You can see there it is originally there appearing if I wanted to manipulate it. Additionally, if I wanted to manipulate this shape, I can manipulate this shape and then make it bigger or smaller because this is essentially just a separate object that Photoshop created for me. Pretty awesome, pretty extraordinary. Now, you'll also notice that on the layers panel, I have these fun little star icons there. If you click on that, you're going to see that your properties panel then again shows all your options for generating it. And you can see if I change my mind, I want to go back to this one, or this one. But you'll also notice that I can generate all over again. If I don't like what it did the first time, I can then continue to generate more and more and more. And that's what we're going to do in this next exercise. So let's go ahead and give these queens a little crown. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to be on this background layer again. And very simply, I'm going to just draw a nice little marquee over her head, just like that. And then you'll notice again, my context menu appears. I'm going to say generative fill, and then I'm just going to say crown, just like that. And then I'm going to say generate. And we're just going to wait. It's doing its thing. And again, it's giving you some other options, and it's talking about the 3-dot menu, allows you to pin the taskbar to one particular position. It kind of gets in the way. You can also give it some feedback if you don't like it, right? So it's constantly trying to improve. All right, so here it goes. It's almost done. And we're going to see what kind of results we get. You're going to see, not too bad. But I want to see what other options are available for me. Well, take a look at my context menu. I'm just going to drag this down here, and you're going to see that I have one option, second option, third option. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty cool. Love it, love it, love it. And again, I can see that right here. All right, so let's go ahead and try it one more. Let's do for her, and she loves bunny ears. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do another one for her. And this time, I just want you to see what some of my context menu options are going to be. You'll see that you have the option here, when you click on it, to now transform your selection. If you wanted to rotate it and make it bigger, etc., you can smooth out your selection if it's not coming in perfectly, right? You can do all these things that you might ordinarily do inside the Select and Mask. You can do it right from here. The one right next to it is the ability to invert the selection. So it's pretty much everything but the thing you selected. It's kind of nice. Maybe you wanted to mask out just that particular thing, so it's basically going to make everything else disappear. And then you'll see some other options there if you wanted to fill the selection, right? So make sure that you're actually on the background layer to have it light up so you can see, right? So I'll just go ahead and do that really quickly just so you can see what I mean. I don't want to do that. You can see this one. All right, and then fill the selection. It gives us all kinds of different options if you wanted to fill that selection with different things. This is essentially just a shortcut to things we've already done, or maybe you've done in Photoshop pre-AI. Then you'll also see here are some other options for our adjustments. Remember earlier in one of our first lessons, we worked with all of these things to be able to see, hey, what kind of quick ways can I put on adjustment layers? We're not going to do that, but just nice to know that Photoshop is kind of keeping all these things in track. So let's go ahead and click on this guy, and this is where we have the ability to hide the bar, reset it, pin the position, everything right there. Okay, but now I'm ready to give her some bunny ears. I'm going to say generative fill, and I'm going to say bunny ears. And then just keeping in mind, once again, you can see there's all kinds of options here, and they are giving you some nice tips when you click on that for different AI terms, and they'll kind of go into other things in terms of copyright and all that good stuff as well. All right, so I am ready to roll it and just wait for it. Again, more tips, really nice. Always worthwhile to check those out, especially in the beginning. And just keep in mind how they brought the crown in. Right? Notice how it actually really fits her head. Right? There's even a little bit of a shadow there. Okay, and not bad, not really perfect. So let's just go ahead and see what other options we have. Click on that one. Okay, better. Okay, oh, that one's pretty good. But you know what? I'm not totally satisfied. Let's go ahead and try for 3 more. I'm going to click on Generate this time. Right? Because it does give me the option to say, hey, listen, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. You're good. And you know what? I definitely don't want that one. And guess what? If I click on the 3 dots, I can give them feedback and say, you know what? I don't like that one. And then I can go into some detail as to what I don't like about it. So that's always kind of nice when you're looking at all of your different options. You can then give them feedback. Let's go ahead and get rid of that one. And then let's just say Generate again. Again, taking a look at all of their tips, really nice. And I could just keep going and going and going until I find the one that I like. And again, keeping your eye on the mask. All right, so let's go ahead and look at that one, that one, that one. Okay, this one. Okay, not bad. I think I like that one the best. Now, keep this in mind. All right, this is the one I'm working with here. If I wanted to really go in here, I can start playing around with what this is going to look like in terms of, maybe I want to clean this up a little bit. I can then adjust the mask accordingly with my own individual brush, and then go there with my black, and then just come inside here and then just kind of give it a nice little trim. Right? You can see that, how I'm now cleaning it up. Okay, I'm now kind of maybe bringing in some of the background if necessary. And of course I can always reverse it, going back to my white and doing that as well. Maybe it's a little bit too close to her hair. All right, I can control all that stuff as well. So really nice. See that? I can just kind of have it just cleaned up, just making it do a little bit more natural, a little more organic. I have total control over it. So really, really neat stuff. Okay, now keep in mind that this contextual menu will also bring up some other things. Subtract from the mask, add to the mask. We're already kind of doing that using our black and white, but just know the options are there. So this context menu is not just about AI. You're going to see it come up more and more and more, and not just in Photoshop, but we're starting to see it also in other programs as well within Adobe. All right, let's just do one more lesson here, and we're going to work with these same cast of characters here. And let's just do a completely different background in this case. So I'm going to put them in a different environment. All right, let's do something really exciting. So they're only really in their backyard, but we want to create the illusion that they're actually in the woods. Let's just see what happens now. Let's put them someplace completely different. So how do I do that? Well, let's just choose the background. Okay, so there I am. Just go ahead and just select, get everything but the TP. And again, don't worry about if it's not perfect because we're working with masks. Fear not, this is not destructive. And let's make sure that we don't forget to select inside here. Let's make sure that our selection tool is just adding everything that needs to be inside here and taking away some of the things that do not need to be selected. Let's go ahead and just clean that up. Okay, we don't want any kind of remnants of reality to come through. So let's just make sure we have all of that selected or deselected accordingly. And maybe you want to start using your lasso tool. I'm just adding on to the selection. Using the lasso tool, just getting more surgical with my selection. Maybe you're taking away from the selection. Maybe you're adding to the selection. Add to the selection there. Add to this selection there. All right, good enough for now. And now, very simply, I'm going to put them in the woods. So everything that we see that is selected will then get filled in with that keyword there. Okay, and of course I could have cleaned this up a little bit. Let's not worry about that for now. Go over here to generative fill, and then very simply just type out woods. And Photoshop is going to come up with its own interpretation of what it sees as woods. Now keep in mind, you don't need to say things like fill in with woods or woods image or something like that. Just give it a little bit of a descriptor and you're going to see it's going to go pretty far. Now it is getting better and better, so you will see that it wasn't always going to get it perfect. That's why you want to give it some feedback. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and let it roll. Let's see what happens. And hopefully we will see them in a dramatically different environment. And it's going to fill in with everything that I had selected there, transporting them into a different world. And again, taking a look at your properties over here. Where are they? Okay, very cool. That's one. Here's another. Not bad. There's another. Little depth of field there, and there's another. Not too shabby. Now, keeping in mind that, let's just say I really like this one, but I want to kind of create it so they are in the dark. Okay, and I also maybe want to clean this up. Of course, I can do that, in a variety of different ways. Let's go back to this one. Okay, that one actually did a better job of it. Okay, and then there's this one as well. Okay, so either way, let's just say I want to create the illusion that they're in the dark. Okay, keep in mind that I can manipulate any of these just the same way as I would manipulate any other type of image. So what I would do now is take this image and I would put on, let's say, an adjustment layer, and let's just bring down the levels on this particular one. And let's just mess around with this, right? See, now they're kind of in the dark. Okay, but so is the front image. I only want it to be so the woods are now only in the dark. So that's where I would use a combination of not only working with my adjustment layer, but I want to use a clipping mask with that. So with this levels chosen, I'm going to come over to here to this icon right here, and then make it so it's only going to affect this layer right beneath it. And now when I play around with this, now notice they're now a little bit more in the dark. It's a little more spooky or a little more bright. All right, so you have that kind of control. And if you haven't worked with levels before, you can see here, you can play with the highlights, you can play with the midtones, and you can play with the shadows. And they exclusively get isolated. So we have that kind of control. Even though this is something that Photoshop generated through AI, we have that kind of control. All right, so of course you're going to want to play around with all this stuff. You can remove any of these things here. You can resize anything right there, right? Everything is all within your control. Okay, so in the next lesson, we're going to continue with discussion, but we're going to work with generative AI expand instead of fill. Continuing our lesson on generative AI tools, we're now going to talk about the generative AI expand option. Now, let's just say I'm looking at this image, and this was taken with a phone, and it was taken in portrait mode. And I'd really like to have this image in more of a landscape, but I don't have any content or data or information or anything kind of graphic or visual to fill in anything if I'm going to make it wider. Well, that's where the beautiful generative AI expand option appears. Now, earlier we did generative AI fill, and it generated something for us based on the fact that we selected something. Now we're going to do things in a little bit different ways, where we're going to crop it out, but in a reverse way. Cropping typically means we're going to crop something inward, or we're going to kind of remove something, but you can also crop in a different way, where we're going to go in a reverse crop direction. So how do I do that? Well, very simply, I'm going to go over here to my crop tool, and you're going to see immediately my context menu goes here to a generative expand. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand it outward. And I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key and just go out like this, right? So if I know exactly my different dimensions, I can go ahead and just drag it out accordingly. Now, it does something pretty great, and you can say, okay, that's amazing, that's beautiful in terms of cropping out that way, but the amazing and the beauty has not even seen yet in terms of what we're going to put in there. Now, I don't really need to have any kind of drama behind here. I don't need to like put her in a cafe or anything like that. I just wanted to fill in to match the background of what she's already got. So it's very simple. I don't put anything inside of this box. All I do is choose generate. And once again, we're just going to wait and wait and wait. And again, Photoshop is aware of the fact that you have kind of done this reverse crop, and it's going to fill in that space. Look at my layers panel now, and you're going to see here is generative expand. And look at my properties panel. You see it's cooking up 3 new thumbnails for me to choose from. Okay, and again, I can choose any one of those, and again, I can also generate new ones if it doesn't do a satisfactory job. So let's wait. It's almost done. And countdown. Let's see, here it comes, and amazing, amazing. Let's just take a look at this. Just even before we even look at our other options, just see how it just recreated not just the wall, but the lighting is still the same all the way on this side. I mean, it's just so well balanced. But maybe we're not satisfied. Let's just take a look at some of our other options here. Let's go to that one. And you're going to see it might even just kind of create a whole new look that you may appreciate with kind of different stuff in the background. She's kind of in her studio or whatever. And just put this little line here, which you may or may not want. Okay, let's go over to this one. Let's take a look at one more. Again, not bad. I do prefer this first one. Okay, and if you do like it, you can always tell it, hey, you know what, this was pretty good. So, you know, let Photoshop know, even not in the bad stuff, that you do really like stuff. Okay, so let's encourage good behavior. So that's pretty neat. All right, now let's give it something a little bit more complicated to work with. Let's come over here to this one right there, and we're going to see that we have this nice little family, and they're also in the woods, right? But they're actually really in the woods this time, and we need to make it so it's going to come out a certain width. So what we're going to do this time, just notice here's my generative expand, crop is activated. Now, if you wanted to, you could choose from one of these preset ratios if it does work for you. In this case, I'm going to go manual, but if you know exactly what you want, you can absolutely put that in. So let's go ahead and now just go more manual and coming out, 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 holding down my Alt or Option key. And I'm really going to give Photoshop a little bit of work to do because there's some information to be filled in here. All these trees in the woods and the lighting and everything like that. So again, don't need to put anything in there for right now. Let's go ahead and just say generate. Wait for it. It's doing its thing. And now I'm going to have a landscape image for them to have because this person took this photo in portrait. No longer. Now this can be placed on their mantelpiece above the fireplace. And we're going to see again a few different options, and remembering that we can also change the look and feel, the color, and all that good stuff separately because it is creating a new layer for us right on top. And look at that. It's as if they have been here the whole time and the camera took the picture the right way. And again, let's go ahead and one more time. Let's go ahead and take a look at a different version of this. Different version of that. Not too bad. And I am just ecstatic. This is just so perfect. All right, so just know these options are there. So try it out with all these amazing AI tools. Try it out with your fill. Try it out with your expand. And everything really in between to be able to give you that kind of creative control to really just kind of give your images whatever kind of detail and content that you would like to see. In this set of lessons, we are going to be working with the Photoshop beta version once again to explore neural filters. You can see that neural filters uses AI just like some of the other Photoshop tools, but you're going to see again they're a little bit more off the shelf, but definitely have a lot of options and advantages. Some of them work off of the cloud, some of them have to be downloaded ahead of time, and many of them take a little bit of time to process. So just to warn you and prepare you of how these work. And again, they are in beta, so we have to be patient and certainly give feedback to share your results. So let's go ahead and see where we can find these neural filters. If we go over here to filter, you're going to see third option down is neural filters.
open that up, you're going to see there's a whole list of them available. Yours may look a little different than mine, and you may have to actually download some of them. So you'll see like a little cloud with a downward arrow, and that means that you need to download that, and that actually does take up space on your computer, but it will allow you to use that feature, and then sometimes it'll allow you to actually make it run a little bit faster. So you'll notice here I have not used that one. I can download it from here. Here's that one. Download that one. Download that one. But some of these other ones I'm on top, I've already downloaded them. So the first one that we're going to work with here is our skin smoothing. So you're going to see all we do is just flip this switch, right? So if I go ahead and just click on that now, you're going to see that it's going to run its little kind of algorithm and then give it whatever it thinks it needs to do right away. Okay, and we're just going to wait. Sometimes it takes some time. Notice on the bottom it says processing on device. Sometimes it might say processing in the cloud. All right, now notice there it is. It's doing its thing. It's already done its thing. Now, essentially what we're looking at here, those of you who've worked with filters in the past, this is kind of like a surface blur. And because we're working with filters and because we're working with Photoshop, it does give us the option to then really kind of control how much we're going to get, not only here, but also in post-production once we're back on the layers panel. So if you want to, before I start messing with any of these, let's go ahead and see how we can see a before and after. So if you notice over here in the lower left of this right pane, you can click on Show Original, and you're going to see kind of the work that it's done. You know, for better or for worse, right? It's kind of done something, and maybe this is what your client wants. Maybe this is what you want for a particular situation. You're essentially just kind of smoothing out the skin, and it recognizes, hey, you know what? This is the face. This is what needs to be smoothened out. And for some of you, this might look a little fake. For some of you, you'd say, hey, you know what? I actually wouldn't mind more of that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and make this up a little bit, my smoothness. And again, let's see what it's going to do. Processing on device. And it's not dramatic, and it still tries to keep things relatively natural. So not bad. And then let's go ahead and bring up my blur a little bit. And then I'm going to try to keep on like my little crow's feet here just to see, all right, what's the thing I want to work with? The stuff underneath my eyes and my cheek, it starts to look a little bit airbrushed. So I'm going to control that after the fact. So I'm pretty much okay with that. Now, before we leave here, just take a look at this little survey. Are you satisfied with the results? Definitely let them know as you're working through all of these, and then really give them some feedback. So once it's out of beta, they know what they're working with. And you can also submit an image so they know what you're working with and what the results were, so there can be some evidence of what your claim was. All right, now on the bottom here, in this case for my output, I'm going to say Smart Filter. Okay, now you could do just kind of like another layer, or you can override that current layer, but I like to choose Smart Filter for many of these because it acts as a mask on top of my original, therefore making it essentially non-destructive. So therefore, I can then mess with whatever I have as far as this neural filter on top of it, and then really sort of lighten it. Okay, but I think, again, my original image is not destructed, and then my layer itself that's on top of it can then be edited. So let's go ahead and see what I mean by that if you haven't worked with this before. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And we're going to see my image come in, and you're going to see there it is. Take a look at it. It's running its thing. Beautiful. And now you're going to see here is my Smart Filter, and there is Neural Filter. Great. I'm going to turn that off. Click on the eyeball here, and there's my original old guy image. There we go. Okay, I'm starting to like that smoothing option a lot better now. You can see, all right, not too bad. And then, okay, great. But you know what? It is looking a little bit fakey. Probably don't need it like, you know, over certain parts of my cheek, and maybe it's a little bit on my nose and my mouth, and you know, even like my forehead maybe. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to the Smart Filter mask right here, and I'm just going to paint black over it. But I like to zoom in a little bit just so I can see kind of what's happening here and what I can control, and I can have a little more control to make it look a little more natural. I'm going to zoom in so you can really see what I'm going to be doing. So once again, click on my little mask there, and then go over to here to my brush, and then make sure that black is your foreground. And if you're not seeing black and you've kind of changed some colors, you can always click on this guy right there. This will take you to your defaults, black and white, and then you can always toggle back and forth, where I want black to essentially to color right through here. Now, before I start doing that, you also may want to adjust your opacity. All right, because opacity essentially is going to be like the strength of this. So if I go this full black, it's going to take me exactly to what it looks like there. But I still want a little bit of smoothing, but not a lot. So I'm going to bring this down to, let's just say, I don't know, 50%, okay, give or take. All right, so now what I'm going to do is just kind of go right through this. So I have a little bit of like human texture here, okay. So you can see I kind of brought up the lines of my forehead that were not there before. Now it might be hard for you to see what's going on here, so what I'm going to do is just increase the size of my thumbnails by going over to my little flyout menu and then choosing panel options. I'm going to make that nice and big so you can actually see, in fact, that I am actually making some changes here. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up my opacity. Now I'm back to my original, and you can see there's my black right there. Okay, and I'm going to go back again to here, go back to white, and then bring it, just hide it just a little bit there. So you can see what I'm doing there, just kind of the difference of just kind of having that level of control. All right, let's bring it back to black, maybe over my eyes a little bit. Okay, this guy, we don't want him to look like a doll. So let's go ahead and just bring up some kind of texture in the skin, if there's anything in the neck. Okay, and let's go ahead and see before and after. Not too bad. Okay, so that's a really great way to start if you're looking into wedding photography or any other kind of thing that you need to kind of work with portraits, and you really want to just kind of smoothen out faces. This really does give you a lot of control without a lot of the other sort of complications you might have with some of the other filters. Okay, so enjoy that, and we'll see you in the next lesson on some other neural filters. In this lesson, we are going to stay with neural filters. We're going to stay with this particular image, and we're also going to stay with Photoshop Beta. And again, I want to make sure that we are working with our Photoshop Beta version. You are going to see that we do have more options to work with, and you're going to see that they are offering a lot more experimental options. And also I want to show you where that wait list is so you can see what's coming down the pike. So in this lesson we are going to talk about Smart Portrait, but while we're there, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the things that are coming up for us in future versions. So you see here the Neural Filter panel is going to open up, and you can see over here on top we have all filters, and then on the right hand side of that little tab you have the wait list. So some kind of fun ones looking forward to: Portrait Generator, generate unique photorealistic faces based on characteristics you specify. Okay, that's going to be interesting, right? So maybe it'll be completely AI, right? We're kind of doing that already to a certain extent, but this one is going to really superpower it. Okay. Water long exposure. Notice how the differences between these. So this is a little more smooth, right? This is a little more choppy. So essentially it mimics when you're taking a picture with your camera and you have a longer exposure open with your camera lens, it smoothens it out a little bit, right? So it's good with light, good with water, a few other things, but you can transform that. Okay, and then you have this shadow regenerator. So I took it at the wrong time of the day. What a bummer. Well, Photoshop can work through that and then make it so your shadow is no longer there, and then it just brightens up everything that it sees as a shadow. Okay, and then noise reduction, you can just see basically just kind of improves your photo overall. If it just sees that there's maybe just some dust or just something coming in from the light to time of the day, it just understands what a good photo is. All right, so as you're coming through these, kind of give it your vote, tell them that you are interested. All right, very good. Now let's go over here to Smart Portrait. And you're going to see how it is going to give me a nice little overview of what it's going to do, and it does show me some examples of it. All right, and you can see here, this filter processes image data in the cloud, which means that it's going to take a little bit of time. All right, now we are not going to do all of these, okay, because they do take a long time, and in my opinion, they're not perfect yet. They are not ready for prime time. We're going to do a handful of these just so you can see what it can do. And at some point, maybe you'd like to do them on your own, and then maybe in 6 months from now, they are improving. So I would recommend keep coming back to the Creative Cloud portal and then making sure to see if there's any updates, and then make those updates on the beta version. Okay, so what we have to do first of all is just toggle this on. This all lights up.
Okay, now the thing that I've seen that does not work very well is this happiness. So I'm not going to mess with that too much. I have seen that it actually makes you look less happy a little bit more effectively. The happiness itself just really makes you look like kind of a fake human being. It just kind of plops on a smile on your face. So I'm not really going to show you that one because it's going to take a lot of time just for all of us to be very disappointed. The facial age, I've seen what it does, it kind of messes with your hair, and it'll also mess a little bit with like your skin a little bit and the shape of your face. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make myself a little bit older. Okay, so you can see there I am, and I'm 50 years old right there, and we're going to see what we can do to make me look a little bit older. Okay, now this could be good just for whatever reason, because you just need to do something for advertising, right? And you're creating this reality of somebody who is the star, but then, you know what, here they are, without this product, or here they are in the future as a grandfather, something like that. You can do that. So let's just go ahead and increase this. Now, again, I just want to warn you, this will take a little bit of time depending on your computer and your internet speed and the image itself. All right, so here I go. I'm just going to drag this up to about here. And let's just see if that's actually 25 years or these numbers are kind of arbitrary. All right, it's kind of more like a 25% type of thing, but we'll see. Now in the bottom, you'll see here it is processing it in the cloud. So it's doing its thing. It's going to take some time. And then I'm going to stop talking and I will fast forward past this part, but you will see a difference once we finish. And we're back. Actually, that wasn't so bad. I stopped talking for about 10 seconds. And you can see it's actually not bad, right? It's like, okay, here's this guy. They didn't make me like, super bald or super fat, but they did definitely ageify me, right? So if I want to see what it looked like before, let's go ahead and click on this original. And we can see that's actually kind of scary, kind of creepy, but pretty realistic. It thinned out my hair, added on some gray there. Okay, and then I think it brought back my hairline, made my face a little bit kind of wider with gravity, added on some more eye stuff. Okay, so let's just go ahead and see again the before and after. All right, so even like underneath my cheek, everything like that. So that's pretty good. So hair thickness, all right, if I am really trying to kind of go next level, I can give myself a little less hair. And you're going to see it doesn't go extreme with this. It doesn't just suddenly like chop off your hair. Like it recognizes the context of the character and of the subject that we're working with. So let's just go ahead and bring this down a little bit. And again, wait for the AI to process in the cloud. And we're back. Not so bad. And you can see again, it did chop off a little bit of hair up on top there. And that is probably what I will look like. I mean, it's really shockingly accurate. But I will have to save this and come back in 20 years or so, and we'll see. Okay. Now, eye direction, I don't tend to mess with that one too much, unless it's absolutely necessary. But I haven't seen a lot of success with that one. Let's just scroll down a little bit, and you'll see there's also these expressions, right? Surprise and anger. So if we remove the happiness down lower, or we increase the anger, we'll see that we're going to get, I won't say the same results, but I'm more likely going to work with the anger than the surprise, right? And this surprise may, open up its eyes a little bit, definitely open up the mouth a little bit. And again, I'm not super impressed with those results. But let's just go ahead and make this old guy a little bit angrier. Let's just see what happens there. And again, processing in the cloud. Let's wait for it. Okay, and that was only about, 10-15 seconds. And you can see, all right, he kind of looks a little angrier. Okay, but let's just go back to where he was before. All right, he wasn't super smiley to begin with, but you can see, all right, yeah, I guess I can see him being a little bit angry or a little bit more kind of inquisitive and curious. But you'll want to really play around with these. Just good to know that they exist and how easy it is for us to work with them. Okay, and then global, you have your head direction, the light direction. Just really play around with those, okay? And if it's really important to you, have it move a little bit, okay? I like him looking right at the camera, but you see that it does do what it needs to do. It changes the light direction. Those aren't so bad, but just know these options are here, and they're going to be inside of your Smart Portrait, all right? And then you can see here, if you wanted to work with these, right, retain the unique details of it, right? So whatever that means, like it's recognizing certain things
like the shape. You can see here, like, you know, my ears and my crow's feet, all that stuff. You really want to make sure that it retains the original quality of it. Maybe you don't want it at all. Maybe you're trying to go a little bit more extreme. You can always bring this down altogether. Okay? All right, and then when you bring this back, if you are doing some type of mask on here, if you are choosing to use a mask on this, you can actually make it so the feathering is a little bit lighter on that, so it's not sort of a hard edge around it, right? So kind of a good rule of thumb, keep it around this same number. I wouldn't mess with this too much. All right, so again, let's go ahead and check out the handiwork. Okay, and I'll see you in about 25 years, Grandpa. And now I'm going to keep it at Smart Filter. I'm going to click OK. It's running its thing. And there we are, and very similar to our last exercise, we see here is a nice little mask that I can maybe bring some of this hair back if I want to, right? Maybe I can bring some of my smile back, right? And whatever you want to do, trim my face up a little bit. So once again, I go back over to here to my mask, and again, I'm going to choose my black brush. And typically when I'm working with my brushes, I do like to have my hardness all the way down to 0. If yours isn't already, you might want to check that out if it's not working properly. And then for now, I am going to bring up my opacity to 100%, and let's just see what's happening underneath here, where you can see, okay, you know what? Let's bring some of this hair back a little bit. Okay, all right, not bad. See, I have that kind of control, right, to bring some of that back if I want to. I can also zoom in here and see, well, what did they do here with this part of my lip, right? Okay, I could bring that back. So you can see I still have control even after the filter has been applied. Okay, so try that out. This is going to be our neural filter number 2. Super powerful. Keep checking back for some of the new filters coming up, and also experiment with some of the other parts of this particular filter in the coming days on ones that I did not show you. See if it works, and certainly give Photoshop some feedback as you try it. In many instances with your photography, you're going to want to create a different backdrop than what the image originally had. So post-production, using neural filters, you can create your own backdrop using AI with just search prompts. So for this particular client, I would like to have a different background than this generic one. So I'm not really sure which one yet, so I'm just going to kind of go shopping for it. But let's just see what the process is first of all. Well, the first thing you want to do is actually select the background. But in order for me to select the background, I need to select the subject first. So I think that's really kind of the best way to go, and I'll kind of just do an inverse selection. So what I'm going to do very simply is I'm going to come down here to select subject. If you don't see this option down here, it could be because you do not have the contextual taskbar activated. So make sure you select the layer. This will pop up, and then very simply I'm going to say select subject. And it's going to do its best to kind of put its little marching ants around there. It's going to see what's what, who's who, if anybody is anything at all. And then, if not, you can always refine the selection using some of your selection tools like the lasso, the quick selection, or maybe even you're working with vector to be able to do that, to convert from channels. You can do that as well. All right, so let's just say this is a good starting point for me. Okay, but what I'd like to do is now refine this search, right? Maybe I want to feather it a little bit. Maybe I want to make it so it's a little bit more sort of aware of her hair, you know, things like that. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to come over to here, again, to my contextual taskbar, and I'm going to come to here to select and mask. Notice there are other options here for advanced types of selection if you want, like smoothing your selection, expanding contrast, feathering your selection, etc. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just go to select and mask. And now this is going to take me to this dialog box of select and mask. And you'll notice over here in the upper right, I have this little view option right there with this little drop down. So the little drop down is going to show me different ways that I may want to view it. So if I go back over to what I was looking at before with my marching ants, I can see all that. Sometimes if you put it to black, you can really see the contrast between the foreground and the background. I'll also notice that I didn't get some of the selection there, so I might want to add to that as well.
And then you also might want to try it with different ways, right? Just really depending on your needs. All right, so very good. Now let's just go ahead and see, first of all, I need to enhance this. So I'm just going to go and zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to make my brush a little bit bigger just to kind of get a little bit more of this selection. So I'm going to hold down my Alt or Option key, because essentially what I'm doing here is I am selecting the outside. I'm not selecting her. That's why I'm removing the selection. All right, now this time I'm going to just add on a tiny bit to the flowers. Okay, and then if I would zoom in a little bit more here, I'm just going to add on to that, and maybe I would want to make my brush a little bit smaller. I think that's pretty good for right now. Okay, and now I've got what I need, because really essentially I'm just building out a backdrop for her. All right, now the next part you may want to consider, let me just go ahead and just bring this up a tiny bit more. Okay, is working with her hair a little bit. So I just want you to notice just a few things here. Up on top here where it says Select Subject, you can try clicking on that again and see if that helps you. But if you click on the little drop down, you're going to see that we have two choices. You have the Device Select Subject for quicker results, or you have the Cloud Select Subject for detailed results. I'm going to go ahead and try that one. Then when I select on Select Subject, then it will continue to do a better version of that. Notice it's spinning around and around. Let's see what it can do. Take a look at the hair, potentially. We're going to do the hair in just a second, a little bit more. And now I'm just going to say refine hair. Okay, and got a little bit more kind of the wisps on the outside. Let's go ahead and bring it up just a tiny, tiny bit. And go over here to Smart Radius on the right-hand side. And now I'm pretty much ready to kind of take my chances at this point, because we can always refine this after the fact, because we are going to be working with a mask. So I'm going to click OK, because this is only a part about my selection. Nothing really more here, because my goal is to select what? Just the outside here. So now that we have everything all selected, let's go ahead and go into our filter menu, and let's go ahead and choose Neural Filters. And it's going to take us now to our Neural Filters panel. You can see she's going to kind of disappear because she is not the one that's selected. That's not what we're concerned about. We're only concerned about the background. So I'm going to choose Background Creator, and notice how that toggles on. And that might give you a nice little overview of what it is. Collaborate with the power of AI and create expressive backdrops, textures, and patterns based on what you describe. Okay, that's pretty cool. So here is a sample prompt that they're giving us, and you can certainly take that one if you want to. It's really up to you. But you can also take a look at some of their popular prompts. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and click on that. And we're going to see, oh wow, there's some really nice ones here. And I'll just go ahead and, I don't know, just choose this one, Starry Night, double exposure. And they're giving you some ideas, not only of what you can output, but how you want to describe things. Okay, Starry Night, double exposure, HD, stunning. Okay, wood, origami, wow, that's kind of neat. Liquid swirls in beautiful teal and blue colors with gold powder. Wow, so amazing. A lot of detail. Here's this like cyberpunk, right? Very, very different. So this can, at any level, create patterns for you at any time, not just as backdrops for another image, but anytime you wanted to create something, you can do that. Now, I have found that when you are trying to create something like, and there's nothing on the stage, it won't work. You need to actually select just a white square or something like that, and it'll just kind of plop it on top of it. Just don't select anything so it doesn't override it. But just know that you can't just like make something out of thin air, right? So just keeping that in mind. You might be able to do that with the regular generative AI, but not in this case. All right, you will get an error message, but there is a workaround. Okay, so I don't know, let's just for fun, this one's kind of neat. I'll just go ahead and choose that one. And let's just see how this works. We have select a preview, and they're going to give us 3 different options that we may like based off of this cyberpunk neon electric style. Okay, wow, that's kind of cool, right? Not so bad. I kind of like that. But what if I wanted to put in my own? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say abstract red. right? I'm just going to be very, very broad in this case. And then I just want you to notice here there's this number 85 for variety. We're going to explore what that means in just a second. Because even though it's only showing us 3, if you move your mouse over any of these, right, they're going to say, hey, you know what? If you like this one, we've got other ones similar to that. So you can go up to about 85 different variety types there. Okay, so that's pretty neat. Okay, you might want to choose any one of these. Totally, totally up to you. You do have the option of selecting more than one if you like. In the interest of our time, since it does take a little bit of time to select more than one, you can absolutely do that. You can go shopping and say, I want this one, I want this one, I want this one, and then just decide, hey, you know what, I'm going to return the one that I don't want, ultimately. Okay, so I'm just going to choose one for now, right? Just like that, it gives me a nice little green, it gives me a nice little blue and white checkbox right there. I'm pretty happy with that for now. That's good. Now, if you are planning to do more than one, I do recommend doing the new layer group, right? But again, you have all these different options down below, right? But I'm going to keep it as this. And notice it's still processing. Even though I just chose one, it's still processing. So keep that in mind. Just be patient. And eventually, I'll be able to click OK. And then this guy will come with us. And there we go. I'm going to go ahead and click OK now. And let's see the magic. Let's come in. And beautiful. There she is. And there's her outline. So right away, I'm just going to show you, hey, you know what? Don't freak out by this because she's still there. All we have to do is mask her. Okay, because we basically have to say, hey, you know what? This is what's been highlighted all around there. Let's just go ahead and click on our little layer mask, and then she will appear there. Okay, so don't worry about that. Now you can see she's part of this nice little background. Okay, now we can see how the backdrops work. You can see that's pretty neat. Now, if you wanted to manipulate this at all, if you're not happy with, let's just say, these little white shadows and stuff like that, even that little thing right there, you can always come back into the mask. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on the mask while holding down my control key or the command key on the Mac. And I'm going to zoom in, and I'm just going to want to see kind of how I'm doing here, right, with all this. Because maybe, just maybe, I want to get rid of that kind of white glow. And then maybe there's some other things over there. Oh, I need to get rid of that. Right, so let's just see what I can do here. In this case, I'm going to go back over here to my context menu. And I'm going to expand the selection. So I'm just going to go ahead and just say, you know what, let's expand it by like 7. I click OK. And then notice how it kind of comes into her face a little bit. Because I'm expanding the selection of the outside. And now from here, I'm going to do the Alt and Delete option on my keyboard to basically say, hey, you know what, let's mask it a little further into her face. So Alt or Option and Delete. And now that's a lot cleaner. It's very subtle. We just kind of chop that off a little bit. Okay, so you want to kind of just try all that stuff out. If you wanted to, maybe one more, maybe you do a little bit of a feather option, right? And then just maybe bring that up a little bit, just kind of a little bit of a cleaner thing there. Okay, and then once again, let's just see if that does anything at all. All I just did was my Alt or Option plus the Delete key. And then I'm going to go ahead and deselect, and that looks much, much better. I love that. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and fix any of this stuff here. Don't really want that. All right, that's a little bit much. So now I can go back to my regular selection tool. And then guess what? If I try to do this, it just goes away. No problem. No problem. So that's why, you know, when we're doing our selection, we don't have to worry about it being super perfect. And of course, you're going to want to make sure that your brush hardness is down as low as it can be to have a little bit of a more kind of natural sort of edge to it. All right, let's go ahead and zoom out, and that is pretty cool. All right, so just try it out. The options are limitless. All right, have fun with this. Really be creative, be productive, be impressive. See you soon. And welcome back, everybody. In this lesson, we are going to talk about another neural filter called the Landscape Mixer. Well, we have a landscape here, and I'd like to change the tone of this. I'd like to change the seasonality, the topography. I want to actually make this fall scene into a winter scene. And I want to kind of really make it look very natural and sort of preserve what's originally here. So there's a number of different ways that we can do this. First of all, let's go ahead and once again, let's go back into our filter and choose Neural Filters. And this is going to pop up once again on the right-hand side with our Neural Filters panel. And you're going to see that there's going to be an option here called Landscape Mixer. So when you click on that here, it's going to see here, magically transform a landscape by mixing with another image or changing attributes like time of the day and season. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then notice there's some presets they can work with here in terms of, you know, different weather, maybe different topography, like it could be the desert. Notice there's a little sunset coming in there. You can totally transform anything that you have here. Also notice that down below, there's day, night, sunset, spring, summer, etc. All right, now in order for these to not be grayed out, let's go ahead and just toggle that on. And again, notice it's in beta. You can always give them feedback. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is let's go ahead and just add on some winter to this. And let's just see what it does, right? Because I want to make this into a snowy scene. I'm just going to blast this out all the way to the right. And you will see that as soon as I do that, it's going to say processing on the device. And it's going to do the best it can. It's going to maybe add on some snow, of course, maybe remove some leaves, just have a little bit of a dusting. So hopefully it's going to look more like winter. And although that took a little bit of time, we finally ended up here. And you can see, not too bad, right? So maybe it's the beginning of winter. It's just right after there's a little bit of a dusting, right? Not too bad. I'm going to go ahead and just add on potentially some other things here. Let's just go ahead and maybe make it at nighttime and see what that does. So I'll just bring this up a little bit. Maybe not so dark at night, and just bring it down in terms of light. Let's see what that does on top of everything else. Again, we might have to wait a little bit, so I'll pause the video and come back to it as soon as it finishes. And not too bad. And you can see how it preserves a lot of the lights and the shadows coming from the trees and everything like that, but it's a different time of the day. Maybe it's even, you know, in the morning. Okay, so lots of cool stuff you can do here to really transform things. Completely tone-wise, mode-wise, mood-wise, everything. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of this because it's not ideal for me, but you know what? That's a great start. And then here I am back to my original. So let's go ahead and do that one more time. Let's go over here to Filter, and we're going to say Neural Filters again. And this time, I'm actually going to choose one of their presets. And the presets, again, are going to be up on top here. So let's go ahead and just do one more time, Landscape Mixer. And then I'm going to choose, I don't know, let's just say, I don't know, one with like a lot of snow. Okay, so let's just try that one. Click on that. Notice there's my strength. You can always control that. Typically, after the fact, I don't like to interrupt it, even if it does let me. But once you click on it, the processing begins. And let's just see what it does. It's really kind of having a lot of information built in to what that snowy, snow cap, even mountainous paradigm is part of, right? Meaning that it's wintertime. So really going to give you a lot more snow than possibly working with the winter that I just dragged over to the right. And look at that. To me, that is a true winter scene. And it's amazing because what it transformed it from was this little mountain scene. So depending on what you want, you're going to want to really experiment with all of these, right? Because it's quite possible you want a very different scene. Hey, but guess what? You can always come in here and modify it. So just for fun, let's just go ahead and see what the sunset might look like with this scene right here. Let's go ahead and bring this up a little bit. Again, waiting for it to process. See what we're going to get with a nice blasted out winter scene, converting our autumn scene, which is in the day, and then adding on sunset. And that's pretty neat, right? As you can see, there's a nice little glow right there, and it's shining through some of the leaves. And we've lost a little bit of our snow, so keeping that in mind that you may have to make some kind of compromise for one versus the other. Okay, beautiful. I'm going to cancel out of this one more time. I'm going to show you a third way that you can create the look that you're looking for. And that is going to be based off of a pre-existing image that you have. Okay, so once again, let's go over here to Filter, Neural Filters. And then let's go over here to Landscape Mixer. And this time what we're going to do is we're going to move away from this Presets tab
and go over here to Custom. Okay, and then notice here it says select an image. Now, you could have an image that's already up because you were looking at it. So when you say select image, that other image may appear here in the drop down, but I'm going to go ahead and select an image from my computer, and you should have access to this if you want to try this out. And you might have to actually go looking through it here because notice it says PNG. This image is a JPEG, and notice here I have a snowy river. Okay, so just keep that in mind. It's a little bit odd. It doesn't show all of them. You have JPEG, JPG, and then PNG. So if yours is not showing, you'll have to click on this little drop down, and then here is Snowy River. And now I just double click on that, and it's doing its thing. There it is. That's its model, and it's looking for all that snow. It's processing. And there you have it. And look at that. Pretty amazing. It actually just really recreated snow on branches. So delicate. Now, here's the beautiful part. I'm now going to export this from my Neural Filters panel into a Smart Filter, and I'll be able to control little bits here that I may want to see, because maybe you don't exactly love this, so you want to put a little finishing touch and some tweaks onto it. So I'm going to click on my little drop down here. I'm going to say Smart Filter, and then very simply choose OK. And you could have done that with the other two that I showed you as well. But just note here, I am in my Layers panel with my new image, and also here is the filter. Okay, so what am I going to do now? I'm just going to go ahead and see what I can poke through here to be able to say, hey, you know what? Don't necessarily want that original. I don't want this new one. I want the original to come through. So guess what? I'm going to go back over here to my brush. I'm going to poke through that, and then let's just see what's going on inside the river here. And I'll poke that through. It's like, oh, okay, you know what? That doesn't totally make sense because it's showing, you know, maybe images of my original one as a reflection. So I probably don't want that. So I'll just switch back to white. And then I'm just going to go ahead and mask that back. Okay, that's what's so nice about masks. But you know what? Maybe I'm kind of creating this like effect here. Well, you know what? I'm going to have the top part here of my trees. I'm going to make them just very slightly just like that. And then maybe down here, I'm actually having them do a little reflection. Let's do these guys up here, and then maybe just a little reflection there. So I am really kind of telling a story. And then maybe I'll bring down my opacity a little bit so it's not so strong. Or these guys here, here, and here. Maybe just along the edges. So just doing my best Bob Ross Photoshop style. And you can see, switch that back and maybe not so. Okay, not too bad. So what I'm wanting you to get out of this is that I can very easily control what I have here. Right? I do not necessarily have to stick with what they're given me. I can control it, number one, with my own image, and number two, when I bring it in, I can then affect it with my masking on the Smart Filter. So really extraordinary. Looking at different times of the day, different seasons, different images, maybe making it sunset, maybe a little bit darker, a little bit lighter, everything you have here, but completely transformed and completely realistic. In this lesson on neural filters, we are going to talk about the Colorize neural filter. And this is really one of the more impressive of all the neural filters. So we have this black and white image here, and I have another one that we're going to work with in just a little bit. And they're in black and white, and I'd actually like to see them in color. Well, if I were to do this manually, it would take me a very long time, and I would do it very poorly, and it would look very unnatural. So let's go ahead and see how Photoshop does it now with neural filters. So I'm going to go here to Filter, Neural Filters, and then again on the right hand side you're going to see your little panel up here, and then as you look down below you're going to see there's going to be an option here for Colorize. So when you click on that, you're going to see it says Colorize helps with recolorization of black and white photographs. Well, that's exactly what I want. All right, you can see there's my original image. Okay, and then typically I'm going to tell you I do like this auto color image. There are ways for us to do it manually, but you'd be very surprised how remarkable of a job that Photoshop does when you do auto color. If you try to do things a little bit more manual, I have seen that it's a little bit sort of like kludgy. It's a little bit not super smooth. So let's go ahead and see what it's going to do right off the bat, right out of the box. When I click on colorize, you can see it's processing it. And believe it or not, this does it a lot faster than some of the other filters. See that? It took about 3 seconds. And look how sharp that is, right? And it really understands, you know, what railroads look like and what grass looks like, what trees look like, okay? And then maybe you want to adjust the sky a little bit. Totally up to you. But just know that you do have some options in case you did want to, let's just say, saturate it a little bit more. You want a little more blues, a little bit less magenta in there, right? All these things here, noise reduction, especially when you're working with old photos, that'll really give you some nice options there. Okay, so let's just go ahead and just see if I wanted to manually color, let's just say the sky to be blue. Okay, so if I click up here now, notice I'm getting this crosshair. I'm going to get that, and then I'm just going to go ahead and make the sky, I don't know, let's just try to find a nice blue color here. It's going to go kind of extreme a bit. Okay, and now you can see a little bit how that's kind of changed a bit, right? Let's just go ahead and make it go a little bit more, and you see it doesn't do it like perfect, but you can see it's doing some things, and it's also kind of added in some color to his hand. So I can always move these around, you know, so it's not kind of doing what it needs to do. But this is not something that I suggest, honestly, not at this stage. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this and then remove the other one, and now we should be back. Now I'm noticing that that green that I thought was part of the sky is actually from the colorization. So let's go ahead now and just zoom in a little bit, and we can kind of see what's going on there, right? So there's just a little bit of a shadow that's happening there. So I might want to adjust that here as well. And then what can I do? Well, I can just make an attempt to kind of just bring some of that down to maybe the color of his skin, if at all possible. Let's try to find that. Wait for it to process. And it's going to do possibly a little bit better. And let's maybe bring up the color just a bit. Again, it's processing one more time. And it's really doing the best it can. Maybe let's bring down the strength this time. Again, seeing if that affects things. I might need to maybe come in a little bit more, but I'm just going to click OK for right now. Bring it into a smart filter. And let's just see what it looks like once it finally processes. And it's still pretty remarkable. Now, of course, knowing that this is in fact a smart filter that has a mask on it, I might make an attempt to see what it looks like underneath that green to try to fix that. All right, so let's go ahead and maybe zoom in a little bit. Okay, so I'll go ahead and come over to here, zoom in, and then go over to here to my mask. And then I'm going to bring down my opacity down to about maybe 30-ish or so. Use my brush, and then I'm going to paint black through that, and I'm just going to kind of poke through it a little bit and see what that can do to kind of just bring some of that green down. And then his original color, you can see now comes through, and you can't really tell the difference because, you know, it's like black and white, more or less kind of the color of his skin. Okay, and of course when I was using that color picker, I could have actually just grabbed some of his skin color there and made it match, but I still find that that manual way of doing it is still a little bit behind its time for right now, but I'm sure it will improve. But you can see that does look much better. So if I switch this back, okay, let's go ahead and bring this back up to 100. You can see that green is still there. I switch this back, and now you can see, all right, not too bad. Now, let's go ahead and see what we can do with an old photo. What can we do to colorize this, and what Photoshop will do for us? So let's go to Filter, Neural Filters, and then again, Colorize. Let's go ahead and turn that on, and automatically it's going to do the auto color image. You can see it's processing, it's doing its thing, and not too bad. Okay, so you know it can be maybe a little kind of fakey looking, but this image is kind of a little fakey looking too, right? I mean, that's pretty much true to form of what she's got here. All right, but now if you wanted to
You could play around with some of these things here if you wanted to, let's just say, bring down some of this blue here. Right, you can do that. So let's just go ahead and maybe slightly bring down some of that saturation. Wait for the processing. Okay, it's very slight. Okay, maybe that's a little bit too much red, but hey, you know what? I got rid of some of that blue. This is really just going to be a spice to taste. Let's try out this color artifact reduction. Okay, and that's basically where it's like tried to fake things that it couldn't understand. Then you can maybe reduce that and see where that comes out from. And there's not a whole lot of noise on this, but like for scratches and stuff like that, let's just see what it does if I bring it all the way up here. Keeping an eye on the photo, see what changes, and nothing too dramatic. So it's not too bad. So now let's go ahead and just say Smart Filter. Do that once again. And what we could do now is once again take a look at our Smart Filter mask, and then if I really wanted to have some of this gray back in there again, I can very easily do that with my brush. And then I would just maybe keep my opacity down, yeah, to like 30 or 40%, you know, and just have that kind of poke through a tiny, tiny bit. Okay, you can see I'll be able to still get some of that original color from the gray, but then maintaining some actual color so it's not totally drabbed out. Maybe even on her face, I might want to consider that too, because maybe there's some texture there on her face, making sure again that my hardness is down to 0 and that my opacity is relatively low. And see, now it's not so like overcolored. Let's maybe go on her lips a little bit. Let's make that a little bit smaller. Just a little bit right there, right? So then it's not so overcolored. It doesn't look like it's been obviously colored. Okay, but I think the style of this makes it look like it's been colored just because of the way it was started, just because how it is. But it's pretty neat. So let's go ahead and turn it off. You can see what it looked like before. Now it's all colorized. So pretty impressive. Try this out. Find one of your own. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about how to restore old photos. That does take quite a bit of time. Keeping that in mind, it does need to cook for quite a bit. So keeping that in mind, but it does a pretty good job. And if you're not comfortable with doing it manually, it can be a nice little substitute. In this lesson on neural filters, we're going to talk about restoring old photos and using the neural filters to do that. Now, many of you have probably already seen how we can work with some of our brush tools for spot healing and patch healing, and even some of our clone stamp and all that stuff. This is going to save you some time, not just on removing scratches and such, but also working with color balance if you might be working with levels and curves. So it's going to do quite a bit for you. Now, is it a time saver? That's really up to you, because maybe you're doing something else as the neural filters are kind of doing its work in the background. You're, making some coffee or something like that, or you're working on a different project, but it can take a bit of time, and it does take a little bit of nuance and sort of nudging to get it to what you want it to be ultimately. Okay, so just keeping that in mind, I won't show you all of my kind of watching the paint dry stuff, but let's just go ahead and see what we can do. We're going to go over here to Filter. We're going to go here to Neural Filter. And we're going to see that the neural filters are going to show up over here on the right-hand side. And once again, you may have to download all the technology. And once again, this stuff may be happening up in the cloud. And that may change at some point. We're going to have it on your computer. And also may change at some point where they're going to give you a number of different options to choose from, because in case you don't like one versus the other, just like they do with their generative AI, which would be really nice. Maybe you want to let them know in your feedback. All right. So over here down below, you have this photo restoration, and I'm going to turn that on. And you see immediately, as soon as I turn it on, it starts to process. It starts to do what it thinks you want to do, right? So we don't really ask it for anything at this point. We haven't said anything about enhancing the face. We haven't said anything about scratch reduction, anything like that. But I like to wait to do this because I don't even know if it's listening to me as it's doing this thing. So sometimes it's just kind of a waste. So let's just hang tight, wait. This could take a few minutes. And I will pause the video, come back, and we'll see what kind of changes it's made, and then we'll go ahead and continue to see what we can do with other changes to improve this. And we're back. Well, truth be told, that took about 4 minutes to process. And for you, hey, you know what? That's a good use of time because you were out milking the cows or, you know, harvesting the crops, whatever you're doing. And not too bad, right? You can see, again, let's do before and after. So we can see, show the original. So it actually made it a lot more crisp. So that's a nice improvement. Next thing you might want to do is the scratch reduction. So I'm just going to do these one at a time. So I'm going to bring this really kind of up pretty high. And once again, this is going to start to do some processing. It may take about the same amount of time as the last process. Hard to really say, but it is doing some magic, so we have to be very patient. So I'll pause the video and we'll see you in just a little bit. Okay, now it has finished processing, and truth be told, that did take about 7 or 8 minutes. So just know if it's taking a while, you are not alone. And let's take a look at the comparison, and we can see that there are a lot of scratches it removed. So pretty awesome, right? So there's a few things I might want to get rid of and do everything, but I'm pretty happy with this. And I may want to do stuff on my own too, because I know how to deal with some of my, my healing brush tools and all that stuff to maybe kind of do things manually. So in this case, I'm not really too concerned about doing anything on the smart filter. I'm going to do it on, I could do it on the current layer and just override it, right? Or a new layer that's going to be on top of it. Let's just go ahead and just say new layer. And I'm going to go ahead and just say, okay. And you'll see that it comes out again, and then if we look at what's happening underneath it, there's the original, and then here's this one. Now, I love this, right? This is fun. This is a great start, and then I would maybe come into here, and then you know what? Let's actually clean some of this stuff up. Maybe I can probably get rid of some of this blur, and I can do all kinds of different things, maybe with my spot healing brush, and I can now just start messing with this, right? I now own this, right? So it's going to see this as some kind of a blemish. I can very, very easily do this and doing it manually. Okay, so let's just go ahead and rub that out. Okay, and then I can just come in and do whatever I need to do. Maybe you're going to do some clone stamp options on here. So all kinds of, if I want to get rid of that guy, I can then do this stuff manually. No problem at all. Okay, making sure that maybe you want to sample all layers just to be safe. Make sure it's nice and clean. There we go. All right, so this is a really, really nice start. Again, looking at where we started with and now where we're at. And you can see how it actually really brings out a lot of texture to this. And we can always do it after the fact as well, go and make some changes to it. It just may involve a little bit of waiting. Okay, I didn't get into some of those adjustments underneath it. I feel like this is going to be just enough for you because it does take some time and we have to be patient. Hopefully in a couple of years we're telling a different story and we're going to see it's just a couple of clicks and then bam, it just does it for us. But still pretty awesome nonetheless, and I'm very grateful for everything that Photoshop has done to make this happen for us. So thank you, Adobe, and we'll see you in the next lesson. So good work, everybody. Congratulations, and we'll see you on the other side with the next series of topics. In this next series of lessons, we're going to get a little bit more creative. We're going to start looking at a variety of different filters, but we're going to start off by looking at what we call our polar coordinate filters. And that allows us to do what we call pixel bending, to be able to create an effect like this, which started off as a basic skyline, and then we made a little circle out of it, and we were able to mask through it, put an image inside there, put some little effects on there, maybe like a drop shadow, you know, things like that, to be able to have kind of this cool effect. Of course, you can put whatever you want inside there. We're also going to see how we can create kind of basic shapes like this, but from one kind of shape, we can convert it to another shape. And then we're also working with another type of blending mode as well. So we're going to get a little more advanced there. And then Finally, we're going to create something like this, or we're going to take something that's ordinary in the background and then make some type of bow out of it. All right, we're going to make 3 separate lessons out of that. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up to my skyline document here. So let's go ahead and go into our class folder, and I'm going to open up to this polar coordinate skyline, and then there you have it. I'm not going to really do too much of this, right? Which is really so awesome about it, is I'm just going to convert this into the layer that I want it to be using my polar coordinates filter. So how do I do that? Well, I'm going to go over here to filter. I'm going to come down here to distort, and then notice here is this polar coordinates. Well, think about the word polar, right? It's like kind of one side of the other. Kind of the implication is going to be round potentially, but you're going to see here the option, it's going to go from rectangular to polar. If you can't see what it's going to create in this case, you can go ahead and just zoom out a little bit. You'll get a nice idea of what you are actually going to get in just a little bit. Okay, so pretty awesome, just taking that and it's going to do what it's going to do. And this is going to be some experimentation, and we're going to see as we look at polar coordinates different ways that we can work with it. And this is just going to be one way, so I'm just going to simply click OK, and then the magic happens. Beautiful, love that. Now this is its own layer, so if I wanted to make this like a perfect square, I can absolutely do that. Let me go and unlock this now, and then I'm just going to bring this in a little bit, and then okay, cool, very good. I'm going to confirm that. I'm pretty happy. And now I'm going to get rid of all these extra pixels on top. So I'm going to go over here to Image, say Trim, and then just very simply say OK. And then great. Fantastic. Now let's go ahead and continue on with this exercise. So I'm going to remove everything that's in the middle there, and I'm going to do it by using a mask, as you can probably guess, because I might decide I want to bring it back or whatever it is, but you can certainly delete that as well. So let's just very simply just start selecting. Go ahead, use my direct selection tool, does a pretty good job. And then finally I'm going to mask it by holding down the Alt or Option key and clicking on Mask. And then that pokes a nice little hole in it. Beautiful, that's there. In case I decide to change my mind and bring some of that back, it's always going to be there. Remember, masks are really not permanent, so that's really the benefit of that. Now let's go ahead and bring in our friend, the alien, and of course experiment with whatever you want, but New York is full of aliens, so we are creating this story that really the Martians have taken over a long time ago. So there they are, living amongst us. And very simply, I'll go ahead and bring that in. There's a dinosaur in there too if you want to play with that. And there it is. And of course, all I need to do is just bring that down below. And now I've got a whole different look and feel. Beautiful, really fun. And remember where this started off. Just start off with a basic image. Now, in order to kind of create a little bit of texture here, I'm just going to bring in a couple of shadows to make it so it's like he's really kind of inside there. And you could do whatever you want with it. Maybe put like a little bit of a, a shape above him maybe potentially, so it kind of makes him a little bit recessed. Maybe it's a different kind of filter you want to do, change his color, whatever you like. All right, but I'm just going to do a very simple shadow set here. So I'm going to go ahead and just say inner shadow. And if I turn that on and off again, you'll see kind of what that's doing. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and do an drop shadow here as well. And if I wanted to change the angle, change the distance, you can see, okay, great. He's kind of coming right on top of me. I've changed the opacity. So we can see what that looks like with or without it, give or take. Just go ahead and experiment with whatever you like on that. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now we've got a pretty cool looking effect there that we started off with. Now, this of course can be changed from your own image, whatever your image that you decided to be, but just notice it was just a skyline at the beginning and then it just bent the pixels. So really cool, really fun, really easy to do. Try that out, and then I've got 2 more lessons for you on polar coordinates right after this. In this lesson, we're going to go a little bit deeper into not only the polar coordinates, but I'm going to show you some other distort filters and how we can combine filters and also blend different layers that have different filters on them within distort and create some pretty cool effects.
So let me just show you first of all kind of like the underpinnings and sort of like the guts of what's going on here. So I have these stripes that are going side by side like that, and they were all kind of created, by the way, if you look inside of here, just like this. So I didn't actually, you know, take this from the internet. I had actually created all of this stuff here. This layer is locked, and then what I did was I merged all of these together into one. But I kept it up here just to show you how I created this. All right, so you can just certainly, you know, duplicate and just, you know, keep going from there to make sure that they are uniform, and just notice how they're every other color, all that stuff. You can certainly be more creative and go in a different way if you want to, but I just kept these colors here. Now I'm just going to do a very simple polar coordinate filter on this, and notice also it is not currently a smart object. And I actually would like to make it a smart object. Why? Because I want it to be non-destructive. So when you do filters, it's always a good practice to make it into a smart object, or also known as a smart filter. So you'll see the option is there as well. Or if I right click here, notice here is convert to smart object, and you're going to see now it's going to have that little icon there. All right, very good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to make this going into here to filter, to distort, and then I'm going to go to a polar coordinate. And you're going to see right away it's going to do something pretty magical. And if you don't see yours, you can always just go in and zoom out and see the whole thing. And that's pretty neat. And if I had more stripes, it would be more thin. If I had less stripes, it would be a little bit thicker. Okay? And that's pretty awesome in and of itself. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And we don't see it now. Why? Because this guy is still visible. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see, okay, beautiful. And if I wanted to make any changes to it, which I don't really, I could always go back in here if I like. All right, but what I am going to do is I'm going to put on another filter on this, another distortion filter, because I really like this, but you know what? I've used this a million times. Wouldn't mind making this a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to keep this layer still selected, go over to here to filter, come over here to distort, and just notice there's a lot of fun kind of distortion options you can do. Right, so you can try some of these that may sound familiar to you, like just try zigzag. Right, just let's see what that looks like. Now when you go to zigzag, you'll notice that there's the amount of zigzag and then the ridges, and you also have some preset styles as well. So I'm going to go ahead and go to amount, and you can say, okay, that's kind of interesting. Is it doing what I want to do? Sure, just experiment. Right, and right away you're getting that, and you can see, okay, that's the ridges are doing something a little bit different, kind of psychedelic. That's kind of neat. And then notice how there's also some presets as well. So pond ripples, let's just try this one from the center, right? Just like that. Again, you experiment as much as you like. I'm going to get out of this now. Let's take a look at a few others. Go over here to filter, distort, and let's just try wave, right? Things that probably sound familiar to us. We're like, oh, you know what? I wonder what this is going to do. You know, and this is really just such prime candidate for it because of these nice little lines that are just kind of waiting there to be generated into other things, right? So let's just go ahead and go really crazy with this. And just keep in mind, this could just be like a background. This could also be blended with other things, right? You just got crazy, crazy stuff like that. Okay, let's just keep it somewhat tame so we can see, right, what our wavelength is going to be from the X value to our Y value. You can see just whatever kind of effect you want to create. This is very similar to the number of generators, but you know, it's really just kind of a spice to taste. If I make that a little bit smaller scale-wise, see if that does anything. Okay. The goal here is to really just kind of show you what you can do. So on that side, this is what our options are. Let's go ahead and make this come back a little bit bigger again. Okay, let's make this. Okay, and now if we go here to triangle, you can see how that's going to be a very different effect. Let's go to square, very different effect. Okay, but yet still, you can play around with these even after the fact. So if that's the look you're looking for, right now you know how to do that with a square, and you bring it up very high, you're going to get something like that. And of course, this is going to be contingent upon what you started off with. All right? And then you have some other options here. Maybe you want to randomize these. So if I go over here to that one, and I want to randomize, look how cool that is. Like that created a whole different look for me. Okay, because now I'm in that one, go back to that, go back to that. You'll just find the way that you want. I just recommend taking a screenshot when you find the one that you like. Okay, and I'll just show you one more, and then we're going to combine that with this particular one. So let's go over here to filter,
Let's go over here to Filter, go to Distort, and this time let's just do a very simple twirl. You can say, okay, that's pretty neat, and you can see what that's going to do. And I'm going to actually settle on this one. So I'm going to click OK. And just like that, now I have my original polar coordinates now combined with the twirl. And if I don't like that, I can always come back and double click on the twirl. And now I say, you know what, I'd like a little bit less of that. Okay, very nice. Great. Okay, and that's a little bit more balanced. All right, now let's see what we can do to be potentially a little bit more kind of creative with this. So what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to clone this layer. Okay, so I'm just going to just hold on the Alt key, drag that down, and now I've got pretty much the same thing, right? One on top of the other. But now nothing really happens, and that's not really going to do much for me. But what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to uncheck the polar coordinate for this one. Okay, see what that does. And now you can see it looks like that, right? And there, if we want to blend them together, we might have that. Let's go and recheck it again. It comes back, you can see. Now let's uncheck the twirl. And now it's going to look like that. Now let's go ahead and see what happens when we blend these together. So I'm going to go ahead and select on this top layer here. And then very simply, let's just go ahead and go to Dissolve. Nothing happens there. Ooh, go to Darken. Look at that. Very, very different. See that? So it's basically blocking out some of that red and saying, hey, you know what? Let's prioritize the black. Right? There's no way I could have predicted that or created it, but like right away, I've got something kind of awesome. Maybe that's a logo, right? Again, that could be a background. Maybe you repeat it over and over again. But I'm just going to go shopping through all these. Go to Multiply, Color Burn, Linear Burn, right? Look at that one. Lighten, which is kind of the opposite of that darken. And now look at that one. When you go to Screen, we get definitely a nice little psychedelic effect, and it's basically doing kind of a nice little lightening that's going to combine the two of them together, but focusing on more on the lighter side, but brings it all together. Could I have created this on my own? Probably not, but I did, believe it or not. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go to Color Dodge. Again, this is going to be very much a spice to taste. You find the thing you like, right, and then you stick with it, right? It's pretty awesome. Look at that one, Hard Light. Wow, it just keeps on coming. I love these, love these, love these. Okay, now let's just say, for example, I'm going to stick with, let's just say that one. And then I'm ready to maybe do kind of a different color. Maybe I want to kind of do like a color overlay on one, but not the other. Now let's see what happens when we do a color overlay on this top layer, where we're going to kind of change the look of this and have those blend together with what's underneath there. Okay, so very simply, I'm going to go ahead and choose this top layer, go over here to Effects, and then there's color overlay. But just understand it could be like anything. You know, satin, could be a gradient overlay, could be a pattern, anything you want to be able to have more of a creative output. But let's just keep it nice and simple for now. You experiment on your own. I'm going to say color overlay, and then you'll see, okay, it changed a little bit. Let's just go ahead and bring up my opacity a little bit for that, and you see how that's changing a little bit. But let's just change my blend mode for this. Let's go to normal, and then let me bring down my opacity a little bit. Let's just kind of keep it about halfway, and now I have a very different look. Okay, but let's just keep going down some of these. Okay, look at that. Dissolve, darken. That's kind of neat. Right? So you're going to start seeing like complementary colors start to come together. And the color that you eventually choose will, of course, dictate the kind of effect you're going to get. So if I choose a very bright color yellow, I'm going to get a very different experience and different output. Okay, that's kind of neat. All right, and then if you wanted to do a drop shadow or anything like that, it may not actually do the individual lines on there, so that may not work for it, but if you are working with that context, just know you'll have the ability to do that. All right, now just for fun, just so you can see it, now that we're here, let's just do a pattern overlay, and let's just see what that looks like if we were to start bringing in patterns within this as well. And if you could create your own pattern, you can do that. Let's just go ahead and bring in some water. Okay, let's bring this down a little bit. And then you can have a little more texture to it. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now we're starting to create kind of a cool little background potentially, right? So we're really starting to think in layers. We're starting to think more creatively. We're starting to think of the whole thing as one big harmonious output. Okay, and remember how we started off with very simple lines, and we made our polar coordinates, and then we were able to twirl them, we were able to zigzag them, but you want to experiment with some of those other ones to see all the different tools you can use within that. And then I duplicated that layer, and then I started to combine them, right? So I blended them together. I removed one of the distortion filters, right, to be able to have that poke through. And then I started playing around with my effects. And really the direction you go in is going to be up to you, but now you know where you can go to at least get the party started and to really be able to experiment and see where it comes. But I do recommend taking screenshots of the one that you really like. Go ahead and come back to them again and again, and try it with different objects as well. Okay? We'll see you in the next lesson on a slightly different version of polar coordinates. It's going to be a little bit more of a complex exercise, so stay tuned and we'll see you in a bit. In this lesson, we are going to do a bit of an exercise where we're going to create something from scratch, and we're going to be using a number of different tools and tasks and skills that are going to essentially be a culmination and sort of a midterm exam of what we have learned so far in Photoshop, whether it's this class, prior classes, prior experience. We're going to talk about masking, we're going to talk about our pixel bending with our polar coordinates, we're going to discuss our adjustment layers, so much more. Okay, and we're going to see how we can create something like this using that. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to go over to here to this file. So you should all be in the PSD file called Polar Coordinates Dancer Lesson. All right, now in this lesson, we're also going to be doing a number of keyboard shortcuts. So I suggest just watching this video relatively slowly, seeing if you can watch it and also doing it piece by piece as I do it. Maybe you watch it once and then you go ahead and do it on your own piece by piece. Totally up to you, but there are going to be a number of layers that we're going to be working with as we go through this. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do in order to create this is I'm going to duplicate this layer. And you're going to see why in just a little bit, but you duplicate it very simply by just doing Control Command J. Very good, and that's there. Now, my next step is I'm going to go ahead and select this whole object so then I can mask out everything outside of the object. And you're going to see why in a little bit, because I'm going to create the illusion of depth between her and her background. And for me to do that, I first need to select her. Now what I've done is I've actually saved the selection to save you some time, but know that you can use any kind of selection tool you want, like Select Subject. You can use your Quick Selection tool, any way you want to do it. But I wanted to remind you that you can not only save selections, but also load selections. We've done that in previous lessons. So I'm going to go ahead and choose that. And then from here, you're going to notice here is this channel. What have I saved? I saved a channel called Dancer, and that's ultimately what we're going to be feeding into this. Okay, so I'm loading that selection. I click OK, and then beautiful, there it is. And I've saved you some work doing that. All right, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to put a mask on this. So I click on that, and now that mask comes in. And notice it's pretty much just going to be like, hey, everything's going to be kind of moved out of that. Now, just so you can see what's going on here, let me just show you what's going on, right? So if I click on this and then that, notice how she's actually cleaned out of there, right? With only the top layer, bam, because of all that black that's around there, beautiful. I bring that back, and now I'm seeing her and her background. But what I'm going to do next is I'm going to remove this mask. So I'm just going to simply click and drag, put that in there, and that's going to be in the trash. Okay, and now check it out. I do that, and you see that's just left over with just all of that just by itself. And this is all going to make sense in just a little bit. Okay, so for this next part, what we're going to do is we're going to start creating the contents of that little bow that we saw earlier. So let's go ahead and just disable this because it's hard to tell, but there's actually nothing there because we're going to make the bow out of something that's on this layer. So very simply, all we're going to do is go over here to our Marquee tool, and then I'm just going to make a little sliver of this to be able to make the beginnings of what I want to be as part of this, right? So maybe I'll just go down there. So I have a little bit of, contrast and texture and variety with whatever I'm selecting. Now, what do I do now? Well, I'm going to make it so this is going to be on its own layer. So this is selected on this layer, and all I do now is do Control or Command J, and now that becomes its own layer just by virtue of me selecting it. Now what I need to do is make it nice and big. So we're going to use another keyboard shortcut of Control T for transform, and we'll see this now appear. And now I'm just going to go ahead and stretch this out, clicking and dragging all the way across, going, right? I'm going to go a little overdue, right? Just like that. Okay, and then I'm going to hit my little check mark, and then beautiful, wait for it, it's loading up. Come back to my layers, great, and now bring this up here for right now. Now let's go ahead and find another piece that we would like to make a bow out of. So let's go ahead and go back to this layer again, because it has to be an active layer that has content on it. And now let's go and just maybe grab something from in here. So once again, go to my rectangular marquee, and I'll just go ahead and just take a little bit of that, again, having a little bit of both. And if you wanted to, you can move it around. Maybe you want to have something that has a little darker color, no problem. And once again, I'm going to do Control or Command J, just like that, and then Control or Command T, and then I'm going to stretch this guy out just like that, stretch that out just like that, coming off the edges just like that. And now let's go ahead and combine them. And then maybe if you want to make one on top of the other, you can do that. And certainly if this is too thick, you have all the control in the world if you wanted to. Maybe make it so it's not so much. Okay, so that's not bad, and that's a good start. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring these together. So I'm going to hold down my Shift key, have these come together, and then I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut of Control E. And what that does is it merges them together into one layer. All right, now I'm just going to call this layer 2, I'm going to call this bow, just so we know what it is, right? But you don't have to, but just know that's going to be really helpful once you start working on it. Now, let's go ahead and make sure that we have nothing else on this whole canvas. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a select all. So I'm going to go over here to select. I'm going to say all. That's all selected. And then making sure there's nothing else that's getting in the way, I'm going to go over here to image, and then crop. All right, and it doesn't seem like a lot has happened, but guess what? All that stuff that was on the outside, I don't want any interference from that at all. So I'm good to go now. Now I'm going to go ahead and deselect, just doing Control or Command D. And now, guess what? I'm going to go over here to my bow layer, and now let's make this into something kind of fun. So I'm going to go over here to Filter, Distort, and guess what? Our good friend, the polar coordinate. And let's go ahead and zoom out so we can see what we're about to create. Kind of fun. And if you don't like that, you can always make one smaller or change the color, whatever you want to do. Totally up to you. Maybe you're even making some of this kind of disappear so you can have that kind of cool effect. Really up to you what you want to do, but this is going to be the sort of beginnings of your content on this side, and we can see ultimately what it's going to end up as. So I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and you're going to see some pixel bending in action. Pretty cool. And now we're seeing the beginning of our wave. All right, now there it is. There's our bow. And now very simply, I'm going to convert this into that shape right there. Let's make sure we got that going. All right, maybe one more, just like that. And I can just kind of place it however I want to place it. Okay, so you really want to take a little bit of time just to figure out what this might look like for you. Okay, and you can always do a little bit more after the fact, but right now we're just kind of creating what that sort of shape is going to be for us, right? And it might be ultimately a perfect circle for you. And just tweak it however you like. All right, so I'm good with that for right now. And of course, I can change that later. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to just see, hey, you know what does that look like when we bring her back? Right, so you can see, oh, wow. So now we're starting to see a little bit of depth. Now we're understanding, oh, that's why we did what we did initially with the mask. So there's actually two versions of her, one version in the foreground that we had hidden the whole time. And now we have this one that's above this little bow, and then one that's below it that we can't see because she is behind everything. All right, so very cool. Now what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of resize accordingly, whatever that's going to look like now that we see kind of where she is. Now one more little resizing here. And I think we're off to a good start here. Now, let's go ahead and we're going to mask out all this stuff here. So we're going to create the illusion of it's coming right out from here and then bam, right into her arms, or maybe even from here all the way through there. So now when we go to the mask on our bow layer, you'll see that appears. And all I do very simply is paint my black all through here. Now in this case, I do like having a totally hard brush right there because I just want to have a hard line there. So it really creates the illusion that it is just kind of coming right out of her. So let's go ahead and just start painting black through that, right under her feet. Okay, just like that. See how it's just like looks like it's sort of growing out of her. Beautiful. And then, I don't know, let's just see here. There's no risk involved because I can just get rid of all this stuff here and then guess what? Just paint white and then be able to bring it right back. Okay, so I'm just going to go have it come right from one arm all the way to one leg. And that's looking pretty cool. And you can see it is kind of nice because it is matching the colors, especially matching the colors here. That's kind of cool. And that's a good place to start. Okay, now let's go ahead and see what it's going to look like. Let's just say, for example, without that background. So you may want to play around with a different background. Totally up to you, right? But you can start playing around with this, right? So let's just go ahead and see what we can do if we had a different background. And let's go ahead and clean this up one more time. There we go. All right, now the kind of background I'm going to have is going to be very similar to what I showed you before, which is going to be just like a nice little gradient. So let's go ahead and create a new adjustment layer. Go over to here to our black and white cookie, and that's going to be a gradient adjustment layer. And you're going to see I have a gradient right here. I have the style of gradient. I have the angle, all that stuff. The style gradient, I'm going to make a radial gradient. And the gradients that they give me are all right here, all kinds of different preset colors. I'm going to go here to basic, choose that. And then I don't really like that one per se. It's kind of the opposite, but you know what? You might like that. It could be the way you're going. And I'm going to click OK. And then very simply reverse it. And then OK, that's a little bit better. So all I did now was create a new layer right here. Okay, and that's going to be my layer for my background, but guess what? It's covering it. So we're going to take care of that in just a second. But let's just see other things that we can do here. So in this place, you'll have the ability to kind of mess around with it a little bit more. You can see how I can change what we call the angle. But the angle is a little bit of a different way when we're talking about a radial gradient. Right? It's kind of similar to what you might call the scale. You know, so it's like, okay, you know what? How much of a sort of, you know, attention do you want to that light? It's really up to you. So you can kind of make that scale kind of blast out one way or another. If you wanted to adjust the gradient, you can always come back to here, and then you can adjust the gradient in different ways if you want to as well, even adding on other gradient stops. But I'm going to keep it simple for right now. Click OK. And then I want to have my bow there. I worked so hard. So let's just go ahead and bring my bow down below. All right, awesome. There we are. And now I'm able to see, oh, you know what? Man, you didn't get a lot of stuff there. So very easy. Let's go back to my brush and let's clean some of this stuff up there. Clean some of that stuff up there. Okay, great. Now it's coming out. Beautiful. All right, now we are on our way. Let's go ahead and start doing some other things. Well, let's maybe give her a little bit of a shadow. Let's maybe give the bow a little bit of a glow. Right? Well, you have the option to do that. I'm going to show you some tricks around this. So let's just do, for example, her with a little bit of a shadow. So there's some texture with her maybe kind of like coming out on this a little bit, right? So it looks like a little bit more dimension. So I'm going to go over here to Effects, go over here to Drop Shadow. And we'll be able to see it, right? There she is, just like that. And let's just kind of play around with it a little bit. I'm going to go this way. And then maybe the distance, I'll kind of bring up the size, okay, and then bring down the spread a little bit. And say, okay, that's kind of cool, right? Because if we look at it before and after, it really does add on a little bit of texture. But I only wanted to kind of play with kind of this foreground here. I don't really want it to be here. So you're going to see that Photoshop kind of limits you in that way. But there's a nice trick around making it so you can affect only one part of it when you are working with it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to approve of this because I like this. This is great. But I'm going to do something kind of fancy. I'm going to put this drop shadow on its own layer entirely. Now, that's good because I'm going to have control over it. But keep in mind that once I kind of divorce that drop shadow from this layer 0, I won't be able to have all that creative control as I saw before. So just keeping that in mind, that once you've kind of left it, it doesn't really have its same kind of superpowers. It's just going to have a different set of superpowers. So what am I going to do? I'm going to right click on the drop shadow effect, and then I'm going to say create layer. And it tells me here, hey, it says some aspects of the effects cannot be reproduced with layers, right? So just basically what I just told you there, they're just giving you a little warning there. All right, so notice what happens now. No longer is that effect on there, but this does exist now separately. So that's just really kind of cool just to know that you can do that anytime. But now why did I do that? Well, I wanted to maybe mask out some of this extra stuff here that really doesn't play out for me. I do really like having this here. Maybe I want it here, maybe I don't. Totally up to me or you, right? Maybe I want it here, I don't know, maybe not. So what I'm going to do now is come over here to this new layer for my shadow and just mask it out, right? So I do that, and now, of course, I'm going to go back to my brush and say, you know what? I do not want that here. Okay, I don't want that here either, right? It's a little bit distracting. Okay, I really only want it kind of up above. Okay, so all that right there, that's cool. I have the ability to then control any of that other stuff that just came out there. Okay, so really neat. If I change my mind, very easily done. What do? I just convert that brush from a black to a white. No problem. All right, now let's go ahead and do a glow on this. And you can certainly do the same thing by taking it away from the layer or not. It's really up to you. But I'm just going to click on Effects, and I'm going to put on a little outer glow for this. Wait for that to load up, and you can see that's really nice. You can maybe take a look at my settings here, and you'll just play around with it until you get what you like. You can see that's pretty cool. And then notice how it is coming down below. But I don't necessarily want that. I only want it coming from there. Oh, there's a little bit of a remnant there, so I want to take care of that as well, right? But let's just go ahead and see what we have now. What are our options to be able to control this? So let's just say I love this. This is perfect. So I'm ready to say OK. And now once again, I'm going to remove this from this layer by right-clicking. I'm going to say Create Layer. Okay, there that is. Beautiful. So once again, I'm going to mask this layer. There that is. And then go to my brush, and I'm going to say, nope, you don't get a glow here. I don't need that here. Great. Not there either. Not there either. It's making just a clean thing. It's just kind of coming right out of her. All right, so really, really awesome. And if you wanted to play around with this, you could make it so it's just going to be that if you want to. Or you can even maybe combine these, right? So maybe you're playing around with some of these, blending modes, right? Playing around like, hey, what happens if we do different kind of blending modes within our different layers? What happens there? Let's go over to this one, and maybe we're going to blend this background with the black in front. That's going to be a little bit different. And just notice where I am. I'm on the gradient layer, and I'm blending it with layer 0. Right? You can see that. Oh, that's really nice. Some nice hard light there. Cool. And you just really experiment. Now that we have the tools, now we know we can go in a lot of different directions with this. We can control it. Okay? And if you'll see here, if it's maybe a little bit too dominant, you can always bring down the opacity of one of your layers. Okay? And then we get a very different effect. Okay, so we covered a lot in this lesson. All right, we covered our pixel bending with our polar coordinates. All right, but we started off very, very basic with just some basic selection, some really amazing keyboard shortcuts for us to then not only select but make new layers out of them. And then we combined and merged some of our layers together. And then we ultimately made this amazing little bow. And of course, this could be anything you want, but it's very kind of adjacent to what we talked about before. But we saw how easy it was to do something like that. Then we used some of our basic tools in terms of resizing and then, rotating and whatever we want to do. And then, of course, masking across the board, working with special effects, and then removing those special effects from the original object to be able to have a little more control over them with our masking. All right, so let's do one last thing here because that's going to bug me. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Beautiful. I'm sure there's a few other ones that we can mess around with, but I'm pretty happy with this. Hopefully my client is, and there we go. So watch this again and again, have fun with it, make sure you are understanding what we're doing and why we're doing it, and this will inform you for future projects as well. In this lesson, let's talk about the Liquify tool. Pretty awesome for photo touch-ups of all different kinds, making stuff a little bit bigger, smaller, kind of droopy, less droopy, whatever you want to do, you can do it. So as the name implies, it kind of treats all your pixels like liquid. You kind of move them around and do whatever you want to do with them to kind of reshape it. Now you can use it for professional reasons. You can use it to make it a little bit goofy, a little bit more outrageous, a little bit more creative. What we're going to do is we're just going to make it so this photo is just going to maybe improve a little bit. All right, so the Liquify tool is in fact a filter. So of course we're going to want to make this into a smart object first. So if I right click on there, you're going to see here is convert to smart object. And again, why do we do that? Because we want to protect it and we want to be able to mask out the original so we can then come back to it anytime we want so it is non-destructive. So let's go over to here to filter, come down to Liquify. And you're going to see it's going to take us to a whole new dialog box. And if we take a look on the left-hand side, we've got a number of different tools over here. And on the right-hand side, we've got a whole bunch of properties and all kinds of good stuff. And we should also have our preview option down there as well. So there's really, really a lot to unpack here. So we're going to do our best. Now, the first thing I just want you to notice here is that there is this face-aware Liquify. And it's kind of broken it down by different sort of face parts, like your eyes, your nose, your mouth, etc. So if you really just want to sort of take the easy way out, you could just, okay, let's just blast her eyes out, just like that. There goes one eye, and then there goes another eye, and notice how it just made it that much different. So you can see the difference there, and I'll go ahead and do before and after, and you can see it's not so bad. It doesn't make her look like she's like from another planet, but you can see pretty good. I'm going to set that back to 0. Set this one back to 0, and now we're back. Just make sure you're aware of all these things so you can play around with on a more kind of automatic way because it is aware of the face. So I'm just going to go ahead and minimize that now. And now we're just going to zoom in. So you can zoom in. I'm just going to hold down the Alt or Option key and just kind of scroll just like that. If you have a little mouse trackpad, you can just go ahead and do a little pinch while you hold down the Alt or Option key. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, and we're just going to start with her eyes and then maybe with her chin and see what kind of things that we can do. Well, we're going to start off with this tool right here, which is just the forward warp. Right? So as the name implies, it just allows you to kind of nudge it. Now when you nudge it, again, it's going to treat it kind of like liquid. Right? That's why you want to really, really zoom in so you don't get too much. And also, your brush size is going to be important as well. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and give a little bit of a nudge here, and we're going to see what that's going to do. Okay? Great. But I want you to notice that you have some other brush tool settings that are going to help control how this is going to come out as well. Notice here is my pressure. So let's go ahead and bring that down a little bit. So maybe it's not going to be so intense there. I can just kind of go a little bit just like that, so you can bring down the pressure. The density really kind of focuses on kind of like the central point of it, right? So it's like if we go bring our density all the way up, I'm going to make this bigger. You can see this, right? And you can see how it's kind of going the entire circle. Let's go ahead and undo that. If I bring this down lower, you can see here it's doing less of the circle. So that's really the best way to think about it. All right, so I like to kind of keep it just a little bit, kind of about halfway point. The rate tool, that is usually just reserved for a stylus, which I'm not using right now, so you can see it is in fact disabled. All right, now let's go ahead and see what it looks like before and after. Just gave her a little bit of a tuck, not too bad. Okay, and we're just trying to keep it so it's not so extreme. She actually looks a little happier there. Not really focusing on her age or anything like that, but just maybe giving her a little bit more of a kind of a jovial look there. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at this one here. So the reconstruct is basically, you know what, I don't really like what I did, so maybe I'm going to just take it away. So let's just go ahead and just try a different thing. Let's go ahead and maybe mess with her eyebrows. So I'm going to come over to here, and I'm just going to make her eyebrows kind of come up like this. And then, okay, do I like that? Maybe, maybe not. But if I do reconstruct, come over to here, I'm just going to go ahead and bring it back to where it was before. It's kind of just like a giant undo, and it remembers where it was before. So that's really neat. So like that one. Now let's go ahead and take a look at this one here, the smooth tool. Well, a lot of times when we're working with the forward warp, it can be a little bit maybe kind of jumpy because that's how we're using it. Smooth tool does exactly what it promises to do. It's going to allow me to kind of smoothen this out a little bit, right? Because notice how it wasn't really kind of like nice and kind of curvy. So this can allow me to smooth that out a bit. Okay, so you might want to do maybe a combination of all of these. Okay, so it's not really just one or the other. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the twirl clockwise tool. And that's going to do pretty much what you think it's going to do, right? Don't really use that a lot, but let's just go ahead and just try something on her glass. And we'll just do that. I'll make that my brush a little bit bigger, just using my right bracket key. And you can see it's going to do pretty much what you think it's going to do. All right, I'll go ahead and undo that. And then, by the way, if you ever wanted to just restore any of the changes you've made, you can always go over here to Restore All, and it'll go right back to where you were before. Okay, now let's go ahead and go to the one right below that, and that's the pucker tool. Now, the pucker tool just kind of makes things a little smaller. All right, so sometimes if you have like a weird angle or something like that, or maybe somebody just asks you to do that, you can make certain things a little bit smaller. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine this with another tool right now, which is going to be my freeze mask tool. Because what I'd like to do is actually make her nose a little bit smaller, but I don't want anything else to be affected, right? I don't want her cheeks to be affected, her lip, anything like that. Because if I start messing with this here, everything else will be affected. So we're going to learn about two tools at once. We have the pucker tool, and then we have this freeze mask tool. So freeze mask is just basically saying, hey, you know what? Don't touch that. Don't allow that to be moved. So I'm going to first apply that, and I'm just going to say, hey, you know what? You cannot be affected by this, right? You're not affected, you're not affected, you're not affected. Okay, maybe even this part here. Just getting that, just making sure that that, in fact, is going to be frozen. And then maybe even this part up here, so she doesn't look a little bit deformed. Now, let's come back to here. I'm going to pucker, and now watch this. My brush can be pretty big, and then notice how nothing else gets affected. See that, how that's all frozen there. So pretty cool. Now, let's go ahead and go to the thaw mask, and then I can very easily just say goodbye. Now I can then affect it. Now let's just see what we've done here. It actually looks pretty natural. Maybe she's happy with it, maybe she's not, but let's go ahead and just see before, after. Before, after, let's zoom out a little bit. Before, after, before, after. Okay, now coming over here, you can see here is the face tool, and then all these guys light up again. So now I'm going to go ahead and just zoom in a little bit, and as I move my mouse over each part of her face, you're going to notice these little lines appear, like they almost kind of look like little anchor points for the face. So let's just say I want to do a little bit of a lift right there. I can control the eye height just like that in that really sort of really nice minutia. Let's go over to here. You can see how that works. Let's give this a little bit of a lift right there. And then notice I can also change the angle if I come to the outside here. Right? So it's kind of weird, kind of trippy, but you know what? Could be kind of necessary. Do the same thing here, waiting for my mouse to kind of come up a little bit. And this could be the look you're looking for. Let's come over to here to the lips, and then that could allow you to give somebody a little smile. And just notice how it actually does look pretty natural. But you don't want it to be too insane. So you can see here you have that kind of control all over the place, right? You can see going wider, going more outward, just like that. So this is going to be very much kind of a spice to taste, but just note that it is being affected over here on the right hand side. So you do have other ways you can manipulate this. Okay? So I think this is a good start for the liquify tool. You're going to want to play around with this and really kind of get to the place that you want. But let's just finish off by just taking a look at our preview before and after. Okay, very cool. And then I'm going to say OK. And guess what? Because this was a smart object, I have the ability to then kind of come back to this anytime I want. Okay, you can see slight changes, nothing too major, but let's see if my client likes that, if she likes it better. And then of course we can always make changes to it, come back to the original, and always go back to liquify just by simply double clicking on it. And it's going to come back right to here, and then we can pick up where we left off. All right, so practice all that, have fun with it, see if you can get some clients this way, maybe use your own photo just to experiment with, and we'll see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the Puppet Warp tool. This is a great tool to allow you to have a little more flexibility, to have your objects actually move like clay, like puppets, and kind of like the way you might have seen vector images move around. Now, there's a little bit of a nuance to it, and it does take a little bit of practice to get to what you want. But the first thing we need to know is that we need to get stuff set up to make it work properly. So if you'll notice that my layers panel has this one object, and it's isolated out on a transparent background. So all this right here, this is just basically something in the back, and you can see he is isolated by himself. So when I apply the Puppet Warp tool, it's only going to be him. If I actually had him with a background all on the same layer, then I would have some problems because the Puppet Warp tool is going to apply it to the entire canvas, which I don't want. Okay, I only want it to be applied to him. The other thing you'll notice is that this layer is a smart object. Why is it a smart object? Because once I apply the Puppet Warp tool, I want it to be able to be non-destructive, and I can always come back to the Puppet Warp anytime I want to, but I can also come back to the original anytime I want to as well. All right, so we're going to do some kind of simple things for this guy, make him move around a little bit, kind of change his position a bit. All right, so here we go. I'm going to go ahead and choose Layer 1. And then, very simply, I'm going to go over here to Edit, and then Puppet Warp. It's not inside the filter. You'd think it would be, but it's over here inside of Edit. Click on that, and then right away you're going to see, whoa, something happens. So basically, all these little mesh lines appear, and it's going to allow me to kind of like sort of select those areas and have some kind of flexibility to move within that mesh. But the magic happens when we start putting pins down where we want the object to actually bend and move. So I want you to think about pins as sort of like hinges, or think about the joints in your body, because many times the things that you're going to be moving are going to be the actual joints of your object. So you can see here an elbow is a joint, a knee is a joint, a shoulder, right, even the neck, so the ankle. So you're going to want to actually identify those so you have more kind of like natural movements for your object. All right, so let's go ahead and see what we have now once I have this activated. First thing I want you to see is this Show Mesh option right here. So if that's getting in the way at any time and you want to see how you're doing with your object, you might want to turn that off. Right? So you can say, wait a second, before I commit to this, does that look natural? Because it can very quickly and very easily say, hey, listen, you know what? That's looking a little bit weird. Let's fix that. Okay? So let's go ahead and just see what it looks like with the mesh. Now what we're going to do is we're going to start putting some pins down. And the first thing I like to do typically is identify the joints. All right, so you can see here, this is a joint, but so is this a joint, and so is this a joint. But you need to understand that with every joint, there's going to be some type of like anchor that it needs to be, right? So even though like the toe over here is not a joint, it's a good idea to kind of anchor it. So when you move this, this just kind of stays in place, if you will. Let's go ahead and have another joint here, another one here. Potentially we're going to add on some more here as these things start to move. Go over to here, and then maybe another one here potentially. Right? We're basically just looking up for anchors so when things move, other things don't sort of like fly out of place. All right? And then maybe even one here, right? You really can't have any shortage of anchors. Let's do another one there, another one here, just in case I'm planning on moving these, okay? Great. There you go. Pretty good. Now, let's go ahead and take a look. When I click on one of these, I'm just going to go ahead and select that. Notice how it becomes blue. That is now, in fact, highlighted. And then I can, in fact, click and drag that. And then notice what's happening, right? I can now adjust the movement. And because I have those two anchors on the outside, notice how they kind of stay in place like that. It's kind of cool, right? So that's pretty great. And again, let me go and turn that off to see, okay, how does that look? Not too bad. It's always good to always just kind of come back to this. Now, up on top, you have a number of different features here. Notice here's this first one. It says Mode Normal. That's the one we're at right now. There's other times you may want to be a little more rigid in your movement, right? So when you do this, right, it's going to be not so fluid. Nothing too major is happening, but I'm moving around, okay? But you're going to see here, compared to something like Distort, let me go ahead and just move this like that. It kind of like makes things distorted, as you can guess. So you're going to want to really sort of like commit to what you want, because it's kind of nice to know that you can be very creative about these things. But what I'm going to do is just stay within normal. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to normal. And now let's start playing around with some of these things here. Now, let's just say I wanted to move this up a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and just select this and then just move this up a tiny bit. And I'm going to move this up also a tiny bit, just like that. Nothing too fancy. Let's go ahead and have this guy move up, and let's have this guy move up as well. And you can see if I wanted him to kind of point to the sky, you can see what it's doing there. Now, one thing to note, right, is that you can see how the arm is sort of moving at the same time, and I may not want that. I might want him kind of like pointing up. That's where this rotate comes in. Notice it's rotate auto. Well, I want this one to be locked, and I want this one to be locked as well. So I'm going to jump over to this side and make it so the rotation, it does not actually rotate unless I tell it to. So I'm going to go ahead and just say fixed. That's nice. And now when I click and drag on that, notice how it's a little more fixed. This guy, you should also be fixed. Let's go ahead and say fixed, just like that. Okay, and then notice things are not moving quite as much, okay, if at all, really. So that's kind of cool. I can do that. And now let's move this up a bit. Let's move this up a bit. And let's move this back up a bit. And again, notice because this was not locked, because this was not fixed, when I move this, this one kind of, jimbled a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and just say fixed. And then when I move this a little bit, right, it's not as much of a movement. See that? So I have that kind of control. Let's go ahead and just see how that's looking. Not so bad, right? You can see he's kind of pointing at things. I want to maybe move this in a little bit. So we really want to kind of always continue to look, because it's very easy to kind of miss what you're doing. All right, now let's just go ahead and see what we did so far. I'm going to go ahead and just turn this off, and you can see just the little changes I did. And it's going pretty good. All right, now all the rest of this here, you're going to want to really experiment with it. And there's not a ton of extra options here, but I'm going to show you maybe one or two that you may want to play around with. All right, so I'm just going to go back to my Puppet Warp just by double clicking on the Puppet Warp right there. And it's going to take me right back to where I was. Let's go ahead and show the mesh. There we go. All right, now at some point, you may want to control the pin depth. So let's just say, for example, I were to move his arm sort of like this way behind, and it's going to kind of be a little bit unnatural. It's basically a stacking order for these pins to be in front of the other pins. In this case, I don't really have an example for that, but if it goes like behind his head or something like that, you're essentially moving his arm above it. Okay, so that's the stacking order, right? So that's basically thinking about layers for your pins. So just thinking about that. All right, now you'll really just want to play around with this. I'm not going to go too much deeper into this because I don't want to make any unnatural changes, but you're going to see how there's really a lot of cool stuff you can do. But again, remember all the necessities. Make it into a smart object, make sure that it is on its own layer, and then you're going to want to make sure that you have all of the joints covered on each individual part of the body, and then make sure if you are going to have some movement that you don't want on another part, make sure that you do some fixed rotation on it. Okay, now a couple of last things before we finish up is a few just kind of keyboard shortcuts that you might like, and also talking about how you can remove some of these. So let's just go ahead and add on one right there. Now, if I don't want that one, if I right click on it, you're going to see here's the option to delete the pin. Now, you'll also notice that when I right click, I also have the option to reset the depth, right? That's what we're talking about here. I can also remove the pin, send it backwards. You also know that I can select all pins if you want to, and then that does give us some control over here, not necessarily on the rotate, but just nice to know in case you ever wanted to do that. Maybe you want to delete them all, you can do that. And one really great keyboard shortcut is using the Alt or Option key while you're hovering over it. Because notice, that gives me a little scissors, so if I wanted to delete that, I can very easily delete that rather than right-clicking on it. Let's go and bring that back. And let me show you another way that you can use the Alt or Option key as well. So watch this. I'm going to hold down the Alt or Option key, and now in this case, now I'm getting this little circle. And what that's going to allow me to do is adjust the rotation of the pen. So if I now want to rotate this, because let's say I lost some flare because of the movement, I can then bring up some of that. So notice actually it's rotating this. I'm not moving it, I'm actually rotating this, right, just around that pen. I'm going to go ahead and come to this way, right? Notice I'm rotating it this way or that way. Let's come to this one, come to the outside. I'm now holding down my Alt or Option key. Let's rotate it this way. So this is going to allow us to kind of like compensate for things as things are maybe getting a little bit wonky and a little bit sort of warped in an unnatural way. Okay, let's try it for this one. Let's go ahead and bring his toe back down this way. Very nice. Come over there. And I'm liking that. Pretty great. And I'm going to go ahead and apply. Let's go ahead and see the before and after. And I think actually like my way much better. So perfect, perfect, perfect. So very happy with this. You'll want to practice all that and remember all the things I said, getting yourself all set up before you start executing and all the other follow-up stuff that we talked about as far as some of these shortcuts and also some of that sort of minor nuancing of the different pinpoints. Well, congratulations everyone. You have made it to the end of this advanced Photoshop class. We have covered quite a bit in this class and we have created quite a bit. And we've seen all the amazing new features that Photoshop has to offer, including a whole bunch of AI tools, our parametric filters, our automated adjustment layers, and some of those goodies like automating tools for our actions, creating videos, animated GIFs, pixel bending, and so much more. So again, congratulations, happy creating, happy being productive, and happy Photoshopping. Thanks again, everyone. Take care.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the files the instructor used in this tutorial and follow along, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.